The moment the demon dragon's four legs stepped into the water, there was an obvious sluggishness in its body. The seemingly normal water flow became like a swamp under Pei Qing's full force, and every inch of movement required several times the usual strength. The water flow entangled the demon dragon's limbs from all directions, making every time the demon dragon exerted force feel like hitting cotton. "Well done," Qin Fenglei shouted. Hui Yuncheng's attack followed closely. He stood there, the golden light in his eyes shining to the extreme. Under his command, the 5 pet beasts were like 5 precise chess pieces, harassing the dragon from different directions. A slender blue winged falcon swooped down from the top of the demon dragon's head, scattering countless fine wind blades as its wings vibrated. Those wind blades were not very powerful and could not break through the scales of the demonic dragon at all, but Hui Yuncheng's control was extremely precise, and each wind blade cut into the gaps between scales. After dozens of consecutive precise hits from the wind blades, the demonic dragon let out an irritated roar and shook its head suddenly, trying to bite off the wind falcon. However, under the command of Hui Yuncheng, the wind falcon had already been raised in advance and passed between the fangs of the magic dragon by just a hair. "It's so dangerous." Hui Yuncheng breathed a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous just now. At the same time, the other 4 pet beasts were also executing Hui Yuncheng's instructions at their respective positions. The rock-armored beast kept slapping the ground on the right side of the dragon, creating dull vibrations that disturbed the dragon's balance. The shadow cat appeared and disappeared behind the dragon, occasionally leaving a shallow scratch on the tail of the dragon. The thunder snake hovered in the distance, shooting a bolt of lightning every few breaths to hit the dragon's hind leg joints accurately. Hui Yuncheng's mental power spread like a tide, bringing the perspective and perception of every pet beast under his control. Beads of sweat were already oozing out from his forehead. Controlling 5 pet beasts at the same time for such precise coordination consumed a lot of mental energy. But his expression remained calm, without any trace of panic. "It works," Taiging whispered. "The dragon's movements have slowed down." "Understood." Pei Qing gritted his teeth to maintain the phantom control domain, and the binding force of the water flow continued to strengthen. He had no extra power to summon more pet beasts, and had to focus all his power on the domain itself. The dragon's movements were indeed slowing down. Every step its limbs move in the water consumes extra strength, and Hui Yuncheng's pet beast keeps harassing its weak spots, making it difficult for it to cope. It tried to flap its wings several times and take off, but every time it unfolded its wings, a precise lightning bolt or water rope would hit the wing root, forcing it to fall back to the ground. But that doesn't mean it loses its threat. Hui Yuncheng's pupils shrank suddenly. In his supersensory vision, the core of demonic energy in the demon dragon's chest was expanding at an alarming rate. The gray-black energy that was originally operating stably suddenly became violent, like a volcano about to erupt. Through the thick muscles and scales of the demon dragon, Hui Yuncheng sensed an extremely gloomy energy that was completely untouchable by his own spirit, forming a blank area similar to a black hole. "It's going to spit out demonic energy. The range is larger than last time," Hui Yuncheng shouted, with unconcealable urgency in his voice for the first time. "Pei Qing, hide quickly. Its target is you." Before he finished speaking, a dazzling gray-black light erupted from the depths of the demon dragon's throat. The light was so strong that even the surrounding air was violently distorted, and ripples were set off on the surface of the water. Pei Qing's pupils narrowed sharply, and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He had just focused all his efforts on maintaining the phantom realm. His own defense was almost zero, and his speed was not very fast either. The demon dragon is obviously aware of this. It is this human body of water that hinders its movements, and it must resolve this trouble first. The demonic dragon opened its huge mouth, and a thick gray-black demonic energy beam burst out, pouring down like a dark waterfall, straight towards Pei Qing. Water barrier. Pei Qing gritted his teeth and hastily formed a thick wall of water in front of him. But the wall of water was like paper in front of the demonic light beam. It broke through the water curtain at the moment of collision, and the black demonic energy rushed towards him like a mountain torrent. "Get away!" A figure suddenly bumped into him from the side. "It's Qin Fenglei." He had already moved the moment Hui Yuncheng shouted the warning. Warlord Kuang Lei accelerated his speed to the extreme, and his whole body turned into a purple electric light, rushing to Pei Qing's side almost against the edge of the demonic light beam. He hugged Pei Qing and rolled sideways, and the demonic light beam brushed past the two of them. But the scope of the demonic energy is too great. Qin Fenglei's left arm was struck by the edge of the demonic light beam, and the lightning protecting his body was instantly eroded to create a gap. A wisp of gray-black demonic energy penetrated into his left arm like a poisonous snake and began to erode flesh and blood and meridians crazily. The cold and decaying aura spread along his arms, causing the left half of his body to lose consciousness instantly. Qin Fenglei, Pei Qing exclaimed. Leave me alone. Qin Fenglei gritted his teeth, and then his whole body burst into thunderous light, trying to prevent the evil energy from continuing to invade his body. But Pei Qing's condition is worse than Qin Fenglei's. Although he was knocked away by Qin Fenglei and received the fatal first blow, the demonic energy also invaded his body. Pei Qing felt as if his whole body was frozen, and a biting cold demonic energy poured into his body from the wounds on his body. That power traveled wildly through his meridians, eroding the flesh and blood wherever it passed, and even gray-black cracks began to appear in the spiritual world. He knelt down on one knee and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the water. The color of the blood was not bright red, but a strange gray-black color. Pei Qing, Meng Hu and Shi Wuguang changed their colors at the same time, and were about to rush over, but were stopped by Qin Fenglei. Don't be chaotic. Your mission is to contain the dragon and prevent it from attacking again. Qin Fenglei's voice was hoarse, but still calm. Fenglei, your hand. Taiging rushed to Qin Fenglei's side and saw the lingering gray-black demonic energy on his left arm, and his expression suddenly changed. Qin Fenglei lowered his head and glanced at his left arm. The black blood vessels were bulging and the skin turned gray-black, which was very scary. This was a sign of the invasion of evil energy. He could feel that the demonic energy was slowly eroding towards his heart. If he hadn't used all the power of thunder in his body to resist, it might have spread to his torso. Taiging dragged Pei Qing behind. At this time, Pei Qing's face was as pale as paper, his lips were purple, and black blood flowed from the wound on his chest, accompanied by black smoke. He gritted his teeth and his body trembled violently, but he tried his best to hold on to his territory. Stop talking. Taiging took out a porcelain bottle from his arms, poured out 3 green pills, stuffed one into Pei Qing's mouth, and crushed the other 2 directly on the wound on his back. The moment the elixir touched the demonic energy, it made a hissing sound. The green medicinal power fiercely competed with the gray-black demonic energy, evaporating a large white mist. Fuck! Pei Qing yelled angrily. It hurts so much. Veins popped up on Pei Qing's forehead. It was obvious that he was in unbearable pain, but his energy was never cut off. Water flowed out from the ground, reinforcing the surrounding waters again and again. Although the scope had been reduced a lot, it still maintained the most basic restraint at the feet of the demon dragon. Pei Qing, Meng Hu's voice came from the front, filled with anxiety and worry. Leave me alone. Pei Qing hissed in response, the blood on the corner of his mouth not drying up yet. The dragon is still trapped. You guys think of a way. Hui Yuncheng raised his head and glanced at the battle ahead. Although the demon dragon was held back for a moment by Pei Qing's waters and Qin Fenglei's attack, the binding force of the domain was significantly reduced after Pei Qing was injured. At this moment, it was swinging its tail wildly and slapping the surrounding water, trying to break free from the last restraint. Every time its tail swept the ground, a large amount of water was dispersed. It must be resolved as soon as possible. Qin Fenglei took a deep breath, made a fist with his right hand, and the purple thunder light regrouped at the edge of the fist. Understood. The 3 of them responded at the same time. Tiegong's eyes flashed, and the red-gold flames regrouped at the edge of his fist. He took a deep breath, and the blood in his body surged. The shadow of the Red Soul King ape appeared behind him, and his whole body's aura began to rise rapidly. Hui Yuncheng closed his eyes and activated his super sense with all his strength. In his sensory field of vision, the energy flow of the demonic dragon was like a complex map, and every meridian, every wound, and the weak point of every scale was clearly visible. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes suddenly. The demon dragon's left wing was hit by your thunder spear before, and the wound is still bleeding. It was stabbed at a 45-degree angle from below. Most of the scales in the wound have been broken, and the attack can penetrate directly into the flesh. Qin Fenglei nodded and then turned to his side. Taigang, you feint attack from the right side. I won't attack its vitals, but I will let it focus all its attention on me. Take advantage of that gap and take its head from the front. I don't believe it can survive even if you smash its head. Taigang grinned. Leave it to me. Meng Hu, Shi Wuguang. Qin Fenglei's voice rose a bit. Yes, they both responded in unison. Meng Hu and Shi Wuguang looked at each other. Then, Meng Hu grinned. Isn't this what I mean? I mean facing it head on. When did I, Meng Hu, ever retreat? Shi Wuguang didn't speak, just clenched his fists silently. Okay. Qin Fenglei nodded without any unnecessary nonsense. Get ready for action. The fourth round of attacks. He whispered, start. Meng Hu and Shi Wuguang took the lead in rushing towards the magic dragon. Earth-shattering claws. Meng Hu roared angrily, and the phantom tiger behind him shot out both claws, tearing the air, and directly took out the right forelimb joint of the demon dragon. Fist of fighting. Shi Wuguang attacked from the left. The lion-headed shadow opened its huge mouth, devouring the surrounding energy. He concentrated all the power in his right fist and used the devastating fist to hit the demon dragon's hind limbs and knees. The demon dragon let out an angry roar, slapped its front paws at Meng Hu, and swept its tail towards Shi Wuguang. At the same time, it opened its huge mouth and bit at the two of them with its fangs. Although its movement is a bit slower due to the constraints of the water, the terrifying power of the high-level Overlord level is still not something that the Territory Lord level can contend with head-on. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises exploded almost simultaneously. Meng Hu's tiger claws collided head-on with the demon dragon's front claws, causing a deafening roar. The phantom of the tiger's claws shattered inch by inch in the collision. Meng Hu was thrown away and rolled several times on the ground before he managed to hold himself up with the tiger's claws. The tiger's mouth cracked, and the bones of both arms made an overwhelming crunching sound. Shi Wuguang's fighting fist hit the magic dragon's hind leg joint, but it seemed like it hit a solid iron mountain. The force of the shock made his fists numb, and blood flowed out from the seams of his fists, but he still punched one after another without any pain, and finally left a deep crack on the demon dragon's scales. Roar! The demon dragon let out a howl of pain, and the injury to its hind limbs caused its center of gravity to tilt slightly. It turned its head angrily and bit Shi Wuguang, who fell to the ground. Dream! Shi Wuguang shouted angrily, stamped his feet on the ground, and turned over in the air, barely avoiding the deadly fangs. He staggered 2 steps when he landed, but his legs used strength again, and he advanced instead of retreating, and once again pounced on the dragon. Come again! Meng Hu also climbed up, clasping his claws, and the phantom of the tiger behind him looked up to the sky and howled. The two of them were trying their best, being knocked back again and rushing back again and again. Their attacks could not kill the demon dragon, or even cause substantial damage, but they did what Qin Fenglei asked, allowing the demon dragon to focus all its attention on them. That's it now. Qin Feng was thunderous. The crazy thunder warrior completely merged with him, and his right arm completely turned into a purple thunder light. The power of thunder was highly compressed and condensed into a short spear only as long as an arm. The tip of the spear was no longer a dazzling purple, but a deep purple that was compressed to the extreme and was almost black. It was the ultimate form of thunder after its metamorphosis, and it contained enough power to penetrate everything. Then his figure disappeared in place, leaving behind a dissipating purple electric arc. His true body had turned into a human-shaped lightning, tearing the air at the speed of thunder and flying towards the magic dragon. This was adding speed to the thunder spear. After reaching the best throwing position, Qin Fenglei clenched his right arm and threw it with all his strength. His muscles burst, and there was blood. The final song of thunder, break. TSK. Boom. The sound of splitting the air reached everyone's ears, followed closely by the sound of thunder and lightning exploding, making a loud noise. The thunder spear pierced through the cracks in the scales accurately, penetrated the flesh and blood, and directly hit the dragon's chest. The demonic dragon let out an unprecedented shrill roar, and its left wing hung down feebly. It had been cut off, with only a trace of flesh and blood remaining, and its huge body was somewhat overwhelmed. It turned its head furiously, opened its mouth wide, and a deep black light lit up deep in its throat again. This time the light was darker than any before, swallowing up the surrounding light, and it was obviously a full blow of demonic energy. Taigang, it's now! Qin Fenglei roared angrily, twisting himself in midair and dragging his stiff body to the side. The demon dragon's attention had been completely disrupted. First, his limbs were harassed by Shi Wuguang and Meng Hu, and then his wings and abdominal cavity were severely injured by Qin Fenglei. The demonic dragon opened its huge mouth and locked onto Qin Fenglei, who was dodging in the air. The gray-black demonic energy condensed rapidly in the depth of its throat, and it only had Qin Fenglei in its eyes. He didn't notice the figure rushing towards him at all. Taigang has been waiting for this moment for too long. Watching his teammates risk their lives to create opportunities for him, he must seize them. Long before Qin Fenglei launched his attack, he had already held his breath and concentrated all his power into his body one by one, standing aside like an ordinary person. The huge phantom of the Red Soul King ape no longer floated flamboyantly behind him, but completely sank into his body. All the power of the Red Soul King ape was integrated into Tiegong's body. The phantom and the human silhouette almost overlapped, achieving a state of unity between man and beast. Tiegong's strong muscles began to contract, but his whole body shrank by a full circle. This was not because Taigang had become weaker, but because he was using himself as the foundation to compress his whole body's strength, just to deliver the strongest blow, which would cause huge damage to the body. The red gold flame Ape King's battle armor circulates on the body's surface. His legs move forward and backward, and his center of gravity is pressed to the lowest. His whole body is like a fully drawn bow, gathering momentum to the limit, just waiting for this moment. The moment the demon dragon lowered its head and breathed out demonic energy, Taigang saw it. Those dark golden vertical pupils were condescendingly locking Qin Fenglei's eyes. The demon dragon's throat bulged, and the gray-black energy had been condensed to the extreme. In the next second, it would turn into a destructive torrent of demonic energy and engulf Qin Fenglei. The demon dragon is completely unaware of the greater threat on the side. At this moment, its head has no protection. Now, Tiegong's voice was very soft, so soft that only he could hear it. Then he moved. A deep pit with a diameter of several meters exploded on the spot, and gravel and dust were lifted several feet high by the airwaves. Tiegong's whole body was like a red-gold cannonball, rising into the sky in a nearly straight trajectory. His speed was extremely fast. It was not the grace and agility of the wind, nor the instant burst of thunder and lightning. It was simply releasing all the power compressed in his muscles, using his legs to turn the kinetic energy into potential energy, and soaring into the sky. His right fist condensed all the power of the Red Soul King ape. The red gold flame was highly compressed at the edge of the fist. The space around the fist's surface was slightly distorted, and the air buzzed and trembled due to the high temperature. Devil Dragon! Taigang roared angrily, his voice like thunder. Look here! The demonic dragon sensed the threat from the side, but it was too late. There was still unspurted demonic energy in its throat, and it had no time to close its huge mouth. The huge fire fist reflected in its huge pupils, and it instinctively tilted its head to avoid it. But Tiegong's fist is faster. The stars burn to the ground, and the sun shines through. This punch was aimed at the demon dragon's eyes, but it was dodged by the demon dragon and hit directly on the demon dragon's eye socket. Boom! The red gold flame exploded like a supernova, exploding in the face of the demon dragon. At that moment, the light even overshadowed the flames on Yi Xuance's battlefield in the distance, illuminating the entire valley. The flames exploded on the demon dragon's face like fireworks, spreading wildly from the contact point of the fist to the surroundings, drilling into the eye sockets, drilling into the gaps in the scales, and drilling into every inch of burning flesh and blood. Roar! The demon dragon let out an unprecedented shrill roar. The sound was no longer angry and domineering, but an uncontrollable pain. Its left eye exploded directly under that punch, and the eyeball exploded into a ball of blood mist. The scales around the eye socket were melted by the high temperature, revealing the charred bones underneath. The red-gold flames were still burning crazily on its face, spreading along the eye sockets and into the skull, burning the most fragile nerves and tissues inside. It's not over yet. Break it for me. Taigang was sweating profusely. His whole right arm was shaking, and the muscles were cracked to the bone, which was very scary. The dragon's huge body lost its balance. Its left wing was already injured and weak, and now its left eye was destroyed. The entire dragon fell to the left like a collapsed mountain. The limbs and the remaining right wing were moving wildly, and the severe pain caused by the wound made it lose its mind, causing it to struggle in place. Boom! The demonic dragon hit the ground hard, splashing gravel and dust all over the sky. Its limbs scraped wildly on the ground, and its tail swept wildly around, turning everything around it into powder. After losing one eye, it is no longer able to determine the enemy's position and can only use this indiscriminate violent attack to protect itself. Tiegang's right arm lost consciousness after that punch. He fell from the air and rolled several times on the ground before he stopped. He knelt on one knee and gasped for air. His right arm hung weakly by his side, and he was forced to cancel his transformation state. The clothes on his shoulders and cheeks had been burned to ashes, and the large area of burns was terrifying and hideous. His eyes were still staring at the violently struggling dragon, with a difficult smile on his lips. "It's your turn." His voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. Although Meng Hu and Shi Wuguang were covered in blood, their eyes erupted with an unprecedented fierce light. The moment the magic dragon fell, they already understood that this was an opportunity. Split the earth and collapse the mountain. Meng Hu roared and pounced on the right wing of the demon dragon. The tiger's claws tore at the wing membrane frantically, tearing open the scarred flesh and bone wing one after another. The dragon swung its right wing wildly in an attempt to swat him away, but he firmly held on to the wing bone and refused to let go as his whole body was dragged to the ground and tossed around. Shi Wuguang rushed up to the demon dragon's back from the side and climbed up along the bone spurs of the spine. The back of the demon dragon is the most difficult place for it to attack, and it is also the blind spot that is most easily ignored. Shi Wuguang climbed to the neck of the demon dragon, grabbed a bone spur with both hands, used all the power of the fighting fist, and punched the same position one after another. There was the gap between the cervical spine and the skull. His goal was to break the demon dragon's spine. Qin Fenglei took a deep breath, held his right hand empty again, and thunder suddenly appeared. This time, he did not condense it into a spear or a hammer, but turned all the thunder power into a purple arc as thin as a hair. The electric arc danced on his fingertips, as small as an embroidery needle, but its color, deep purple with a hint of weird blackness, made the surrounding air tremble violently. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, and the deep purple thunder changed qualitatively again, becoming even more terrifying black thunder. Qin Fenglei's eyes were locked on the broken eye sockets of the demon dragon, and he waved his hand gently, without making any big movements and quietly. The tiny dark purple electric arc shot straight into the sky, easily penetrated the dragon's jaw, and went straight through the top of its skull. Then it swept gently, drawing dozens of afterimages in the air. The roar stopped, and the dragon's body froze at this moment. Its limbs stopped waving, and its tail hit the ground heavily after the last sweep. It opened its huge mouth and wanted to let out the final roar, but it could not make a sound no matter what. Because its head was splitting, blood overflowed, and it was broken into several pieces of flesh and blood. Then it crashed down. The heavy body hit the ground, raising dust all over the sky. His limbs twitched twice and then stopped moving. The entire valley fell into a brief silence. "Fuck, good job, huh?" Taigang tremblingly raised his left arm that could still move and gave a thumbs up. Pei Qing and Hui Yuncheng were lying next to the tree trunk at the back. When they saw the death of the demon dragon, they both smiled. Hui Yuncheng twitched the corner of his mouth, closed his eyes, and cursed weakly. "Finally, he's dead." Meng, who let go of the dragon's wing bones, turned over and lay on his back in the gravel, his chest heaving violently, looking at the gray sky and gasping for air. His palms were almost numb, but he smiled happily. It feels so good. It feels so damn good. Shi Wuguang slid down from the demon dragon's back and supported the shaky Qin Fenglei. Well done, it's my turn now. Yi Xuanzi turned around, no longer paying attention to the situation of Qin Fenglei and others, and smiled when he looked at the 3 demon dragons trapped by his brilliant flame cage. The moment Yi Xuanzi turned around, the aura around him suddenly changed. He had been distracted before. Part of his energy was maintaining the brilliant flame cage to trap the 3 demonic dragons, while the other part of his energy was always paying attention to the battle situation on Qin Fenglei's side. At this moment, 6 of his men had worked together to kill a demonic dragon. Although everyone was injured, there was no loss of strength, and the last trace of worry in his heart also dissipated. It's my turn. His voice was very soft, as if he was talking to himself, but Qin Fenglei and others heard him clearly. There was no excitement or murderous intent in that tone, only a natural calmness, as if the next thing to do was not to kill 3 high-level overlord-level demonic dragons, but to clean up the battlefield casually. In the brilliant flame cage, 3 demonic dragons were struggling crazily. Their auras and bodies are no weaker than those of Qin Fenglei and others, and are even stronger. Their scales are thicker, and their demonic aura is richer. When Yi Xuanzi trapped them 1 against 3 just now, they did not feel a fatal threat. They just instinctively hated the red gold flame and the power of light contained in it. But at this moment, when Yi Xuanzi turned around and focused all his attention on them, the 3 dragons simultaneously felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. It was a tremor coming from deep within the blood. The Miracle Flame King, the son of the Flame Dragon, inherited the light power of the Holy Dragon of the Sky and the ultimate flame of the Flame Dragon. Light and fire are the energies that Warcraft fears most. At the same time, the purity of Miracle Flame King's dragon bloodline ranks at the forefront among the dragon beasts of the entire Holy Dragon dynasty. The 3 demon dragons in front of them have also been transformed by Han Fengyuan and blended with dragon blood. The dragon blood that could originally suppress most beast masters has become a weakness when facing genuine dragon beasts. Yi Xuanzi raised his right hand and spread his fingers slightly. The Miracle Flame King has long merged with him. The red gold dragon scale armor covers his whole body. The huge pair of flame-burning dragon wings behind him slowly spread out, and fine sparks scattered with every flap. Brilliant flame. He whispered these 2 words. In an instant, with him as the center, the red gold flames within a radius of several hundred meters began to shrink like living creatures. The Flame King's domain that had been rolled out previously covered a small half of the valley, trapping the 3 demonic dragons within it. At this moment, Yi Xuanzi voluntarily gave up the scope of his domain, in exchange for a sharp increase in density. The flames shrank from an overwhelming wave into red gold streams, flowing back to Yi Xuanzi from all directions. Each stream of flames contains the power of highly compressed flames, but the temperature in the surrounding air does not rise, but drops strangely. That is because the energy of the flames is perfectly controlled, not even a trace of heat escapes, and is all locked inside the red gold light. It's unbelievable. His Highness's control over flames is simply superb. I admire him. Taiging looked extremely excited. This was the realm he was pursuing. Well, His Highness already has king-level strength, and there is only 1 chance left. Although Qin Fenglei doesn't understand flames, he still has good eyesight. Everyone stared intently at the battle in the air, not wanting to miss any detail. The 3 dragons finally felt the threat of death. The leader, the demon dragon with the most powerful aura, roared up to the sky, and gray-black demonic aura surged wildly from the gaps in its scales, forming a dense shield around it, trying to resist the oppressive feeling that made its soul tremble. The other 2 demonic dragons also erupted with demonic energy at the same time, and the 3 demonic auras intertwined together, trying to break through the brilliant flame cage. But it was too late. Yi Xuanzi held his hands in front of him, and all the red gold flames gathered between his palms at this moment. The flame was only the size of a fist, and its entire body was an almost transparent red-gold color, with a dazzling white glow looming deep in its core. The surrounding space was violently distorted by the high temperature, as if even light could not escape. The phantom of the Miracle Flame King emerged behind him. It was a giant flame dragon that was 10 feet tall. Its entire body was covered with red gold scales, and every scale was burning with brilliant flames. Its dragon eyes looked down at the 3 demonic dragons below. There was no emotion in the eyes, only absolute suppression, like a high-ranking king looking down at the humble ants. Yixuanzi pushed forward with both hands. Miraculous flame dragon explosion. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire valley was illuminated in an instant. The fist-sized fireball turned into a roaring flame dragon, its entire body condensed from pure, brilliant flames. Every scale was clearly visible, and every dragon beard was dancing in the air. Wherever the flame dragon passed, the air was ignited. The gravel on the ground instantly melted into magma, and even the space showed distorted ripples visible to the naked eye under the high temperature. The largest demonic dragon was the first to bear the brunt. It tried its best to activate the demonic energy shield, and the gray-black demonic energy condensed into a thick shield in front of it. The remaining 2 demonic dragons also tried their best to release their demonic energy to block in front of them. Yanlong's speed is not very fast, but the pressure brought by each vibration of the wings is getting stronger and stronger. With just a light touch, the demonic shield evaporates instantly like ice and snow meeting the sun. The flame dragon penetrated the demonic energy, penetrated its entire body, penetrated through the thick dragon scales, and brought up a red-gold fire pillar, incinerating all flesh, bones, and demonic energy along the way. Before the dragon even had time to scream, a large transparent hole appeared in its chest. The wall of the cave was as smooth as a mirror, and the scales on the edge were melted into a glass shape by the high temperature. The flame dragon continued to castrate, and then penetrated the second demon dragon. The demon dragon subconsciously opened its huge mouth and wanted to bite, but the flame dragon got directly into its mouth and penetrated through the back of its head. Red gold flames exploded in its skull, instantly burning the brain to ashes. The huge body fell to the ground. Its limbs twitched twice and then stopped moving. The third demon dragon turned around and wanted to escape. Its wings flapped wildly, trying to break free from the cage of brilliant flames and fly away from this hunting ground. But Yanlong would not give it a chance at all. The moment it fluttered its wings and took off, Yanlong had already caught up with it, penetrated from the tail, and moved forward along the spine, destroying the entire spine together with the core of the demonic energy. Finally, the entire body was burned, leaving only a charred skeleton that sparsely fell from the air. The whole process only takes a few breaths. 3 high-level Overlord-level demonic dragons, 3 terrifying monsters that Qin Fenglai and the 6 of them could barely kill with their combined efforts, were like paper in front of Yixuanzi, and were killed with one move. Yixuanzi retracted his hands, and the shadow of the Miracle Flame King behind him gradually faded away, and the red gold dragon scale armor around him disappeared into his body again. He stood there, his chest rising and falling slightly. This move still consumed a lot of energy, but there was a cheerful smile on his lips. "Your Highness, Neo," Taiging shouted, his voice hoarse but filled with pleasure. Yixuanzi turned around and glanced at the 6 men. Everyone was seriously injured, but everyone stood tenaciously. "Are they all still standing?" Yixuanzi asked. Qin Fenglai straightened his back, and his left arm, which had been eroded by the demonic energy, turned pitch black, but his voice was still loud and clear. "This demonic dragon wants to knock us down, but it's not even close." The remaining 5 people didn't say much, but their eyes were firm. Yixuanzi nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. As expected of a soldier of our holy dragon dynasty. Rest on the spot, dispel the demonic energy, and recover from the injury." Yixuanzi looked at Qin Fenglai's left arm, and then glanced at Tiegong's torn right shoulder, frowning slightly. "Especially you two. If the demonic energy is not dissipated, and the injury has not been treated, don't move forward." "Yes," the 2 replied. "I feel like I'm about to break through. Although this battle is a bit thrilling, the improvement it brings is also great." Qin Fenlei took out several blood-colored elixirs from his arms and sat down on the spot. When I recover from my injuries, I will probably be able to break through to the intermediate overlord level. Let me go. You run really fast. Every breakthrough is ahead of me. Taiging cursed. I feel like I'm almost there, but you still beat me to it. Although the remaining 4 people were injured, they also benefited a lot. At the overlord level, it is difficult to break through with treasures, because at this time, most of the pet beasts have actually reached the peak of the potential of their own species, and there is no possibility of further evolution. Therefore, if you want to break through, you can only squeeze your own potential again and again, gain new insights in battles every time, and use rare treasures to quickly break through at the overlord level. At this point, the crisis has been temporarily lifted, and everyone is still feeling very relaxed, because they feel in their hearts that they already have the strength to deal with the crisis in this core secret area. However, I always feel that the core area has become different. Yi Xuanzi stood on the gravel with his arms folded and looked into the depths of the secret realm. The already mysterious core area has been shrouded in a layer of fog, making it difficult to see the truth clearly. In a dark bunker, the lights were dim, and only a large screen glowed with dazzling light. If you look closely, there are many red dots flashing on it. Han Fengyuan was sitting on a chair, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, tasting it elegantly, looking at the screen and seeming to be talking to himself. Haha, Yi Xuanzi is really strong. My most masterpiece test product, the dragon, was destroyed by him almost in an instant. I can't wait to catch him and dissect him. You're dreaming. The second brother and the third brother will definitely destroy your monsters and successfully pass through the secret realm. Once you get out, you will be dead, came Yi Haochen's voice. Han Fengyuan turned around and looked around. Behind the huge bunker, there were actually a lot of bottles and cans filled with liquids of different colors. As for Yi Haochen, he was tied tightly to a chair and couldn't break free. Looking from both sides, the figures of Lu Jun and Zhou Jinshan also emerged. They had fallen into coma and were put into different huge jars. They were connected to many tubes and finally concentrated in a crystal. A few drops of liquid were dripped in from time to time, proving that the device was running. Yi Haochen let out an angry roar. After Han Fengyuan brought them to this dark bunker, he completely showed his identity as a madman, forcefully invading the mental space of Lu Jun and Zhou Jinshan. The glass energy core captured the contracted beasts and natal beasts, extracted their blood, condensed it into crystals, and finally used it for experiments. You are so naive. I am a king-level beastmaster. Your brothers are only at the peak of the overlord level. You don't think they can surpass me, do you? Han Fengyuan looked at Yi Haochen with a smile, thinking that he was ridiculously cute, and he was still a child. So what? This is the Imperial City. If you dare to enter the Holy Dragon secret realm, you will be dead. Don't say you are a king. There is more than one Emperor-level beastmaster here. Do you think you can beat the Emperor-level beastmaster? Yi Haochen was captured and knew that he would not survive. Now he is fearless and taunting him all the time. I can't beat the Imperial Beastmaster, but I may not die. Han Fengyuan seemed unusually calm from beginning to end, and then asked a question. Aren't you ever curious about how I got in? Yi Haochen was stunned for a moment. Yes. How did Han Fengyuan enter the secret realm of the Holy Dragon? This place is not an ordinary secret realm. Only the Emperor can control the door to the secret realm. Even if you want to break through the power of space and enter it, you must meet 2 conditions. First, you must be able to break the space. At the very least, you must have the destructive power of an Emperor-level beast. Second, you must know the coordinates of the secret realm. How did you get in? Yi Haochen was trembling all over and suddenly felt a chill. Did the royal family underestimate Han Fengyuan's strength? Has the cult's infiltration into the Holy Dragon dynasty reached a terrifying level? Then how did you get in? Yi Haochen was puzzled, but then he seemed to remember something. No matter how unbelievable the result was, that might be the real answer. Be bold, you've already guessed it. Han Fengyuan watched Yi Haochen shake his head slightly, the corners of his mouth trembling, and then fell into silence. Haha. Actually, I can come in only because of His Majesty the Emperor. He personally sent me in. Now you are the 3rd person to know about this. Do you feel happy? Han Fengyuan straightened Yi Haochen's head and said, looking into his eyes. No, it's impossible. Why would my father do this? You must be lying to me. Yi Haochen's head was pinched by Han Fengyuan, but his eyes were incredibly angry. Hey, poor child, he doesn't even know who his father is. Han Fengyuan's face was full of pity. Yi Haochen was stunned, his brain was confused, and he couldn't believe what Han Fengyuan said. You're lying. You must be lying. You must be lying to me. Yi Haochen's eyes were about to burst. Do I need to lie to a dead person? I'm not that evil yet. Han Fengyuan casually pulled up a chair and sat down next to Yi Haochen, pointing to the big screen not far away. Look, what are all the red dots on it? Yi Haochen followed Han Fengyuan's finger and saw that there were about 100 red dots flashing, and they were basically clustered together at 6 or 7 points, evenly distributed to various places on the map. Hard. Is it the location information of each of us? Yi Haochen exclaimed. Clever. Han Fengyuan smiled. From the moment you enter the secret realm, every move is under my control, so none of you can escape. Why? Why is this happening? Yi Haochen was puzzled. That's naturally because of your tokens. Each of your tokens is actually equipped with a special positioning device, which can accurately locate your location in the secret realm. As for where the token comes from, I don't need to explain it to you. Yi Haochen smiled bitterly. The token was naturally handed to them by his father personally to record points, but he didn't expect it to be a life-threatening charm. Why? Why would father kill us? Yi Haochen shook his head. He couldn't figure it out. Why? Haha. I'm actually surprised that he would make this choice. I can only say that he is a crazier person than me, so crazy that he has lost his mind, and he is very courageous. Han Fengyuan thought of the scene when the man approached him, and he was still shocked by his thoughts. However, Han Fengyuan had no reason to refuse, because he could not defeat the emperor, and what the emperor asked him to do was also what he wanted to do. So the two reached a cooperation on this, planning and formulating such a large game of chess. Dip. During the conversation, a beep came from the device behind him. Oh, it's ready. My new test subject is ready. Han Fengyuan looked towards the depths of the bunker. Demonic dragons were arranged one after another. Different from the demonic dragons that everyone had encountered before, the dragon aura on their bodies was more intense. Some exuded the aura of frost, some exuded the aura of Gengjin, and the aura of thick earth. Obviously, these are new magic dragons made based on the blood of Lu He and the other three, and Han Fengyuan's technology is more mature, and he can produce them in batches without having to do it himself, which is simply terrifying. Now, the hunting officially begins. Han Fengyuan stared at the screen and showed a cruel smile. At the same time, the battlefield in the core area also officially kicked off. In addition to Yi Haochen's group, other groups of players also entered the core area one after another. The third prince, Yi Xuanzi, has killed 4 demonic dragons and is closest to the core area. However, many members are injured and have no idea of moving forward. The second prince and his party had the largest number of people, Yi Xiaoming, who was at the peak of the Overlord level, and a total of 9 Overlord level players. They were entering the core area unhurriedly, taking every step with extreme caution. Finally, after going 10 kilometers deeper, they encountered the same 4 high-level Overlord-level demonic dragons. However, when facing Yi Xiaoming and his party, the situation seemed to be reversed. 4 Overlord-level high-level demonic dragons. Can you do it? Yi Xiaoming looked at the 4 demonic dragons surrounding them. He was not worried at all. Instead, he asked the people behind him, I can deal with one by myself. Su Genie stared at one of the dragons and felt it carefully before speaking. Don't force it. Yi Xiaoming was a little surprised. You must know that Su Genie is on a different level from the other party, but he understands Su Genie, and he will not speak about things he is not sure about. It's interesting to have a little challenge. Qingyu and I will get one. Cui Jingming said with a smile. I'm not as strong as Su Genie, so it's better to be safe. Okay. Yi Xiaoming nodded, then looked at the remaining 6 people. The 6 of them looked at each other briefly and decided to form groups of 3 or 3. Zhao Hingchuan, Zhou Yuanlang. You 2 team up with me and kill one. Wei Fenghua's crisp voice sounded. No problem. The 2 nodded. After all, Wei Fenghua was much stronger than them. Haha. You have all chosen. Then there are only 3 of us left, Qian Shiji and Lu Qingfeng. We will form a group of 3. Zheng Yinfeng laughed and didn't care. Yi Xiaoming nodded. Although these dragons are not simple and they may not be able to defeat them, with him in charge, there will be no problem. Then go ahead and seize the opportunity. Yi Xiaoming gave the order. The 9 people disappeared in an instant. They were all true geniuses trained by various aristocratic families. They were not playboys. They all had real abilities, and their own inheritance was not weak. They were naturally not afraid of dragons that were stronger than themselves. The 4 demon dragons roared one after another. Unexpectedly, the prey in front of them dared to challenge themselves. The black dragon wings vibrated and roared out. Light of the sky. Yi Xiaoming's whole body emitted golden light, and then used himself as a node to divide 4 golden light areas, dividing the 4 magic dragons. So far, the 4 battlefields do not interfere with each other. The magic dragon slammed the golden light barrier, but it had no effect, and even hurt itself, so it could only focus on the enemies in the same area as itself. Broyu Tyrannosaurus, transform. Su Genie was the first to take action, and his whole body was covered by thunder. A huge thunder dragon flew out and combined with it, turning into a dark blue dragon scale armor covering his whole body. Only his head and hands had the characteristics of a dragon, making him look like a thunder warrior. Crazy Thunder Field, open. The area where Su Genie was standing was suddenly covered with dark clouds, strong winds, and thunder suddenly appeared, full of momentum. He was not at a disadvantage in the face of the high-level, overlord-level magic dragon. Roar! The demon dragon roared and began to release its demonic energy, trying to crush the ants in front of it. Then, Su Genie moved. He didn't give the demon dragon time to react. He kicked off his legs, and the wide dark blue dragon wings behind him flew through the air with thunder and had already arrived in front of the demon dragon. Thunder Fist. The muscles of Su Genie's right arm were bulging high, and the veins were protruding, like a horned dragon entrenched with arcing lightning and lightning, heading straight for the dragon's head. When facing an unknown monster, hitting its head is always the right thing to do. I don't believe you can still move without your head. But it's a pity that the demon dragon's realm suppression is still there after all, and its speed is still much faster than Su Genie. Facing the close Su Genie, he twists his body and the huge dragon tail sweeps towards him with great force. Boom! With a loud noise, Su Genie's body flew backwards. He turned around several times in the air before he stabilized his body. His right arm was shaking slightly, but the dragon was motionless. However, if he looked carefully, he could see that the dragon's tail had become slightly dented and charred. This is interesting, come again. Su Genie seemed to be inspired to fight. His momentum increased instead of decreasing, and he turned into a thunder and charged forward again. 1 person and 1 dragon, 1 blue and 1 black, collided fiercely in the air, but only Yi Xiaoming saw this scene. The Poyu Tyrannosaurus has indeed shown greater strength in Su Genie's hands, and it already has a hint of the power of the storm dragon. Yi Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction, and then turned his attention to the other side. The 2 Chui brothers cooperated in a tacit understanding, pulling the demon dragon in a flanking attack, first consuming it, then exerting its force, and finally delivering a fatal blow. Behemoth Realm Town. Chui Jingming's height skyrocketed. His arms turned into huge bear claws and slammed onto the ground, and a pressure from the bloodline fell on the demon dragon. Brother, this monster has the blood of a dragon, and the suppressive effect of your domain on it has been significantly weakened. Chui Qingyu said, I'm here to help you. Xianfeng Realm, open. Chui Qingyu burst out with green light, and wisps of breeze came over, covering the entire area. The superimposed effect of the 2 fields was still extremely obvious. The demon dragon's speed has obviously slowed down. With the blessing of the Xianfeng domain, the 2 of them are faster and can face the demon dragon's breath more easily. Well done, you assist me first, and I'll consume its power up close. Chui Jingming bumped his fists, ready to attack at any time. No problem. There are 2 brothers, Chui Jingming and Chui Qingyu. The elder brother is extremely violent in melee attacks, while the younger brother is agile and elegant in long-range attacks. Xianfeng go. In the field, under Chui Qingyu's control, Qingfeng came to Chui Jingming's feet, making Chui Jingming faster. Tearing claws. Cui Jingming himself didn't use much effort and was dragged up by a wisp of wind, flying faster and faster. However, he did not go straight to the head of the demon dragon, but instead chose the huge dragon wings behind it. Cui Jingming's tactics were very simple. He also knew that it was impossible for two people to kill the dragon simply, so he had to knock it down first and damage its movements first. Lift me up. Less than 10 meters away from the demon dragon, the demon dragon had already raised its giant claws. When they were about to collide with each other in the next second, Cui Jingming shouted, "Coming!" Cui Qingyu pushed with all his strength, and the wind pillar suddenly rose under Cui Jingming's feet, instantly lifting Cui Qingyu's body several meters, and he was already on the back of the demon dragon. Ding! There was a loud noise. Cui Jingming's huge claws had emitted 3 white lights and collided with the left wing of the demon dragon, making a clanking sound of metal collision. Roar! The dragon roared in pain. The left wing was injured, the scales were cracked, and blood was oozing out. Compared with the right wing, it was obviously unable to be lifted. Great, it works. The two of them looked happy. However, the demon dragon was also enraged, with strong black demonic energy coming out of its body, and then prepared to launch a counterattack. Yi Xiaoming witnessed the whole process and gave high praise to the cooperation between the two. The two brothers cooperate so well. This is the result of more than 10 years of accumulation. They can formulate tactics in just a few breaths and make temporary changes during the battle. They are unexpected and perfectly coordinated. They are really strong. Yi Xiaoming no longer pays attention. He is more concerned about the remaining 6 people. Their strength is relatively weak, and they will be seriously injured or even die if they are not careful. Wei Fenghua, Zhao Hengchuan, and Zhou Yuanlang formed a team of 3. The 3 were of similar strength and surrounded the demon dragon in a triangular position. However, the cooperation between the 3 was obviously not as good as that of the Cui brothers, and the 3 of them fought independently. The demon dragon became very irritable after being forcibly separated by Yi Xiaoming. At this moment, facing 3 ants, the dark golden vertical pupils flashed with cold, murderous intent. What is rare is that neither Malong nor Wei Fenghua acted rashly. Malong seemed to be thinking about who to capture first. As for Wei Fenghua and the others, they were thinking about how to organize an attack. How should we fight against the overlord-level high-level demonic dragon? Zhao Hengchuan lowered his voice, and his body was surrounded by emerald green light. He had completed the transformation with his pet beast, the wood spirit dragon. Zhou Yuanlang's face was extremely solemn, even a little fearful. He moved his shoulders unconsciously. There was an injury there. It was the injury left by the magic wolf sneak attack when he last explored the core area. Although it has been treated, it will take time to fully recover to its peak. How to fight? Are the 3 of us going together? Zhou Yuanlang didn't have much cooperation with them, so he could only ask this. Zhou Yuanlang, you are responsible for the harassment. Wei Fenghua glanced at him and said in a voice as cold as a spring, your injury is not healed yet, so don't get close. I know. Zhou Yuanlang spread his hands. I am just an errand boy, and you are the main force. I will be responsible for the main attack. Zhao Hengchuan, you will be responsible for controlling the dragon's actions. Wei Fenghua took on the big responsibility. Zhao Hengchuan nodded. I will go all out, but I'm not sure how long I can control it. I will assist you. It would be a shame if neither of us could control him. Zhou Yuanlang volunteered. Wei Fenghua didn't speak anymore. Since he had already decided, let's test it out first. You can't just wait and see. Angel, come. Her voice was low, and a golden light exploded in her body. Behind her, a shadow of an angel appeared, with a holy body, 6 wings stretched out, holding a golden giant sword with both hands, and a majestic light shining in his eyes. The angel's shadow merged with Wei Fenghua. Her figure was slightly taller, and her whole body was shrouded in a faint golden halo. 6 holy wings of light also spread out behind her. The golden sword in her hand glowed brightly, exuding a heart-stopping sharpness. After the transformation was completed, Wei Fenghua now looked like a female war goddess, wearing golden armor and holding a long sword, floating in the air. She took a step forward and pointed the sword at the magic dragon. Holy Light Realm, open. The golden light suddenly spread with her as the center, instantly covering the entire area. The light was soft and warm, but it contained the absolute suppression of all evil things. The demon dragon let out an angry roar and stared at Wei Fenghua with its dark, golden vertical pupils. The power of the holy light obviously had a restraining effect on the demonic energy in its body. Roar! With a roar, the dragon moved first. The demon dragon faced 3 people, and it had already made a choice. The one with the golden light in front of it was the one that threatened the most. Its huge body was like a discharged cannonball heading towards Wei Fenghua. The huge right claw was raised high, and the sharp claw tip was condensed with rich gray-black demonic energy. It tore through the air and let out an ear-piercing scream, hitting Wei Fenghua directly. Let's go through our level first, and then talk about it. Zhou Yuanlong's reaction was faster. The golden-winged rock merged with him instantly, and a pair of huge eagle wings sprouted from his back. Each feather was as metallic as a steel blade. Although he was injured, it did not affect his long-range attacks at all, as long as he did not engage in close combat. At the same moment when the demon dragon moved, he moved first. His wings shook fiercely, and countless golden feathers poured out like a rainstorm. Golden feather blade. The golden feather blades were overwhelming, each one as sharp as a knife, and extremely fast. Almost in an instant, they poured down on the dragon's head like a rainstorm. The demon dragon was counterattacked and let out a roar. Black, demonic energy spurted out, easily destroying all the feather blades. However, Zhou Yuanlong's purpose was not to hurt the demon dragon, but to block its attack. That's it now. Zhao Hengchuan formed a seal with his hands, and emerald green light flowed in his palms. The wood spirit entangles. The demon dragon stagnated, and its forward body was suddenly dragged by a force. The ground beneath its feet suddenly cracked, and countless thick vines rushed out from the cracks. Each one was as thick as an adult's arm, and then spirally twisted into a thicker vine, wrapping around all the limbs of the demon dragon. The demon dragon let out a roar, exerted force on its limbs, and the dragon wings also exerted force. The vines broke under its huge force, but green light continued to emerge from Zhao Hengchuan's hands, and more vines burst out of the ground like crazy. I know I can't hold you back, so I will keep consuming you. Zhao Hengchuan's eyes were firm, and his energy poured out desperately. The demon dragon's movements were obviously a bit slower. It turned its head angrily, opened its huge mouth in the direction of Zhao Hengchuan, and a dazzling gray-black light lit up deep in its throat. Be careful of the demonic energy spitting out. Zhou Yuanling shouted. I'm coming. Wei Fenghua moved. As early as when Zhou Yuanling shot the golden feather blade, and Zhao Hengchuan released the wood spirit entanglement, she was already gathering momentum. At this moment, the lines on the golden sword have become extremely bright. The golden light on the sword is no longer spreading softly, but has converged into an extremely solid sword beam. The light at the tip of the sword has even faintly glowed white. In the holy light realm, all the golden light is converging towards her. The light wings stretched out, and the angel's shadow almost completely overlapped with hers. At that moment, her whole body seemed to turn into an unsheathed holy sword. The anger breaks through the sky. Her voice was cold and solemn, and she slashed with her sword. This sword has no fancy moves or complicated techniques. It is just the purest vertical slash. But where the sword light passed, the air was split into 2. The sword light was half-moon-shaped, entirely golden, with a blazing white core at its core, representing the ultimate light. Its slashing speed is not very fast, at least much slower than Zhou Yuanlong's golden feather blade, but the power brought by the skill is more than half a star stronger. The magic dragon felt threatened, and it began to struggle desperately to break away from the wood spirit vines on its feet, ignoring the golden feather blades that were still coming from the air. Now it just wanted to smash the sword light in front of it into pieces. Don't even think about running away. Zhao Hengchuan growled, the light in his eyes almost overflowing. And me? Zhou Yuanlong's figure flashed from the side, and the feather blade struck out even more desperately, hitting various places on the demon dragon's body. At this time, the sword light has arrived. Boom! The golden half-moon sword light accurately struck the connection between the demon dragon's neck and torso. The sword light collided with the demon dragon's scales. The sword light broke through the scales and cut into the flesh. The blood flowed out and was evaporated by the holy light, making a loud, chirping sound. The demon dragon let out an unprecedented shrill roar. This was the power of light it hated most. The demon dragon began to flip its body around crazily. Its huge dragon claws were filled with monstrous, demonic energy. With one slap, the holy sword that was slashed at the neck was shattered into pieces. Ordinary magical beasts or pet beasts suffered such a blow and would be half dead or half disabled. But the vitality of the overlord-level demon dragon was so strong that even after suffering such a severe injury, it was still as if nothing happened. Even though it was painful, its actions were not affected at all. It launched a counterattack in an instant, and the demonic energy flew out. Zhou Yuanlong's pupils shrank, and he stepped back. This beast's life is too hard. Block with spirit shield. Zhao Hengchuan fought hard. Wei Fenghua was not afraid, and then swung his sword to chop it into pieces. After all, the magic dragon is stronger than us, so continue to organize attacks. Okay. Zheng Yinfeng, Qian Shiji, and Lu Qingfeng also did not have a tacit cooperation, and all three of them were the main combatants, and their style of play only had one word. Dry. Earth-shattering demon bear, transform. Zheng Yinfeng was the first to roar. His figure soared to 6 meters, as high as 2 stories, with earth-yellow rock armor covering his whole body, and his arms turned into a pair of huge bear paws. Zheng Yunfeng's transformation is different from others. He transforms into a beast form, more like the earth-splitting demonic bear itself. Netherworld Black Snake, merge. Black light surged around Qian Shiji's body. Curved snake-shaped blades appeared in his hands, and his legs turned into a huge snake tail, moving faster on the ground. Lu Qingfeng didn't say anything, and the green feathered phoenix turned into a blue long sword and fell into his hand. The dragon roared and rushed towards him. The earth splits, and the mountain collapses. Zheng Yunfeng faced him head-on, and the bear's paw and the dragon's claw collided with each other. There was a muffled explosion, and the ground under Zheng Yunfeng's feet cracked, and his legs sank half a foot into the stone. However, the power of the demonic dragon was far superior to him. After only a second, Zheng Yunfeng was knocked away by the dragon's claws, and his whole body was smashed into the rubble. Netherworld Thorn. Qian Shiji took advantage of the gap between the demon dragon's attack on Zheng Yunfeng, and his arms turned into 2 black rays of light, piercing the demon dragon's abdomen. The dragon flicked its tail and swept across at an alarming speed. Qian Shiji had no time to dodge and could only cross his arms to block it. The snake-shaped blade collided with the dragon's tail, and Qian Shiji flew backwards with a groan. After landing, he retreated dozens of meters before barely regaining his balance, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The phoenix dances and sets the prairie fire on fire. Lu Qingfeng drew out his sword, and the green sword light turned into blue flames that filled the sky and poured down towards the demon dragon's head. The demon dragon raised its head and breathed out demonic energy. The gray and black collided with the green flames, making a hissing sound. The demonic energy obviously gained the upper hand, and the green flames were quickly eroded. Lu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly, and he retreated sharply. A wave of demonic energy passed over his shoulder, and a gap was opened in the body-protecting sword energy. Zheng Yunfeng climbed up from the gravel and spat blood. "Grandma, this dragon is really strong. Come again." The earth is shattered and the mountains are shattered. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Yunfeng gathered his strength and rushed forward with heavy steps. He struck out with his bear's paw continuously. Each blow was powerful and heavy, but when it hit the demon dragon, it only left a shallow white mark. The demon dragon counterattacked with a claw, and he was sent flying again. Qian Shiji crossed his hands. The shadow of the black snake appeared behind him, and a black water arrow shot into the eyes of the demon dragon. Shimming water arrow. The dragon tilted its head, and the water arrow flew out against the scales. It did not hit the dragon's eyes, but the blow had some effect. The scales that were touched quickly fell off, revealing part of the flesh and blood inside. The demon dragon retorted, and a beam of demonic energy sprayed out. Qian Shiji dodged quickly. The beam of light grazed his side and hit the ground, exploding a hole several feet deep. Lu Qingfeng flew high and slashed with the Qingfeng sword continuously. Each sword was extremely tricky, slashing towards the demon dragon's head, neck, dragon wings, and other weak points. But the defense of the demon dragon was too thick. Lu Qingfeng stabbed the demon dragon more than 10 times in a row, leaving only a few innocuous blood marks on the demon dragon's body. Instead, the demon dragon swiped at him with a claw. Although he blocked it with his sword, it was so shocked that his jaws cracked, and the Qingfeng sword almost slipped away. The three of them were forced back again, each taking a breath. Zheng Yunfeng's arms were numb, and the rock armor was covered with cracks. Qian Shiji's aura was disordered, and the shadow of the mysterious snake behind him dimmed a bit. Lu Qingfeng's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and the blood from the tiger's mouth dripped down the hilt. The three of them fought around the demon dragon for dozens of rounds, using all their skills in turn. Although the demon dragon had dozens of scars on its body, there was not a single fatal injury. The dragon's movements were still fast and fierce, and its devilish energy was still abundant. There was even a hint of jest in its dark, golden vertical pupils. It understood that the three people in front of it were nothing more than ants and could not break through the defense at all. Qian Shiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "We can't use it up." Zheng Yunfeng gritted his teeth, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. If 3 junior beast masters could kill a high-level monster, then the monster would have ceased to exist long ago. If you want to kill it, you have to fight hard. The three of them looked at each other and nodded to each other. Zheng Yunfeng took the lead in stimulating the blood energy in his body, and a layer of blood appeared in the earthy yellow light. Qian Shiji and Lu Qingfeng followed closely behind. Blood mist appeared in the black light and green flame at the same time, and the aura of the three people began to rise. "That's enough." Yi Xiaoming's voice came from high in the sky, calm but with unquestionable majesty. A golden light fell from the sky and landed gently between the three people and the dragon, turning into a barrier to separate the two parties. "Your Highness." Zheng Yunfeng was stunned. "This is just a demon dragon. There is no need to fight desperately." Yi Xiaoming stood in front of the barrier, with his back to the three of them, and said calmly, "You have done a good job." Then, a golden light lit up, and the Tianyu holy dragon, which was even bigger than the demon dragon, flew out. Its golden scales were neatly arranged on its body, for sharp claws were hidden in the clouds, and there were dragon horns on the dragon beast. Its golden pupils stared blankly at the demon dragon, coercive and domineering. The originally arrogant demon dragon suddenly withered and trembled on its knees on the ground. The light of heaven. Golden light suddenly appeared in Tianyu Shenglong's pupils, turning into a slender beam of light that shot straight out, penetrating the demon dragon's head with one blow. The body of the demonic dragon froze suddenly, and gray-black demonic energy surged out from the wound and then evaporated in the light. The huge dragon body fell to the ground, splashing a piece of dust, and made no more noise. One blow. The three of them were silent. Zheng Yunfeng looked down at his still trembling arm, and then at the body of the demon dragon that was killed by one blow on the ground. His lips moved, but he said nothing. Lu Qingfeng sheathed his sword and nodded slightly. "Thank you, Your Highness." Yi Xiaoming waved his hand and glanced at the other three battlefields. "You should watch more of their battles and learn more." The three of them followed Yi Xiaoming's direction and happened to see the fierce battle between Su Jini, the Cui brothers, and Wei Fenghua. Among them, Su Jini's battle was the most intense, and the three of them were dumbfounded. They had seen the battle between him and Wang Chen on the martial arts field. They were both in the same realm, and they didn't have much emotion yet. But now watching the scene of Su Jini pressing down the demon dragon and beating him, it was really shocking. Su Jini also transformed into the form of a Tyrannosaurus. He was nearly 10 meters tall, almost the same as the dragon. Every step of his thick lower limbs could create a big hole in the ground. Every punch was accompanied by a sonic boom. His speed was extremely fast. His body was like lightning. He could throw hundreds of punches in 1 second and hit different parts of the dragon. "Hey, the gap is too big." Zheng Yunfeng and Qian Shiji smiled bitterly, but Lu Qingfeng was the only one who was full of fighting spirit. However, The demon dragon is not a vegetarian. It fights back just as fast and fiercely, and it actually knows how to be patient and often deliberately resists Su Genie's injuries, just waiting for an opportunity to slap Su Genie into the ground with one claw. Broken Yulei Prison. Su Genie shouted loudly, and his fist shot out like fireworks, hitting the demon dragon's body, causing its scales to crack and its muscles to dent. The dragon was in pain and quickly fought back. It's strange. I remember that Su Genie clearly has stronger moves. Why not use them? Zheng Yunfeng observed for a moment and noticed something was wrong. You discovered it. Yi Xiaoming chuckled. Su Genie is ready to break through. Breakthrough? The three of them were shocked. Breakthrough in combat. Unbelievable. Zheng Yunfeng swallowed. Did he deliberately not use stronger moves, force himself to fight hard, and stimulate his potential in a desperate situation to break through to the mid-level overlord level? This is completely risking your life, Qian Shiji said. Moreover, facing an enemy more powerful than yourself, you can deliberately suppress your strength to create a desperate situation. This is not something that everyone can do. Lu Qingfeng was sincerely impressed. Yes, Su Genie's talent can be ranked high even in the history of our dynasty. Yi Xiaoming seemed to feel something as he said it, and then his eyes lit up. Here he comes. Ah! During the battle, Su Genie was completely suppressed by the demonic dragon, and his body suffered heavy blows. The lightning on the huge dragon body was looming, as if it was accumulating strength, and then let out a roar. Dark blue lightning burst out from Su Genie's body along with black arc light. Su Genie, who was deep in the pit, suddenly punched and smashed the demon dragon's head into pieces with one punch. The battlefield was changing rapidly, and none of the three people expected that the battle would end so quickly. Haha, so happy. Su Genie was in surprisingly good condition. His injuries were healing quickly, and his aura had obviously reached the mid-level overlord level. I'll go. This is too fierce. One punch will kill you instantly. Zheng Yunfeng's jaw dropped in shock. Good job. Yi Xiaoming waved his hand and lifted the barrier. It's all expected. Aren't they over yet? Su Genie shook his head and asked casually. Soon. As soon as Yi Xiaoming finished speaking, the Cui brothers also ended the battle. The two of them relied on perfect cooperation and unexpected temporary changes to beat the demon dragon extremely uncomfortable and scarred. Extreme cold storm. Xianfeng Ranwo. The two of them took action at the same time, and when their skills were superimposed on each other, the power reached the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. The huge demonic dragon completely lost control and was forcibly blown into the air, unable to move. The shadows of their natal beasts lit up behind the two Cui brothers at the same time, and the power of their skills increased again. The ice crystals accompanied by the snowstorm had completely surrounded the demon dragon. Under the urging of the mysterious wind, thousands of ice crystals penetrated the scales and entered the flesh every second, freezing it. After a while, the storm stopped, and the original demon dragon had turned into an ice sculpture. From the scales on the outside to the flesh and blood inside, everything turned into ice and then collapsed. Yes, the cooperation between these two people is still so strong. The leapfrog challenge is not difficult for them at all. Su Genie is very familiar with the two of them, but every time he sees them working together, he can't help but applaud. Haha, I'm ashamed. The two of us can't beat you as fast as you alone. Cui Jingming and Cui Jingming looked a little tired, but they still looked very excited. It's over for the three of you too? So soon. Cui Qingyu looked at Zheng Yunfeng and the other two people who were unharmed on the side with some doubts. No way. His Highness took action. The three of us can't handle it. Zheng Yunfeng smiled bitterly. I'm just saying, forget it if you can't beat Su Genie. If you're slower than you, that's outrageous. Cui Qingyu joked. What do you mean? Haha, just kidding. You didn't see it just now, but Su Genie made a breakthrough in the battle and killed the dragon in one move. Zheng Yunfeng said. Huh. The Cui brothers suddenly became dissatisfied. This was so shocking. Don't try it easily. Su Genie's time has come. Just let nature take its course. Yi Xiaoming advised, lest the two of them do something unexpected. Okay, but I feel like I'm about to break through. Cui Jingming couldn't help but feel a little competitive in his heart. Wait a moment. Wei Fenghua and the others are about to finish. Su Genie said. In the only remaining battlefield, Wei Fenghua and the others were obviously tired. Every attack from the demon dragon required them to respond with all their strength. In high-intensity battles, energy was consumed extremely quickly. However, Wei Fenghua's angel beast is naturally capable of restraining demonic beasts, so it can repeatedly injure the demonic dragon in successive battles. There are sword marks everywhere on the demon dragon's body now, which cannot be eliminated. The power of light penetrates deeply into the demon dragon's flesh and blood, continuing to bring pain to the demon dragon. The dragon is already dying. It's time to put an end to it. Wei Fenghua gasped. No problem. Do we still need to control it? Zhao Hengchuan asked. No need. The three of us will explode with all our strength. Wei Fenghua said. In the previous battle, her attacks basically landed on the wings and chest of the demon dragon. This had a serious impact on its movements, and it basically had no energy left to escape. No problem. Why don't you just explode with all your strength? Let's do it. Zhou Yuanlong's golden light shined brightly, mobilizing the remaining strength in his body. I need to accumulate strength. You two go first and buy me time. Wei Fenghua raised his sword and began to restrain his breath. Okay, it's up to you whether you can chop it to death. Zhao Hengchuan and Zhou Yuanlang looked at each other, then took a step forward and stood in front of Wei Fenghua. Then I'll come first. Zhou Yuanlong's golden wings behind his back shook, soaring straight into the sky, emitting golden light like the sun, and then swooped down. The golden rock breaks the sky. I'm coming too. Zhao Hengchuan waited for a moment to buy more time for Wei Fenghua, then slapped the ground with both hands, and countless vines burst out from the ground. Sunluo, heaven and earth. The vines intertwined together and turned into a thick tree. Different from the previous skill, this time the vines were full of sharp thorns, like saw teeth. If they were entangled, they would definitely be covered with wounds and bleed to death. The two of them were high and low. One fell from the sky and the other broke out of the ground, trapping the dragon in the middle. Roar! The dragon struggled and roared. It was not afraid of these skills at all, but there were too many of them, which made it upset, and its actions became violent and disorderly. It just wanted to completely destroy it. Can you hurry up? I can't run anymore. After Zhou Yuanlang was hit, he immediately ran away and hovered in the air to attract the attention of the demon dragon. The demon dragon was also very powerful and kept spewing demonic energy. I'm almost out of energy. The dragon ignored the vines that Zhao Hengchuan desperately released and could tear them off with just a casual step. Get away! A cold voice sounded, and the two of them looked happy and tried their best to escape from the dragon. It was obvious that Wei Fenghua was ready. The sword of the holy judgment. A huge sword light broke through the clouds in the sky. Just like its name, this sword slashed towards the demonic dragon with the power of judgment. The demon dragon felt fear. This sword would definitely kill him. It wanted to escape, but the surrounding barriers prevented it from escaping. He began to release demonic energy crazily, trying to prevent the arrival of this sword. Go! Wei Fenghua pressed his hands and inserted the giant sword in the air. Boom! With a loud noise, all the demonic energy in the air was evaporated and purified, along with the beheaded demon dragon, and the divided dragon corpse was still being evaporated by the power of light. Phew! It's finally over. It's not easy. Wei Fenghua also quickly released his transformation state. His face turned pale, and he was obviously a little out of strength. Are you okay? Zhou Yuanlang asked. It's okay, just rest for a while. Wei Fenghua waved his hand, took out a pill, and swallowed it. Let's go over there, they're all finished. The light curtain dissipated, and the three of them dragged their tired bodies towards Yi Zhaoming and others who had already assembled. Thank you for your hard work, Yi Zhaoming said. The three of them shook their heads. Of course they had to help when they came to the secret realm. If Yi Zhaoming needed help everywhere, what would they do? Repair on the spot, and take these elixirs each of you. Yi Zhaoming took action personally, took out a vase, poured out a few elixirs from it, and distributed them to several people. Yes, Wei Fenghua and the others did not refuse. These pills were obviously much better than the ones they used. The effect of the medicine is really powerful. After Zhou Yuanlang swallowed it, he immediately sat down cross-legged, and his physical strength and energy were rapidly recovering. You should each take one. It might save your life at a critical moment. Yi Xiaoming handed it to the Cui brothers and Zheng Yinfeng. This, Zheng Yinfeng and the others were a little ashamed. Take it. You all have potential. You're just too young. Okay then. Seeing everyone sitting down to rest, Su Genie asked, Your Highness, do you want to go deeper next? Yi Xiaoming fell into deep thought and remained silent for a long time. Now anyone with a discerning eye can see that something is wrong with the secret realm. Forget it about the demon wolf. There is something wrong with these demon dragons. Each one has the strength of a high-level overlord level. This is still an outer area. If there are stronger ones in the inner area, then who among us, except you, can escape? Su Genie looked heavy. There is a high probability that there is a problem in the secret realm. Yi Xiaoming said calmly. So, I want to find out where the problem is. Su Genie was silent. Are you scared? Yi Xiaoming turned to look at him, a little surprised. It's not that I'm afraid. I have a hunch that I might dig up something terrible. Su Genie looked into the depths. It was dark and couldn't see clearly. It was as dangerous as entering the secret realm of Warcraft. Then we have to go in. Yi Xiaoming patted Su Genie on the shoulder. However, this secret realm not only has dangers, but also opportunities. In the face of danger, you must have the strength to deal with it. So I want to find the Emperor-level inheritance and break through to the King level. King level. Su Genie's throat felt hot. King level. Just hearing the name will make your whole body feel hot. How many people will never be able to touch the threshold throughout their lives? And Yi Xiaoming, who is less than 30 years old, is about to break through to the King level. There is hope for the Emperor level in the future. Don't worry, you can do it too. There may be inheritance and treasures suitable for you here. I don't care. The main thing is that you, Your Highness, be careful. Breaking through to the King level is no small matter. Don't worry, I've already made enough preparations. Yi Xiaoming's eyes shone and his words were full of confidence, which also made Su Genie feel at ease. Zhou Hao, it seems we are going to end up here this time. Stop talking nonsense. Everything will be fine. Zhou Hao and Uncle Wu were in a state of panic, running for their lives like crazy. The shadows of trees flashed, and wolf howls sounded one after another behind them. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have entered the core area. Who knew there was such a terrifying demonic wolf? Uncle Wu was covered in blood. The wounds on his body were extremely serious, and his steps were getting slower and slower. What's the use of talking about this now? Zhou Hao's legs moved quickly. Can you still run? I feel like I can't survive anymore. Uncle Wu's face turned pale. The wound is bleeding, and I feel like my legs are getting heavier and heavier. I'll carry you on my back. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth, and the body transformed from the fusion with the Howling Moon Wolf King suddenly became a bit bigger. I can't do it anymore. You can run away alone. If you take me with you, you will be overtaken sooner or later. Uncle Wu refused. Stop talking nonsense. Zhou Hao picked up Uncle Wu, threw it on his back, and continued to run for his life. The two met quickly after entering the secret realm. They did not choose to find other people, but moved forward, killing strange beasts and obtaining point tokens. The strange beasts encountered on the road were basically at the domain lord level and were no match for the two of them. Unfortunately, they did not meet a suitable inheritor, so they quickly reached the border of the core area. Whether it was luck or misfortune, the two of them never encountered a magical beast from beginning to end, which also made them lack of awe for this trip to the secret realm. After arriving at the border, the two of them were in trouble for a while. They had two choices. One was to wait where they were, or continue to explore the outer territory. The other was to directly enter the core area. Obviously, the two chose the latter, which also cost them a heavy price. After only advancing a few kilometers, the two of them encountered the same situation as the seventh prince, surrounded by demonic wolves. The three overlord-level demon wolves were eager to hunt the two of them. The result was obvious. Zhou Hao and Uncle Wu could handle one alone, but the other party showed up with three. The two were constantly attacked during the battle. Zhou Hao wanted to burst out his energy and kill one of them instantly. Uncle Wu could only fight one against two, and was severely injured due to his carelessness. So the two began their escape journey. The key point was that their escape route was blocked, and they were forced to run in other directions, twisting and turning, looking for opportunities to exit the core area. But the demon wolves followed closely, and their number began to increase. Zhou Hao was unwilling to give up Uncle Wu. After all, Uncle Wu was severely injured because of himself. You can't fight with them, otherwise you will be too useless to die. Uncle Wu looked at the devil wolf chasing behind him. I'm still young and don't want to die. Zhou Hao kicked off his legs and started to use his claws to help him move forward. Ouch! However, the demon wolf was faster. The flesh and blood on its back was torn apart, and it sprouted wings and flew close to the ground, closing the distance with them. Grass. Forgot they can fly like this. Zhou Hao cursed angrily and could only speed up his pace. Time passed by. Zhou Hao was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. His chest was rising and falling like a blower, and he was breathing loudly. They are attacking. Get out of the way. Uncle Wu reminded loudly. Boom. Zhou Hao's body suddenly turned aside, and the black demonic energy passed by, breaking all the surrounding trees, leaving only the remaining demonic energy. It's so dangerous. Zhou Hao immediately ran away without looking back. He could already feel that the demon wolf was getting closer and closer to him. You let me down. They're going to catch up. I'm going to fight them. Uncle Wu turned over and landed on the ground. Zhou Hao had no choice but to grit his teeth and also stopped. Let's go, Uncle Wu shouted. How could I abandon my teammates? You will die. If you die, I will most likely not be able to escape, so I might as well fight with you. Zhou Hao replied. Boom, 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 boom. For voices sounded, and the demon wolf landed on the ground, moved softly, and began to surround the two people. There are two more in number. It's not easy to deal with. Zhou Hao was alert and always paying attention to the movements of the demon wolves, lest they suddenly attack. Haha, I have to die for another one. Let's fight. Uncle Wu became cruel and burst out of blood. Rock Turtle, transform. The thick rock armor had blood lines, and Uncle Wu, who was originally calm, actually had a hint of evil intention. Then do it. Howling Moon Wolf King, burn it for me. Zhou Hao roared. Blood mist filled the air. The silver-gray wolf fur turned into blood red, and the dark green pupils also turned into blood red. He was completely a bloodthirsty werewolf. But unfortunately, two people were injured, and with 1 against 2, the situation quickly went south. There were more and more scars on the body, and the blood on the ground had turned into a small puddle. Heaven is going to kill me. Zhou Hao responded to the end. He no longer had any strength, not even the strength to stand. Boom. Uncle Wu was also half kneeling on the ground. He felt that his body was extremely heavy now. He really wanted to lie down and rest. Wu Ho. The demon wolf was also seriously injured, but wolves are extremely cunning animals. Even though they knew that the prey in front of them had lost the ability to move, they still did not act rashly. They surrounded the two of them and waggled their noses crazily, making low sounds from their throats. Ugh! Finally, one of the demon wolves let out a high-pitched cry, and the 4 demon wolves seemed to have determined something, and jumped up, intending to tear the two of them into pieces and devour them. Haha! You want to eat me? You want it so beautifully, let me explode. Zhou Hao was about to ignite the spiritual world. God Wing Slash. Dark Sky Dragon Soul Eater. At the critical moment, 1 white and 1 black, 2 light waves fell from the sky, accurately splitting the leaping demon wolf into 2. The 4 demon wolves fell to the ground in an instant, losing their lives. Are you okay? Wang Chen fell from a high altitude, kicked the demon wolf's body away at will, and checked the injuries of the 2 people. After saying that, he lost all his strength and passed out. Don't worry. Wang Chen took out the few pills left on his body and fed them to the 2 of them, while summoning the Lingyuan wood to start treatment. Wang Chen took advantage of this gap to observe the demon wolf. The corpse was still releasing demonic energy, its eyes were wide open, and its terrifying body. It actually has dragon scales, and its body has begun to transform into a dragon. Is it because there are too many dragon beasts that have fallen here, causing the alien beasts to mutate as long as this continues? While Wang Chen was thinking, Caesar and Shura heard low roars. What's wrong? Wang Chen looked at the 2 of them staring at the corpse of the demon wolf. Roar. Woo. Wang Chen understood their meaning. It probably means that the corpse of the demon wolf can enhance their strength. Wang Chen understands this. Caesar can absorb demonic energy to increase energy, and these demonic wolves not only possess demonic energy, but also have dragon bloodline, which is simply the perfect supplement for Caesar. As for Shura, it is because it can purify demonic energy, and purification can also improve strength. Hey, it's a bit difficult. Roar, is that so? Are you saying that you only absorb a part of the essence and don't need the rest? You can leave it to Shura? Roar, ugh. Wang Chen smiled bitterly. Shura didn't want to eat leftovers. Oh, let's split it evenly. Anyway, you each killed 2. Wang Chen was very fair, and then comforted. Don't worry, I have a hunch that there are many such monsters, and I guess you won't be able to finish them all no matter what you want. After some consolation, Caesar and Shura quickly cleared the battlefield. Half of the 4 demon wolves turned into ashes, and the other half quickly shriveled into mummies. To be on the safe side, it's better to destroy it. After all, if this ability spreads, it may cause some people to covet it. The 2 of them lay on the ground, and it took a long time for them to calm down. Wang Chen, thank you. Uncle Wu opened his eyes and said weakly, it's nothing. After I left the team, I walked all the way, but I still didn't find you too. So I suspected that you should have entered the core area first. Fortunately, you didn't go deep, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do it in time. This secret realm is too terrifying. It's not a trial at all. There is danger of death everywhere. Zhou Hao was still frightened. I don't know, and this monster is not simple. It has intelligence and fighting power. It is completely different from the monsters outside. Uncle Wu said, is it because something in the core area has polluted them? Look at those demon wolves. All of them look like dragons. It's incredible. Zhou Hao said, where is the demon wolf? Yes, it's very strange. Everything here is weird. I want to move on. What about you? Wang Chen suddenly said, you want to move on? Uncle Wu frowned, thinking in his mind, you're crazy. There are definitely dangerous monsters inside. It's not worth it. Zhou Hao retreated and wanted to persuade Wang Chen to give up. You're right, but I also want to go in. Wang Chen's eyes were firm. He came here not to hide or to get points, but to become stronger and be able to deal with future crises. First, there are treasures everywhere here. It would be a big loss if you don't explore it. Second, we need to get the dragon beads to open the door to the secret realm, and other teams must be going deep. If there is a huge crisis lurking inside, we may need to cooperate. The 2 of them really didn't expect this level. There are more than 100 people who enter the secret realm, and basically all the dominant players will enter the core area. Maybe the core area is safe. What about you? Wang Chen asked. It would be easier to explore with more people. I'm injured, and I'm afraid of dragging you down. Uncle Wu's meaning was very clear. Here, Uncle Wu and I should quit. This place may not be suitable for us. Zhou Hao also backed down. Okay then, find Yu Wu Wei and the others as soon as possible after you go out and protect them. Wang Chen warned. Don't worry, as long as too many Overlord-level monsters don't appear at once, there will be no problem in protecting them. The 2 assured. Since then, the 3 of them went their separate ways. Uncle Wu and Zhou Hao successfully escaped from the core area. Only Wang Chen set off alone and headed deeper. Roar! Wang Chen, who was sitting behind Caesar and flying at low altitude, suddenly heard Caesar's reminder. Is there demonic energy? And it's very strong? Is there a life threat? Wang Chen's expression was solemn. Caesar's perception of the demonic energy was extremely sensitive, and it could make Caesar feel that his life was threatened. At least he was a high-level overlord. Well, Wang Chen fell into deep thought. What? There are 3. Wang Chen was shocked. Is there any other way? Can I go around it? Wang Chen doesn't want to face 3 of them now. If there is only one, that's okay. You can give it a try. With 3, the risk is too high. Caesar shook his head. Can you lure out one first? Wang Chen asked after thinking. Akai, are the 3 monsters far apart? Great, that's okay. Wang Chen already had an idea. Since the monsters are scattered, let's lure one of them out first. As for how to lead, naturally, it depends on Caesar. Caesar's dark power also has a fatal attraction to high-level monsters. After a while, Wang Chen chose a suitable battlefield and hid, while Caesar released a drop of blood essence, a drop of blood that had been condensed for a long time and contained extremely pure dark energy. In order to make it more natural, Wang Chen also spent some time to find an unknown herbal medicine and dripped this drop of blood on it, exuding a fatal temptation to the outside all the time. Dong dong. Here we come. Wang Chen opened his eyes and stopped closing his eyes to rest. Boom, boom. The footsteps are getting closer and closer. Wang Chen started his spiritual exploration, and then his spirit was shaken. Dragon. The demon dragon's footsteps changed from slow to rapid, and its high-spirited head slowly lowered, sniffing like a dog with its head lowered and sniffing, aiming directly at Wang Chenfang's trap. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying creature inside. It's simply unbelievable. Wang Chen ignored the shock. His brain was already spinning crazily, thinking about how to seize the opportunity. Getting closer and closer, 1 kilometer away, Wang Chen was highly concentrated. At 800 meters, Wang Chen's muscles tightened. 500 meters later, my whole body is ready, and I will rush out in the next moment. Ho! The demon dragon came closer and let out a low roar. After looking around for a week, Wang Chen was not found, and his eyes were fixed on the grass in front of him. Come closer. Wang Chen is ready. The summoned energy has emerged, and he can enter the transformation state at any time. Roar! The demon dragon was suddenly furious, and his eyes instantly fell on Wang Chen's position. He was discovered. Damn it! Wang Chen knew that his breath was leaked. This dragon was too sensitive to breath. In that case, let's fight. Wang Chen no longer concealed his aura and burst out with all his strength. Caesar of the dark sky. Roar! A roar that was not weaker than that of the demon dragon came out. Dark sky Caesar flew out from Wang Chen's back, directly recalled his own blood and essence, and completed the transformation with Wang Chen. It all happened in an instant. Roar! The demon dragon roared angrily. His beloved thing was snatched away in front of his eyes. His anger had reached the extreme, and it was bound to tear the person in front of him into pieces. Come on, a monster controlled by anger is not worth fearing. Wang Chen took a deep breath, feeling extremely calm inside. At this moment, he has transformed into the form of Dark Sky Caesar. Although his body is much smaller than the demon dragon, he is full of momentum. Dark armor full of texture covers the whole body, and also reveals golden lines. For huge black dragon wings are spread out on the back with complex inscriptions. The only weapon is the sharp blade attached to both fists. The eye-catching dark golden blade on the top of the head shoots straight into the sky, and it will be cut apart at a glance. The scarlet pupils are staring at the magic dragon and continue to release the rich power of darkness. The dragon kept roaring, and it felt provoked. The person in front of it was obviously not strong, but he swallowed its treasure in front of it, and even prepared to fight it, which challenged its majesty. Haha! How dare a beast roar so loudly? Wang Chen activated the dragon blood in his body and let out a roar. Dragon roars in anger. A crisp dragon roar completely overwhelmed the demonic dragon. This move was indeed effective. The suppression of the bloodline of the dragon beast was the most obvious. However, Caesar still integrated the essence and blood power of the holy dragon of the sky, and was definitely the top existence among the dragon beasts. The demon dragon's body began to tremble uncontrollably. This feeling came from deep in his blood and was beyond his control. Wang Chen suddenly took action. He kicked off the ground with his left leg and dodged through the air. His right fist carried the power of darkness and was accompanied by a dragon-shaped shadow. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. Roar! The dragon reacted quickly to this punch and also waved its claws to fight against it. Boom! The fists and claws collided, and both of them took a few steps back. This shows how powerful Wang Chen's physical body is, and he can fight against the physical body of a demon dragon that is 2 levels higher than himself. Caesar itself is a top-notch melee beast, with a powerful body and dark power and unpredictable attacks. After absorbing part of the power of the holy dragon of the sky, it became even more abnormal. It can basically ignore most of the energy. After eating the dragon fruit, its strength broke through again, and its state was already at its peak. It seems that you are not as strong as I thought. You are far behind Su Genie. Wang Chen has already made a preliminary judgment and knows it well. But if Su Genie knew that Wang Chen was comparing him to the magic dragon, he would definitely not be able to spare him. Boom, boom, boom. A man and an animal collided fiercely, causing the ground to dent, trees to collapse, and the commotion became louder and louder. No, we must deal with it quickly. Otherwise, it will attract the other two monsters. Wang Chen thought for a moment and decided not to hold back. Dark Realm, open. Wang Chen opened his legs outwards, and a pure dark power rose from his feet. It did not spread randomly outwards, but only enveloped the dragon inside, isolating the inside and outside. Dark blood. Wang Chen absorbed the power of darkness, and his aura continued to rise. Now just standing there, everything seemed to be swallowed up. Roar. Demonic dragon understood that the person in front of him was anything but simple, and took the lead in attacking, trying to interrupt his momentum. Shadow imprisonment, go. Wang Chen stood on the spot, waved his right hand forward and pointed directly at the demon dragon. A dozen thick, dark chains rose up, instantly wrapping the limbs, wings and head of the demon dragon tightly. The power of darkness is silent and invisible, and it can be extremely suppressive even in cross-level battles. Wang Chen released his skills wantonly, suppressing the dragon to the ground, and controlled the power of darkness to invade its body and disintegrate it from the inside. Dark Sky Dragon Soul Eater. Wang Chen punched in the air, and the black dragon's shadow came through the air with the power of his spirit, heading straight for the demon dragon's head. The demon dragon was not to be outdone. Although its body was imprisoned and entangled, the demonic energy was very strong. With a casual spray, the demonic energy filled the sky, and the two collided. The demonic energy and the power of darkness collided, instantly knocking Wang Chen back several meters. The dragon let out a low roar of laughter, seeming to laugh at the fact that Wang Chen was no match for it. What a strong demonic energy. But it's a pity that you met me. I am the least afraid of demonic energy. Wang Chen smiled. Caesar and Shura were still fighting for the demonic energy just now. Isn't this coming now? Try this move. After my strength breakthrough, I feel that I have stronger and stronger control over this move. Wang Chen took a deep breath and raised his right hand slightly. The power of darkness was so intense that it turned into a singularity, only the size of a table tennis ball, floating in his hand. Endless black hole. The moment the black singularity was pushed out by Wang Chen's raised hand, everything changed. An irresistible gravitational force emitted from the singularity, swallowing up all the energy around it. The demon dragon didn't take it seriously and wanted to spit out demonic energy to destroy it. But this time it was different. The moment the huge demonic energy was ejected, it was all drawn into the singularity and strengthened itself. Then there was an even stronger attraction. The singularity grew larger and more solid at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's ridiculous is that the demon dragon didn't realize that it just wanted to destroy what was in front of it, so it continued to increase the output of demonic energy. But in fact, this can be regarded as a cracking method. The endless black hole is a skill that combines offense and defense by absorbing energy and rebounding. The only way to crack it is to absorb too much energy and eventually lose control, hurting yourself before hurting the enemy. However, Wang Chen is now more confident in his control of the endless black hole, so he is confident in facing the attack of the dragon. Soon, the singularity had turned into the size of a basketball. As for the magic dragon, he also realized that something was wrong. He was half exhausted, but the opponent's momentum did not weaken at all, and even became stronger and stronger. The endless black hole can not only rebound damage, but that's a waste. The real purpose is to absorb it. Wang Chen's expression was solemn, his eyes were shining. He took a deep breath, and the dark energy in the singularity was fed back into Wang Chen's body. At this point, a perfect energy recovery route was formed. The large amount of demonic energy spewed by the dragon was transferred to the singularity, and the dark energy in the singularity returned to Wang Chen's body to continuously nourish his whole body. The key is that none of this is beyond the control of the demon dragon, because the gravity of the singularity is getting stronger and stronger, making it impossible for the demon dragon to break free. Wang Chen is silently absorbing it behind him, and even the bottleneck of the realm has been loosened. It's incredible. The demonic energy of this demonic dragon is too rich, too pure, and it is absorbed so smoothly. Wang Chen was filled with emotion. Maybe the thing in this secret realm that really helps him is the demonic beast. The singularity grew larger and larger, and the demon dragon's body was involuntarily pulled forward, and it began to struggle, trying to take back the demonic energy. But the demonic energy flew completely uncontrollably from its throat toward the singularity in the air. No, there is too much demonic energy. We can't absorb it anymore. Wang Chen soon felt something was wrong. The demonic energy carried by the demonic beasts in the outside world was relatively mixed and needed to be filtered to absorb it, but the demonic dragons did not need it at all. Therefore, after absorbing a large amount of it, a touch of gray began to appear in his spiritual world. The demonic energy has entered the body, and it must stop. Wang Chen then stopped absorbing it, and the gravity of the endless black hole suddenly stopped, and it just hung in the air. The demon dragon was also startled by the sudden stop of the singularity. Then he was overjoyed and prepared to attack Wang Chen, but he felt a fatal threat. It's a pity. I originally thought I could break through the middle level in one fell swoop, but it seems it's impossible, so let's just detonate it. Endless black hole, go. Wang Chen mentally locked onto the demon dragon, and the basketball-sized singularity suddenly expanded and quickly flew towards the demon dragon's body. This time, it didn't absorb, but bloom. Boom! An earth-shaking loud noise resounded through the sky, alarming countless creatures. But an extremely terrifying scene did appear at the center of the explosion. A huge, deep pit appeared, with a surface as smooth as a sphere. Even a skilled craftsman could not carve it so smoothly. The dragon lay sprawled in the pit, extremely miserable and dying. This demon dragon is nothing more than that. Wang Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect the demon dragon to fall so quickly. But it's a pity that such a huge demonic energy can't be used by me. Wang Chen sighed with emotion and could only watch the injured dragon dissipate in the air with its demonic energy exuding all the time. Woo! The voice of Zhao Shura sounded in his heart, and Wang Chen's face was filled with joy. He learned a huge piece of good news. Shura told him that if he also enters the transformed state, he can purify the extra demonic energy in his body, which means that Caesar can be responsible for absorbing it, and Shura is responsible for purifying the remaining demonic energy that the body cannot absorb, so that both of them can continue to strengthen, and maybe they can hit the realm. Then let's give it a try. Wang Chen then summoned Zhao Shura. Zhao Shura, double fusion transformation. Zhao Shura flew out in a circle, like a holy beast, but his petite body had white wings that were many times larger than his body. With golden runes flowing, he quickly merged with Wang Chen. The light dissipated, and Wang Chen's appearance changed drastically. His white hair fluttered in the wind from his head, and the golden blade on his head became sharper. He opened his eyes, his pupils turned black and white, and the power of light and darkness swept over him. The dragon-scale armor covering his whole body was covered with a layer of holy brilliance. Black and white reincarnation. Similar to an endless black hole, a ball of light and darkness combined. Like the energy ball of a yin-yang fish flew out and began to actively devour everything around it. The crippled demon dragon wailed, feeling the threat of death. The reincarnation of black and white came and swallowed the demon dragon instantly. For a time, the huge demonic energy was drawn into the energy group and then fed back into Wang Chen's body. The feeling of being filled with energy and expanding came again. But this time, all the excess demonic energy was purified by Shura's power of light, and now he can absorb all the demonic energy without any scruples. After a few breaths, Wang Chen stopped moving and stood motionless, as if he had entered a meditative mode, but there was no trace of the dragon on the scene. Break it for me. Wang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils bloomed with light, energy was released, and his aura suddenly broke through, and he successfully broke through to the intermediate level of Overlord level. Wang Chen raised his lips slightly. Maybe we can try our hand at finding those two monsters. But before Wang Chen could get up, two piercing sounds came from deep in the dense forest. Did you deliver it to your door? Wang Chen raised his eyebrows and entered a state of alert. Although he had doubts in his heart about why the dragon found him, it was just what he wanted. Two demonic dragons rushed out of the gray mist one after another. They were just as fierce as the demonic dragons just now. They did not lower their heads to test, but aimed directly at Wang Chen's position with clear goals, their dark golden vertical pupils flashing with cold murderous intent. There was no hesitation or testing, but he pointed directly at Wang Chen with soaring murderous intent. A trace of doubt flashed in Wang Chen's heart, but the demon dragon had already rushed in front of him, and he had no time to think about it. Well done. He took a step forward, and the power of darkness and light swept over him. The demon dragon on the left was the first to attack, opening its huge mouth, and a gray-black, demonic light beam spurted out. The demonic dragon on the right swung its tail at the same time, and its thick dragon tail swept forward with great force, blocking all Wang Chen's dodge space. Wang Chen did not dodge. He raised his left hand, condensing the power of light and thunder, and then suddenly blasted. Reversal. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, and the shadow of the dark golden dragon head condensed on the edge of the fist, facing the sweeping dragon tail. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. Boom. Wang Chen used his own strength to resist the two demonic dragons at the same time, with the energy on his left side and the physical body on his right side. The energy dissipated and the fists and tails collided. Wang Chen's figure swayed slightly, but the two demon dragons were shaken back. Their scales cracked and gray-black blood oozed out. After breaking through to the intermediate overlord level, his power was no different from that of the high-level overlord-level demon dragons, and there were even signs of surpassing them. But the battle was not over yet, as the two dragons quickly launched a counterattack. The demon dragon on the left took advantage of the gap between his punches to come closer, raising its sharp claws high, with strong demonic energy condensed on the tips of its claws, and struck him above the head. Shadow Imprisonment. Wang Chen waved his right hand back without looking back. Dozens of dark chains shot up from the ground and instantly wrapped around the limbs and wings of the demonic dragon, pinning it firmly in place. The demonic dragon roared and struggled, and the chains creaked as they collapsed, but it could not break free for a while. Wang Chen turned around, held his left hand empty, and the power of light condensed in his palm, turning into a huge formation with complicated runes, aiming at the magic dragon. Shura Meteor. Countless rays of energy flying out at extremely fast speeds hit the body, head, wings, and other parts of the demon dragon. Thousands of attack beams appeared every second. Blazing white light exploded on the body of the demon dragon. The power of light was already capable of suppressing and purifying the demonic energy. The demonic dragon let out a shrill roar. Seeing this, the demon dragon on the right looked up to the sky and let out an angry roar. Demonic energy surged around its body crazily, and thick gray-black mist seeped out from the gaps in its scales. Want to make a sneak attack? You have no chance. Wang Chen moved, turned around, and exploded with all his strength. His slender figure turned into a stream of black and white light, approaching the demon dragon in an instant. He clenched his right fist, and the power of darkness and the power of light intertwined and merged at the edge of the fist, turning into a gray ball of light that continued to expand and contract. Shura's strange spirit is destroyed. A punch hit the center of the demon dragon's chest, and the gray ball of light penetrated into the scales, exploded inside the demon dragon's body, broke through the chest and back, and shot straight into the sky. The three elements of light, thunder, and darkness are combined with the ultimate dragon body. The combined power of the three elements disintegrates the demonic energy and flesh and blood from the inside. A huge hole appeared in the demon dragon's chest. Originally, the internal organs and bones should have been there, but now the scales were shattered, the flesh and blood melted, and even the bones were wiped out. The dragon didn't even have time to scream, and its huge body fell backwards, hitting the ground hard, splashing dust all over the sky. Within half a quarter of an hour, one of the high-level, overlord-level demonic dragons was already dead. You're the only one left. Wang Chen smiled slightly. However, the remaining demon dragon did not escape. Instead, it became even more manic. It desperately broke away from Wang Chen's control and swung its claws with its eyes that had turned blood red. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Shura God of War Technique. Wang Chen took a deep breath, and a white shadow of a pet beast lit up behind him. It was Shura, and then turned into a layer of white light and integrated into his body. This is a skill that Shura has learned. It is a skill that improves the attributes of the whole body. It is very rare and terrifying. Sweep across the wasteland. Wang Chen kicked off the ground and rushed out, punching the demon dragon's claws with a punch. The body of the demon dragon was stagnated by the blow, and the demon dragon fought back angrily. But Wang Chen had already disappeared and flew to the top of the demon dragon. Get down here. Boom. With one punch, the demon dragon's head was already knocked to the ground, and its body was dragged downwards without even reacting. It's not over yet. Wang Chen's speed is getting faster and faster, and his punches are getting harder and harder. It is difficult to catch the figure with the naked eye. All he can see is that the body of the demon dragon has been beaten, flying around. Its scales are broken, flesh and blood are everywhere, and it is wailing. This scene lasted for dozens of minutes. In the end, the dragon roared to the end, and the terrifying figure of the dragon could no longer be seen. Only then did this brutal melee finally end. Without a fight, it won't even last half of the duration of Shura God of War technique. Wang Chen shook his head. When Wang Chen landed, he didn't look at the corpse. Instead, he raised his head and scanned the surroundings. His mental power spread out, and there was no scent of other dragons within dozens of miles. He withdrew his gaze and began to deal with the battlefield. The remaining pure demonic energy of the two demonic dragons poured into Wang Chen's body continuously along the pull of dark energy. The energy core of the fusion of light and darkness slowly rotated, swallowing up all this power. As for those that the body could not absorb, all were purified. A quarter of an hour later, the corpses of the two demonic dragons were completely shriveled and turned into ashes with a random blow. Wang Chen sat cross-legged and carefully felt the changes in his body. The energy core was indeed more abundant. The power of light and darkness was running more smoothly. The spiritual world was more stable, and the scope was wider. Everything is going in a good direction. With a few more dragons, we can almost reach the Overlord level. However, the consumption of the Overlord level is too terrifying. To break through from the primary level of the Overlord level to the intermediate level, you need a high-level Overlord level demon dragon. The intermediate level absorbs 2 high-level demon dragons, which is not even a quarter of the progress. The effect will become weaker and weaker in the future. As their strength increases, the energy required increases exponentially, and the demonic energy of the 2 high-level demonic dragons cannot satisfy their current appetites. It seems that it will be more difficult to break through in the future. Wang Chen didn't care. He stood up and stretched his muscles before starting to think on the spot. The 2 demon dragons arrived too quickly and accurately. When he used blood essence as bait to lure the first demon dragon, he had to wait for a long time, and the demon dragon was very cautious. But this time, as soon as he finished the battle, 2 magic dragons arrived at the same time, so fast that he didn't even notice it. At the same time, in the bunker deep in the secret realm, Han Fengyuan was sitting in front of the screen. The light screen was covered with dense red dots. One of the red dots was flashing slightly. It was located near the area where Wang Chen killed the dragon just now. His eyes fell on that area, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. 3 magic dragons were all destroyed in less than half an hour. You can kill 3 of them by yourself. Wang Chen, right, it's getting more and more interesting. He leaned back on the chair and gently shook the wine glass in his hand. The light from the screen reflected on the frame of his glasses. Wang Chen couldn't even imagine that the trajectory of the dragon's movements was controlled by Han Fengyuan behind his back. The reason why the 2 demon dragons were able to accurately intercept Wang Chen was naturally because Han Fengyuan discovered this anomaly. A player who could kill high-level demon dragons alone at the beginning of the Overlord level was definitely his #1 target. I'll eat the appetizers first, then I'll dig you all out one by one, and now I'll let you jump around for a while. The Oath Blade Dragon has been transformed. Let you taste its strength first. Han Fengyuan's frame reflected the shadow of a dragon, with an unstoppable smile on his lips. Your Highness, I always feel that something is wrong in the core area. Why is there gray fog everywhere, which blocks even mental energy? Wang Xuanzi frowned and walked at the front of the team, groping forward cautiously. All members of 6th Prince Yi Chongyu's team have entered the core area. They also encountered an elementary Overlord-level demon wolf at the border, but they did not pose a threat to everyone. Even several top domain lord-level players in the team cooperated with each other to kill him, which gave everyone a lot of confidence, so everyone entered the core area decisively. However, after entering the core area, it was different from what everyone imagined. The place was filled with gray fog, which seriously affected the exploration. Everyone was always tense, fearing that there was unknown danger in any direction. Don't be anxious, slow down. Be sure to explore carefully and eliminate the danger step by step. Yangcheng stood in the middle of the team and whispered. The positions of the 20 people were all arranged by Yangcheng. The core in the middle was Yangcheng himself. Spreading out were several domain lord-level players. They were responsible for organizing orderly attacks when encountering danger. The outside were players who were good at melee attacks. There were domain lord-level and overlord-level players. The outermost layer was players who were good at exploration and defense. They were combined in pairs. This lineup can detect danger immediately and block the first wave of attacks, and then immediately counterattack, ensuring the team's survival to the greatest extent. Stop! Yangcheng's voice was not loud, but the entire team seemed to have pressed the pause button, and 20 people stopped at the same time. Wang Chen, who was walking at the front to clear the way, looked back. Yangcheng's eyes were falling on the dense forest shrouded in gray mist ahead, and he frowned slightly. Your Highness. Wang Chen lowered his voice. Wang Chen's pupils narrowed slightly, but he didn't ask any more questions. It was certain that Yangcheng had already thought of corresponding countermeasures. Everyone, formation number 1. Yangcheng's voice remained steady, without any waves. 20 people moved at the same time. 5 wooden puppets slid out of the 9 sleeves. They grew long when they landed on the ground and silently burrowed into the bushes in front of them. Anashan's ancient compass flew out of his arms and fell into his palm. The complicated formations spread silently under his feet, covering him, and Inchichi and Luo Xiaoxing behind him. Manshan and Wang Mingho moved forward side by side, one on the left and one on the right blocking the front of the team. Manshan's naked upper body muscles were tangled, and the shadow of the mountain-shaking giant ape loomed behind him. Wang Mingho had merged with the giant rock dragon, with earthy yellow rock armor covering his whole body, and the dragon's tail slowly swinging behind him. Wang Yunxiao and Lu Chuan were arranged on the left and right sides, each with 3 speed domain master-level players, responsible for the defense and support of the flanks. Wang Xuanzi retreated to Yangcheng. The shadow of the divine beast's holy light emerged behind him, and a faint golden halo enveloped Yangcheng. Lingmu Bai stood at the back of the team, with the faint scent of medicine in his green shirt and the emerald green light of Shinong Chao Ling flowing in his palms, ready to respond to the wounded at any time. The remaining domain lord-level players spread out in a fan shape, with the long-range attackers at the back and the melee defenders at the front. There is a monster approaching. Several sentient beast masters standing in the team shouted at the same time. They have surrounded us. Be careful, someone warned. Then 6 demon wolves slowly walked out of the gray mist, making everyone's hearts sink. The 2 at the front were the largest, with one on the left and the other as horns on each other. The 2 in the middle were slightly behind, making a low grunting sound in their throats, ready to take charge at any time. The last 2 were smaller in size, but did not follow the main force, but silently detoured to both sides, cutting off their retreat at any time. Dark golden vertical pupils lit up in the gray mist, each pair shining with an icy light. The scales were dark red, with a metallic sheen against the gray mist. The sharp claws on the forelimbs were deeply embedded in the soil, leaving 4 deep claw marks with every step. Intermediate overlord-level demonic wolves know how to use devious tactics. Wang Xuanzi said solemnly. They want to protect us. Puppet Jiao, Anna Shun, and Mo Ling. The 3 of you stop the 2 on the left. Yangcheng ordered. After receiving the order, the 3 of them summoned and used their skills, including puppets, formations, and various machine dummies. They were able to drag the 2 demon wolves away from each other without the need for close combat. 2 on the right. Yangcheng looked at the people on the other side. Inchichi, Luo Xiaoxing, and Bai Yunhe. You 3 are responsible. Copy that. Luo Xiaoxing smiled mischievously, showing no nervousness at all. The three of them have control skills and can trap the two demon wolves without the need for close combat. Yi Chongyu's idea is very simple. When encountering multiple monsters, use delaying tactics to trap a few of them first, then concentrate on defeating the rest, and finally defeat them one by one. 2 on the front. Yi Chongyu looked forward. The remaining people, attack hard. Don't delay. The first one to take action was Manshan, who turned into a huge mountain-shaking giant ape. Punch me. Manshan's fists collided, and his whole body exploded like a volcano that had been gathering momentum for a long time. He did not attack, but slammed his fists on the ground, and the 13 strikes of Bengshan hit his feet directly. The ground trembled violently, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading around Manshan's fists. The two demon wolves lost their center of gravity and sprouted dragon wings and flew into the sky. Wang Mingho stopped them. Manshan shouted. Wang Mingho was already in position. The moment the demonic wolf flew up, he slapped the ground with both hands. Dozens of rock pillars rose up from all around the demonic wolf, intertwined into a cage, and quickly took shape, trapping the demonic wolf firmly in the rock prison. Dark, golden dragon-shaped patterns flowed on the surface of the rock pillar, which was a new ability he learned after receiving Kanjia's inheritance. Using the power of dragon blood to strengthen his earth skills, the rock prison was far stronger than ordinary rock peaks. Wang Yinxiao Luchuan. 2 figures swept out from the wings at the same time. Wang Yinxiao turned into a ball of breeze and went straight to the trapped demon wolf. Countless wind blades began to cut into the body of the demon wolf, making clanging sounds with the scales on the demon wolf's body. Luchuan merged with the ice crystal snow leopard beast, and his arms turned into slender ice blue blades, swimming around the other magic wolf at high speed. Every time a cold front passed by, it left a thin layer of ice on the joints of the demon wolf's limbs. Although the ice layer is thin, the power of the extreme cold is slowly eroding the demon wolf's flexibility. Xinyan, how long can you last there? Xinyan, Puppet Jiao, and Mo Ling's foreheads were already covered with beads of sweat, and the light of the trapped dragon array flickered on and off under the impact of the demon wolf. 2 minutes at most. Luo Xiaoxing, what about you? It's okay, but it will take 2 minutes. All 3 of them could feel the terrifying power of the demon wolf, so the 3 of them exploded with all their strength from the beginning, which consumed a lot of physical energy. Yi Chongyu looked towards the front battlefield, speed up and kill them. Manshan took a deep breath, raised his right fist high, and the edge of his fist condensed a thick layer of earthy yellow light. Wang Mingho simultaneously urged the rock prison to shrink inward, and the dragon's blood lines on the surface of the rock pillar lit up with dark golden light, suppressing the demon wolf firmly in place. Talent, Burning Blood, activate. The 13th strike of Collapse Mountain. Manshan's whole body turned red, and he punched the demon wolf's head with a punch, making a muffled sound. The demon wolf's head was hit and sank suddenly. Its scales shattered, and gray-black blood splashed. It let out a shrill roar, but was suppressed and unable to move. I'll end it. Wang Mingho clenched his right fist tightly at this time, and the dark golden earth dragon shadow condensed on the edge of the fist, and the rock energy and the power of dragon blood were intertwined and fused. Earth Dragon Rock Strike. A punch hit the demon wolf's chest. The rock thorns erupted from the demon wolf's body, and the power of the dragon's blood spread along the rock thorns, shattering the demon wolf's internal organs and the core of the demonic energy. The demon wolf's body suddenly stiffened, its roar suddenly stopped, and its huge body fell to the ground. The one on the front is dead. The wind is dancing wildly. Ice Crystal Storm. Wang Yinxiao and Lu Chuan teamed up and successfully captured another demon wolf. Yi Chongyu nodded. Most of the crisis had been resolved. The 2 leading demon wolves had been killed, leaving only 4 trapped ones. The remaining 4 will be left to you. Yi Chongyu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This was the effect he wanted, the weak defeating the strong. A team of more than a dozen people cooperated with each other and combined their skills to form an airtight cage. The 6 demon wolves did not show much strength, but Yi Chongyu's team showed a wealth of tactics. Your Highness, they have all been killed. Wang Xuanzi did not take action, but just watched quietly and finally confirmed. Well, that's right. I would say that everyone is useful. After such a long period of training, even a leapfrog battle can be done. Yes, Your Highness still has the foresight. With more people in our team, we can go further. Wang Xuanzi nodded. Yi Chengyu saw that many of the team members were tired and wanted to tell them to rest where they were, but his expression suddenly changed. The same happened to Wang Xuanzi. The two of them looked at each other and felt something incredible. Alert! A high-level enemy is coming. What? Everyone was shocked, but they didn't panic because they had already made a plan. Everyone, execute plan number 2. Yi Chengyu said quickly. The so-called plan number 2 is specifically designed to encounter situations that far exceed everyone's strength, such as Overlord-level high-level warcraft. Wang Xuanzi, Wang Yunxiao, Lu Chuan, Wei Yuan, Bai Yunhe, and Mo Ling, the 6 junior players at the Overlord level, formed a formation. The rest all retreated to assist them. After all, facing a monster that surpassed them by a whole realm, everything they did was in vain. Only the 6 junior players at the Overlord level and Yi Chengyu had the strength to contend. More than one. Wang Xuanzi was tense and swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Yes, there are 2. Yi Chengyu nodded silently. Although he remained calm, his brain was running wildly, thinking about where the glimmer of hope was. Han Fengyuan treated each prince differently. For example, the powerful teams of Yi Xiaoming and Yi Xuanzi arranged a larger number of magic dragons, but the 7th and 6th princes were not necessary. As for Wang Chen, it was a complete accident. Because in Han Fengyuan's heart, Wang Chen must become his test subject, but he did not expect that one magic dragon could not be eliminated at all, and the 2 subsequent ones were completely useless. Therefore, Han Fengyuan is even more curious about Wang Chen and wants to see him reach that point. If necessary, he will take action himself. Roar! Roar! 2 thunderous roars struck through the air. I couldn't see them, but I could hear them. Okay, what a terrifying pressure. Many people in the Domain Lord level team were trembling. This pressure was too powerful. Open the field, Yi Chengyu said. Okay. A dazzling holy light emitted from Wang Xuanzi's back, and then the holy light of the divine beast containing the blood of many ancient demons appeared and quickly merged with it. The ancient demon realm is open. An invisible field quickly unfolded. Although it was invisible, it completely dispersed the pressure of the demon dragon, and everyone felt less uncomfortable. Your divine beast holy light has a suppressive effect on more than 90% of pet monsters. This is the key to our victory, Yi Chengyu said while feeling the ancient demon realm. Yes, but I have never fought against a high-level Overlord-level monster before. Wang Xuanzi looked heavy. 2 shadowy figures in the sky have arrived. The black scales, ferocious claws, and dragon wings, as well as the head containing dragon energy, all show its uniqueness. This is the magic dragon. Wang Yunxiao's arms trembled unconsciously. It was so shocking. Does this damn secret realm even have such a thing? Dragon, there is definitely something incredible in the secret realm. Otherwise, it would never be possible to give birth to a magical beast with such rich dragon blood. Yi Chengyu was thinking a lot. No matter what, let's get through the current difficulties first. Wang Xuanzi looked at the unkind demon dragon. This battle will be very difficult. 2 magic dragons were suspended in midair, their dark golden vertical pupils scanning the team below condescendingly. They were not in a hurry to attack, as if they were sizing up a group of ants who were overestimating their capabilities. Seize the opportunity and attack, Yi Chengyu ordered. Wang Yunxiao and Lu Chuan, you 2 contain the one on the left. Wang Xuanzi quickly ordered. Wei Yuan, Bai Yunhe, and Mo Ling, contain the one on the right. 5 people moved at the same time. Wang Yunxiao was the first to take action, and the giant spirit in the sky merged with him instantly, unable to see clearly, and turned into a ball of breeze. He flew high into the air and began to spin, shooting out countless wind blades. Lu Chuan followed closely behind, fused with the ice crystal snow leopard beast, arched his legs, and turned into leopard legs to sprint quickly. His arms transformed into ice blue blades, approaching from the side at high speed, and the blades went straight towards the magic dragon. On the right, Wei Yuan, Bai Yunhe, and Mo Ling also quickly completed their transformations, each using their skills to attack the demon dragon. Domain Lord level, everyone, give full support. Yi Chengyu ordered. Attack the eyes, belly, and wings of the demon dragon. The domain Lord-level players quickly dispersed. Although they were exhausted, this was a real moment of life and death. Even if they were exhausted, they could not stop attacking. In Chi pressed his hands on the strings. Luo Xiaoxing's fingertips gathered starlight. Anna Shen pressed the ancient compass into the ground, and Puppet Jiu released all the remaining puppets. Man Shan and Wang Mingho stood at the front of the team and used a few long-range attacks. Li Mubai stood at the back, and the emerald green light of the Shinnong grass spirit had already lit up, restoring everyone's strength. Facing the attacks from Wang Yunxiao and Lu Chuan, the demon dragon on the left had no idea of defense and allowed the attacks to hit him. Then he suddenly moved and launched an attack. Lu Chuan, be careful, Wang Yunxiao shouted. The demonic dragon swung its tail, and the thick dragon tail swept across like a steel whip. Wang Yunxiao hurriedly avoided danger, and the tail whip brushed past his side, and the strong wind it brought directly knocked him over several times. But the blow wasn't over yet, and he headed straight for Lu Chuan, who was still on the road. However, after Wang Yunxiao's reminder, Lu Chuan also exploded with extreme speed and barely dodged the blow. Thank you, otherwise, half of my life would be lost. Lu Chuan was still frightened. The other side is equally intense. The demonic dragon breathed out demonic energy, seriously interfering with the three men's attack. Xian Shui shield. Wei Yuan stepped forward, and the Xian Shui armor shone brightly, and a thick water curtain condensed in front of the three people. The demonic light beam hit the water curtain, making a hissing corrosive sound. The water curtain trembled violently, and the surface quickly turned black. I can't hold it anymore. Wei Yuan gritted his teeth. In just 3 breaths, the water curtain suddenly shattered. Bai Yunhe was already in position. He raised his hands upwards, and a white whirlwind rose from the ground. The demonic energy falling from the sky rushed up and forcibly changed the direction of their attack. I'll attack. Mo Ling took on the task of attacking alone. He summoned several towering giants, all of which were mechanical giants combined with branches and metal. He walked with heavy steps and punched. Bang! The demon dragon looked at the mechanical giants curiously. When they approached, he slapped them and turned them into pieces. Poof! Mo Ling spat out blood. His pet beast was a rare elf that could create all kinds of creations, but every creation contained the spiritual power of the beast master. Especially the giant just now contained basically 70% of his spiritual power. Recover. Li Mubai quickly noticed the unexpected situation on the field. The power of the domain concentrated on Mo Ling's head, and a milky white energy tilted, restoring his mental power. In just one encounter, someone was seriously injured, but on the other hand, the demon dragon was not injured at all. The 2 demonic dragons raised their heads to the sky at the same time and let out a low roar. 2 gray-black demonic energies burst out from their bodies, turning into 2 circular shock waves that spread in all directions. Open the territory, Wang Xuanzi shouted. I will block it. Wang Yunxiao, War Qi Domain. Lu Chuan, Ice Crystal Realm. Wei Yuan, Xianshui Realm. Bai Yunhe, Qingfeng Domain. Mo Ling was speechless. Now he couldn't open the field at all. The last layer was resisted by Wang Xuanzi. Ancient Demon Realm. The demonic energy spurted out, and the shock wave poured down like the water of the Milky Way, hitting everyone's field with an indomitable momentum. Crack! Everyone behind them seemed to hear the sound of shattering. In just a moment, the 5 people fell to the ground and flew backwards, vomiting blood, and the realm was shattered. Block it! Wang Xuanzi burned his bloodline directly. 2 high-level overlord-level demon dragons attacked at the same time. He couldn't stop it by burning his bloodline alone. Boom! After 3 breaths, Wang Xuanzi couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. The shock wave of demonic energy continued to spread towards the rear, aiming directly at the domain lord-level team. Here I go, the 8 desolate chaos, the desolate realm, open. Yi Chengyu finally took action, transforming into a huge rock dragon. The rock-like body was extremely thick, and the joints were inlaid with golden crystals. The tail extending from the spine swung at will, and the 4 huge brown dragon wings spread out, blocking out the sky and the sun, showing the aura of the mid-level overlord level. Then the khaki field carried the power of thick rocks like a stone wall to block all the evil energy. Great, we finally blocked it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, death was really about to come. Stop staring at me. They're going to attack again. Yi Chongyu's expression was extremely ugly. This was beyond his expectation. Maybe he was about to fall into trouble despite his exhaustive plan. The two demonic dragons roared up to the sky again, and gray-black demonic energy surged wildly from the gaps in their scales, condensing around them into two expanding black balls of light. The ball of light is getting bigger and brighter, and a dark red light is looming at the core, exuding a heart-stopping aura of destruction. The second round of attacks is coming. Wang Chen hissed. It's unstoppable. Wei Yuan struggled to hold himself up. Most of the Xinshui armor had been broken into pieces, and the energy in his body was almost exhausted. He looked at Yi Chongyu, with a hint of retreat in his eyes. Your Highness, the few of us who can still stand up, hold them back for a while, and you can retreat with the others. Wei Yuan was silent. What's more, we may not be able to outrun them. Fight? How to fight? You are no match for me, Lu Chuan said with a pale face. Yi Chongyu turned around and glanced at everyone behind him. Except for Wang Xuanzi, the other 5 at the overlord level were each more miserable than the last. Their faces were all pale, their arms were trembling, and Mo Ling couldn't even stand still. The territory lord level team was even more unbearable. The strings of Yin Chi broke, Luo Xiaoxing's glow faded, Anishin's mouth was bloody, and Puppet Zhou's puppets all collapsed to the ground. The 4 people's spirits were severely damaged, and their resilience was far inferior to that of the overlord level. Man Shan and Wang Mingho were blocking the front. Most of the rock armor on their bodies had been shattered. They were panting like cattle, had numerous external injuries, and their entire bodies were soaked in blood. Lingmu Bai was still activating the power of the grass spirit, but his expression was worse than that of the wounded, and his energy was already overdrawn. No one is whole. Wang Xuanzi, Yi Chongyu said. Your Highness, set up a formation. Wang Xuanzi was stunned for a moment, then thought of something, and his face changed slightly. Qi and blood formation? The Qi and blood formation was just what the 2 people called it. The real name has long been lost. Yi Chongyu discovered a remnant formation after reading ancient books, and it had a very strong effect. Once the magic circle is opened, the people in the magic circle will pull the spiritual world of the other beast masters, and the power of all the people and pet beasts in the magic circle will be temporarily blessed by the energy and blood of one person, temporarily breaking through their own realm and gaining unparalleled power. But the 2 of them have never actually used it, because the price is too high. All those who set up the formation have to burn their energy and blood, and the formation eyes bear the heaviest pressure. They can be bettered in for several months, or the spiritual world can be broken, losing the ability to control beasts and becoming ordinary people. In addition, other people and pet beasts will lose their potential in life. This formation can improve the strength of the Beastmaster, but at a huge cost. Yes, maybe this is the only way now. Wang Xuanzi nodded. That's all. Losing some life is better than dying here. 2 high-level overlord-level demon dragons only need to control the energy and blood formation to break through our strength to the high-level overlord level. I'm afraid that if we forcefully upgrade to the overlord level peak, everyone will die. 2 people. Wang Xuanzi was a little doubtful. That's right. In fact, I have calculated that the energy consumed by 1 overlord level peak already exceeds that of 2 overlord level high-level ones. Go ahead. Let everyone set up their formations, and I'll resist the dragon. Be fast. Yes. Wang Xuanzi knew that this matter was extremely important and quickly informed everyone. Burning blood. The combined energy and blood of so many of us is just enough to run this formation, and the foundation may be permanently damaged afterwards. Everyone questioned. Besides, His Highness won't be able to hold on for long if he goes to stop the demon dragon himself. Wang Xuanzi urged. The 2 balls of demonic light have expanded to the limit and will pour down in the next second. Wang Xuanzi, set up the formation. Everyone else, follow Wang Xuanzi's command. Yi Chongyu turned around and faced the 2 groups of demonic light balls that were about to arrive. I will buy time. Yi Chongyu's aura completely exploded, and his figure soared to 8 meters. His originally thick body was once again covered with layers of rock armor and earth-yellow crystals, and the earth-yellow desolate field suddenly spread with him as the center. The realm of the origami. Buzz buzz. Yangcheng himself made a harsh buzzing sound. His body glowed like a golden Buddha statue, and the demonic light ball falling from the sky collided head-on and hit it. Boom! The whole ground was shaking, and the ground beneath Yangcheng's feet instantly cracked and collapsed, with the cracks spreading dozens of feet in all directions around him. He crossed his arms in front of him, and the earth-yellow light and the gray demonic energy clashed fiercely. Miraculously, the demonic energy was unable to advance in the face of this heavy body and could only be forced back. However, the two demonic dragons were coming fiercely, and the demonic energy was flowing continuously. Yangcheng's body was constantly being forced back, and everyone could hear the sound of earth and rocks being squeezed. Set up the formation, Wang Chen shouted in hiss. Everyone spread out, open the spiritual world, and burn the blood. The four wings of the divine beast's holy light spread wide, and golden light poured out from its body, spreading out at Wang Chen's feet and turning into a complex halo with a diameter of 10 feet. Ancient Demon Domain. Wang Chen expanded the power of the domain, and then lit up halos in different places in the domain. With the halo as the center, densely packed runes continued to spread out to the periphery. Each rune was glowing slightly, flowing like a living thing, and finally formed a circular formation, with the runes also stopping at the center. Everyone, enter the halo. Wang Chen stood in the center of the halo, forming seals with his hands. Open the spiritual world, burn the energy and blood, and inject all the power, including the power of all pet beasts, into the runes under his feet. Wang Yunxiao was the first to step into the halo. He did not hesitate and directly activated the blood energy in his body. A wisp of red blood mist floated out from his body and submerged into the runes under his feet. The runes suddenly lit up, as if they had been injected with blood, and came to life. Wang Yunxiao groaned, and his face turned pale for an instant, but he gritted his teeth and stood firm. Lu Chuan followed closely, and the blood mist floated into the runes. He swayed and knelt on one knee, but did not exit the halo. Wei Yuan, Bai Yunhe, and Mo Ling looked at each other and stepped in at the same time. 3 wisps of blood mist of various colors floated out, and the 3 of them groaned in unison. This feeling was very uncomfortable, as if they were being drained dry. Come on! Manshan grabbed Wang Mingho, and the 2 of them stepped into the halo at the same time. Manshan's blood mist was dark red, and Wang Mingho's blood mist contained dragon's blood. Both of them were powerful beast masters, and their energy and blood were stronger than the others. The moment 2 wisps of blood mist were injected, the light of the entire halo suddenly increased. In Chi-Chi, Luo Xiaoxing followed closely. Shun Yin and Puppet Jiu released their transformations. Their blood was also burning, and they suffered more pain than others. Finally, there were the most seriously injured domain Lord-level players. They helped each other step into the halo, fell down one after another, but struggled to sit up and press their hands on the runes. 16 streaks of blood mist drifted into the runes at the same time. All the ancient demon runes in the halo lit up, and the complicated lines seemed to come alive and began to converge along the ground towards Wang Chen in the center. Wang Chen's whole body was shrouded in golden light, and a far more powerful aura began to rise in his body. Intermediate Overlord level. The breath is still rising. High-level Overlord level. We're here. Wang Chen's breath surged, his body was filled with strength, and his eyes shone. Your Highness, I'm coming. Light and shadow disappear. Wang Chen transformed into dozens of phantoms to surround the 2 demonic dragons, and fired lasers at the same time to interrupt their attacks. Yangcheng breathed a sigh of relief and landed from the air to replace Wang Chen's position. Instead, he took the place of qi and blood. The power of qi and blood required by Yangcheng was even greater. The dozen or so people standing in the formation were bleeding profusely. Some even had their temples turning white, and their life breath was losing crazily. This is simply an evil formation. Yangcheng closed his eyes. No matter what, Now they could only rely on this formation to gain a glimmer of hope. Boom. High-level overlord level, breakthrough. 8 desolate divine seals. The earth-yellow mountain power suppressed and hit one of the demonic dragons, directly suppressing it to the ground. Fight quickly, don't delay. Yi Chongyu shouted. Okay. Wang Xuanzi also understood that every second he delayed would cause great harm to his teammates. Come together. Yi Chongyu stood side by side with him, looked at each other, and took action at the same time. 8 desolations. Heaven Eater. 2 attacks were fired at the magic dragon at the same time. The field was suddenly impacted by 3 types of energy, followed by a huge roar. The shock wave directly dispersed the formation. Many people vomited blood and flew out, falling unconscious on the ground. Dead. Probably dead. The 2 gasped for breath and finally determined that the demon dragon was dead, leaving only the remaining body fragments. Great, I'm saved. Wang Xuanzi chuckled, feeling so good about surviving the disaster. However, the 2 of them immediately felt a huge sense of fatigue coming over them. They were so tired that they couldn't even move their fingers. But this was just the beginning of the backlash. The realm of the 2 began to decline, and it was difficult to maintain even the original realm. The natal beast fell into a coma, and the spiritual world withered. This formation is too weird. I have no choice but to use it again. Wang Xuanzi knelt down and said with all his strength. You rest, I'll go check on the others. Yi Chongyu forced himself to cheer up. His condition was better than that of Wang Xuanzi. After all, his foundation was more solid. Yin Xiao, Lu Chuan, Wei Yuan, and Shun Yin, are you all okay? Is anyone hurt? Unfortunately, there were only a few responses, and the voices were very low. Yi Chongyu retrieved each person one by one and confirmed their status. Fortunately, no one died, and most of them fell into a coma. After one person was fed a pill, he leaned against a tree and closed his eyes. Who? Yi Chongyu suddenly woke up after not knowing how long he had been unconscious. Oh, are you awake? Yi Chongyu's pupils shrank. He knew the person in front of him, but he shouldn't be here. Han Fengyuan, I didn't expect you to know me. Han Fengyuan smiled at him. You are much stronger than your brother. You are very calm, but you have too many problems. My brother? Haochen or Wu Wei? What did you do to him? Yi Chongyu shouted. You'll know soon. As he spoke, Han Fengyuan had already gathered everyone around him, and the unconscious people had no idea that danger was coming again. What are you going to do? Of course I'll tie you back for experiments. Han Fengyuan said while staring at those domain lord-level people. These people are too weak, so we should kill them on the spot. Hey, forget it. Mosquito legs are small, but also meat. Let's take them back and study them. They say we can't make special synthetic monsters. Synthesis, Warcraft. Yi Chongyu understood. He understood it in just 4 words. These demon wolves and demon dragons are all your fault. Yi Chongyu said in horror. Yes, you got the answer right. But it's a pity that there is no reward. Han Fengyuan joked. Oh no, the reward is to make you one of them. You are absolutely crazy. Whatever you say, you ordinary people will not understand me. Only your emperor can understand a little bit of my ideas. Han Fengyuan showed a lonely expression that no one understands. Han Fengyuan snapped his fingers. Shadow Beast, come out and take them all back. A dark mist emerged from behind, transforming into a towering giant beast that was 20 meters high. It looked like a wolf, but not a tiger. It seemed to be a combination of various land beasts. Its body was covered with scales, and it was always exuding the power of darkness. Compared with it, the dragon was like a newborn cub. With just one look from the shadow beast, Yi Chongyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body could not stop trembling. However, the shadow beast did not attack him, but gently raised its claws. Yi Chongyu and the other 20 people all flew up, wrapped in a rich dark power and imprisoned on its back. Han Fengyuan jumped slightly and sat on the top of the shadow beast. Return the same way. Don't release too strong aura. This secret realm is too dangerous. Even I will encounter mishaps. Roar. The shadow beast let out a low roar and left the spot in an instant, turning into a black shadow and traveling through the jungle. When the shadow beast advanced, Yi Chongyu fell into a coma. When he woke up again, he found that he was tied to a metal chair. His wrists and ankles were tightly bound by dark energy chains, and the energy core in his body was suppressed by a cold force. He couldn't mobilize even a trace of energy. He struggled a little, but the chains didn't move at all. He looked up. This is a bunker. The surrounding walls are made of dark gray metal and are embedded with dense pipes and circuits, making a slight buzzing sound. The lights above were dim and cold, illuminating the entire space like a gloomy prison. The air was filled with an indescribable smell, like blood, rotten flesh, and some kind of chemical mixed together, which was disgusting. The large screen directly in front was still flashing red dots, but the number had been reduced a lot. Yangcheng glanced around, observing every place curiously. Han Fengyuan walked out of the shadows. He was still wearing the white suit and rimless glasses, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, with a leisurely and calm posture. He walked up to Yangcheng, pulled over a chair, sat down, and put his hands on the back of the chair, like a teacher preparing to teach students knowledge. Yangcheng said nothing. It's okay. I just have free time today, and my experiment has made new progress, so I will tell you about it. Maybe you will be interested. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and rows of blue lights lit up in the darkness deep in the bunker, illuminating the entire wall. No, that's not a wall. It's a row of huge culture tanks. Each tank is soaked with a sleeping monster. They are extremely ferocious, but at this moment they are floating quietly inside. The other row is even more terrifying. Zhi Yu, his younger brother, was imprisoned in a huge vessel, with dense tubes connected behind his back. His face was so pale that there was no trace of blood, and his eye sockets were sunken as if he were skin and bones. Not finished yet. I continued to look inside. Lu Jun, Lu He, and Zhou Jinshan were also among them, but they were even more miserable than Zhi Yu. They really only had a layer of skin left. The pipes behind them were directly connected to the opposite vessel. The dragons connected to them basically changed in different forms. Some were completely black, some were as blue as frost, some were shining with gold, and some were thick and solid. Qi and blood. You are stripping them of their qi and blood. Yangcheng took a deep breath. Is this the source of the magic dragon? Strip the qi and blood of the pet beast with dragon blood and the beast master, and then combine it with the magic beast. Smart. Han Fengyuan walked to a culture tank and tapped the wall of the tank with his fingers. The demon dragon inside twitched slightly, and its scales glowed with a dark red sheen. Dragon blood and demonic energy coexisted perfectly in its body without any sign of conflict. How is it? My work. Warcraft are irrational and cruel. Dragon-type beasts are uniquely endowed with strong bodies, high resistance, and powerful destructive power. They are also extremely sensitive to energy. They are one step ahead of other beasts from birth. Han Feng said calmly, his voice echoing in the empty bunker. So I thought, what if we combine them? Use the body of the monster to carry the dragon bloodline, and use the dragon blood to strengthen the demonic energy of the monster, so that the two can complement each other instead of rejecting each other. But unfortunately, dragon-type pet beasts are too rare, and most of them are controlled by you. I can't get suitable test subjects at all, so I can only start with other synthetic beasts to practice. After they become stronger step by step, I can slowly obtain test subjects from you family members. He turned around and looked at Yangcheng. In the early days, my laboratory was full of failed products. The bloodlines of various pet beasts were in conflict, and they could not form effective combat power at all. Either they were strong enough and disobedient, or they were obedient and not strong enough. Later I discovered that beast masters contracted with pet beasts can achieve a neutralizing effect. Those awakened young beast masters can mediate the conflicts caused by the combination of different pet beasts. But it is just a reluctant reconciliation, and the things they can produce are as high as the domain lord level at most. Later, I focused on the magical beasts. Not only did I purify the demonic energy, but also made the magical beasts more powerful. After combining with the pet beasts, I even got an unexpected surprise. Some of the magical beasts actually possessed elemental power. Do you know how excited I was at the time? Han Fengyuan became even more crazy. Yangcheng stared at Han Fengyuan without saying a word. Haha, but it's a pity that the action was too big later, and I was cleared by you. But I have obtained the final experimental data, so it doesn't matter. I just need to reselect the test objects. Later on, I started to use dragon-type pet beasts to make Warcraft, and finally, it became a high-level Overlord-level dragon. How about it? How did you escape the search of so many experts? Yi Chongyu asked. Haha, I'm hiding in a place you can't even imagine. Are you in the Imperial City? Yi Chongyu couldn't believe it, and then shook his head. No, how could you get in? By the way, and how did you enter the Holy Dragon's secret realm? Yi Chongyu had more and more questions. A little tip for you. Han Fengyuan liked to watch this group of people puzzled. Which place in the Imperial City is completely isolated from exploration? Complete isolation? Yi Chongyu's eyes narrowed. Imperial Palace? This is impossible. Yi Chongyu knew best. In fact, the palace was a huge chain-repairing place, specially provided for the emperor alone. There was a steady stream of dragon energy there. Every emperor who lived there for a long time would upgrade his realm to the emperor level, and his pet beasts would also complete the emperor level evolution. Therefore, no one else is allowed to enter there, and even the emperor's relatives cannot live there. Naturally, it is completely isolated, and no one is qualified to explore. Haha, I didn't expect it. In fact, I didn't expect that your father would personally find me to cooperate with me, and even protect me. Yi Chongyu's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he shook his head repeatedly. It's impossible, father, it's impossible, no. What is impossible for him? It is impossible for him to cooperate with me. Han Fengyuan's smile became meaningful. Your father is much more complicated than you think. Actually, I was also surprised when he found me. At that time, I was still looking for suitable test subjects in the secret realm of Warcraft. He came alone that day, without anyone, and only with injuries. He paused, as if remembering. At the peak of the Emperor level, his breath was so heavy that I couldn't even move a finger. I thought I was going to die. But, no, he let me go, and even wanted to cooperate with me. After listening to his thoughts, I thought I was the most evil madman in the world, but I was wrong, he was. He said, Han Fengyuan, I know what you are doing. I will give you shelter, give you resources, and give you everything you want. In exchange, you have to do one thing for me, build an army. An army that does not need rest, does not need supplies, will not betray, and completely obeys orders. What does he want this army to do? Yi Chongyu's voice was very soft. To be honest, I admire him for being able to enter the secret realm of Warcraft alone. No, he might even have entered the world of Warcraft continent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured. Maybe he saw something there, which is why he had such a crazy idea. Of course, it may even be that he just wants to completely end the threat of Warcraft. After all, which emperor has not made great achievements during his reign? Yi Chongyu fell silent. Indeed, the lifespan of a beast master is longer than that of ordinary people, especially an emperor-level beast master. It is not a problem to live for 200 years, so every emperor who comes to power will want to develop the Holy Dragon dynasty better. There are those who vigorously develop people's livelihood and popularize the beast masters throughout the dynasty. There are those who conquer other countries and fight against the forces that covet the Holy Dragon. There are those who stick to the dynasty and resist the attacks of the monsters again and again. There are also some who want to counterattack the monsters and regain the land that originally belonged to them. But unfortunately, they all failed. Your father, his ideas are far crazier than my experiments. But he has the right to be crazy because he is the emperor, and I am just a cultist being hunted by everyone. So he gave me asylum, and I gave him the legion. Each takes what he needs. Yi Chongyu listened. He already believed this fact in his heart, but he could only smile bitterly. Can he even sacrifice his own child for his own ideas? Maybe he scolds us for never really understanding our father. With so many high-quality test products, my experiment has indeed made a qualitative leap. The demon dragon at the peak of the overlord level can now be produced. If it continues, it will become the king level. Yi Chongyu felt shuddering. The thought of an army of king-level monsters was terrifying. Who could stop such an army? Unifying the continent and counterattacking the Warcraft might really be possible. How about it? Are you interested in joining me now? Your father has abandoned you, and you can only survive by joining me. Haha, do you think I will believe your nonsense? There is a high probability that you will turn me into a world of Warcraft after using it. Yi Chongyu would not easily believe the words of a madman. It's up to you. Just wait here, and I'll catch your brothers and all those elite players one by one. Yi Chongyu sighed. Indeed, Han Fengyuan was currently in a trap. Unless he could find the Dragon Ball and open the secret realm, there would be a glimmer of hope. Han Fengyuan chuckled at the corner of his mouth. Oh? Yi Dingyuan didn't expect that he also hid his strength. The 3 Overlord-level dragons were no match for him. Fortunately, I had already let the Oathblade Demon Dragon pass in advance. How's it going? Oathblade Demonic Dragon. Isn't this name very domineering, haha? You know everyone's location? Yi Chongyu woke up. Oh my, you really took a lot of trouble. The trace of luck that existed in Yi Chongyu's heart was completely extinguished. The gap between them and Han Fengyuan was too big, both in terms of strength and information. The other party is the hunter hiding in the darkness, and they are all little sheep exposed. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to deal with my test subjects. I've been coveting Wang Schwanz's magical bloodline and pet beast for a long time. Han Fengyuan said and turned to leave. Yi Chongyu was left stunned on the spot, and then shouted angrily, but no one responded. These demonic dragons are quite powerful. Where did they come from? Fifth Prince Yi Dingyuan looked at the 3 demonic dragons that had died tragically on the ground with a heavy expression. At this moment, Lu Qingshan, Xiao Feng, and the other 6 Overlord-level contestants were also shocked. They never thought that Yi Dingyuan would have such strength. Not only did he possess the strength of a high-level Overlord, but he also killed the demonic dragon by fighting 3 opponents at once. The story begins when the 7 of them entered the core area. Not long after entering, they encountered several powerful demonic wolves. Fortunately, they were numerous, and each of them used their special moves, so the demonic wolves did not pose a threat to them. After a fierce battle, they were successfully killed. Undeterred, the group continued forward. Suddenly, 3 demonic dragons descended, turning their faces ashen. These high-ranking, Overlord-level demonic dragons posed a deadly threat, and they were all knocked to the ground in a single exchange. Who would have thought that Yi Dingyuan would make a move? Yi Dingyuan closed his white fan, and a massive ice-blue summoning array lit up behind him. An ice crystal dragon roared forth, its enormous body even larger than the demonic dragon, composed entirely of ice crystals that reflected the demonic dragon like a mirror. Its massive ice crystal wings flapped wildly, accompanied by a blizzard, causing the air temperature to plummet. Ice Dragon, merge and transform. Yi Dingyuan crossed his arms and slowly flew up, and the Ice Dragon instantly transformed with him. Yi Dingyuan's body was covered in ice crystal armor with golden patterns. The combination of ice blue and radiant gold exuded nobility. Instead of a pair of dragon wings growing from his back, a huge dragon beast phantom surrounded him. A huge dragon tail extended downwards from his back and swept casually. His whole body was filled with cold air. Ice Soul Domain, open. The icy blue light spread outwards from him, instantly enveloping an area of hundreds of feet in radius. Moisture in the air condensed into countless fine ice crystals, which fell to the ground and covered the ground with a layer of broken ice. The branches and leaves of the surrounding trees were frozen into crystal ice sculptures. The moment the 3 dragons were enveloped by the domain, their movements became noticeably slower, as the extreme cold power silently eroded their muscles and joints. The demonic dragon on the left launched the first attack, spewing out a beam of gray-black demonic energy. Yi Dingyuan raised his hand, and an ice crystal shield condensed in front of him. The beam of demonic energy struck the shield, but it did not explode or shatter. The extreme cold froze the demonic energy along with the impact force. The gray-black beam of light condensed into a thin layer of black ice on the surface of the ice shield, then shattered into powder with a crack and fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment he blocked the attack, the dragon on the right lashed out with its tail, the thick tail sweeping towards Yi Dingyuan's waist with immense force, so fast it created a sonic boom. Yi Dingyuan didn't turn around, but pointed his left hand backward. The frozen coffin. A beam of icy blue light shot from the fingertip and struck the dragon's tail. The moment it struck, the ice spread wildly outward from the point of contact. It wasn't just ordinary freezing. It piled up layer upon layer, as if a custom-made ice coffin had been made for the dragon. The ice layer spread from the tail to the hind limbs, from the hind limbs to the waist and abdomen, and from the waist and abdomen to the chest cavity, eventually sealing the entire dragon in a huge ice crystal. The dragon remained motionless in the tail-whipping posture, and its ferocious appearance when it launched an attack could still be seen through the ice layer. The third demonic dragon swooped down from the sky, its claws outstretched, their tips brimming with dense demonic energy, and slammed down towards Yi Dingyuan's head. Yi Dingyuan looked up and twirled the white fan in his palm. Ice Dreamland. A beam of icy blue light exploded atop the dragon's head, transforming into countless fine ice crystals that drifted down. Each ice crystal reflected the dragon's own image, and these countless reflections swirled before its eyes, disrupting its vision. The dragon's dive trajectory began to veer off course. It shook its head, trying to shake off the ubiquitous reflections, but it couldn't. The reflections were no longer in front of it. They had already taken root in its mental world. It began to spin in the air, its claws slapping wildly at the air, letting out confused roars from its throat. "I'll deal with you first." Yi Dingyuan made his move. His figure appeared before the frozen dragon, his right hand clenching into a fist, and a long sword made entirely of extreme ice took shape in his palm. The blade is long and slender, completely transparent, with an icy blue light flowing around its edge. Upon closer inspection, one can even see the shadow of a dragon on the icy blade. The 8 forms of Ice Soul. First form, Frost Slash. The ice blade traced a clean arc, striking the frozen dragon's head. The moment the frigid blade collided with the ice, the dragon's scales, sealed within the ice coffin, shattered. The extreme cold had frozen the scales into something as brittle as glass. When the blade cut into the flesh, no blood gushed out. The blood froze the moment it flowed out of the wound, solidifying in the blood vessels along with the demonic energy. The dragon sealed in the ice coffin retained its last pose from life, like a lifelike ice sculpture. Only now it had been split in two, the separation between the upper and lower halves as smooth as a mirror, and was displaced. The dragon was cleaved in two by a single strike. Second move, Frost Annihilation. Yi Dingyuan wildly swung the ice blade in his hand, so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. It seemed chaotic, yet it was full of rhythm. Before the severed upper body even hit the ground, it was cleaved into countless ice crystals and exploded with a deafening roar. Not a single drop of blood was shed, only countless fragments of crystal, equally divided, remained. The dragon trapped in the ice dream was still circling in the air. Yi Dingyuan did not give it a chance to wake up. He clenched his left hand, and dozens of ice fangs shot up from the ground. Ice Fang Thrust. Each ice tooth was as thick as a tree trunk and as sharp as a spear, like the fangs of a dragon, piercing through the dragon's body from different angles. The ice teeth pierced through scales and flesh, entering from the spine and exiting from the chest. With a wave of his right hand, all the ice fangs shattered simultaneously, and countless ice crystal fragments shot out in all directions from the dragon's body, pulverizing its internal organs, bones, and demonic core. The dragon's body froze in midair for a moment, then fell like a tattered rag doll that had been pierced, crashing to the ground and shattering into countless frozen chunks of flesh. Of the 3 demonic dragons, 2 are already dead. The first demonic dragon, spewing demonic energy, finally broke free from the sluggishness of the extreme cold and roared furiously to the sky. It opened its mouth wide, and a blinding gray-black light shone from deep within its throat. Demonic energy frantically condensed in its mouth, and this attack contained the demonic dragon's desperate strike. Yi Dingyuan stopped what he was doing, crossed his arms in front of him, and quietly looked at the demonic dragon. "You're the only one left." Infinite Ice Dragon Explosion. All the ice crystals within the Ice Soul domain stopped falling simultaneously and hovered in midair. The temperature plummeted, and one of the ice crystals transformed into an ice dragon. The ice dragon was completely transparent, and every detail of its scales, claws, horns, and whiskers was clearly visible. Its eyes gleamed with a cold, icy blue light. Then a shocking scene unfolded. All the ice crystals within the domain began to transform into dragons. Just imagine how vast that domain was. And how many ice crystals were there? They are completely uncountable. Roar! Countless ice dragons roared out, their deafening roars echoing as they crashed into the demonic dragon. Each one unleashed a massive ice explosion, leaving behind a huge crater of ice crystals. After several minutes of bombardment, the original dragon was blasted beyond recognition, its limbs broken, its wings shattered, its body riddled with countless craters, and its ferocious head shattered, until it was completely lifeless. Your Highness, is this your true strength? Xiao Feng was dumbfounded. This overwhelming victory was too shocking. Yes, didn't you know? Yi Dingyuan deactivated his transformation, took out a folding fan, and gently fanned himself. Your Highness is a man of great talent. I've learned something new today. Lu Qingshani walked over. Haha, I don't usually like this fighting and killing, but as a member of the royal family, it's not good to be too weak. You can play dumb to fool others, but you can't actually be a pig. Yi Dingyuan shook his head. I thought I was going to die this time, but I feel much more at ease with your Highness here. Shun Qianshan breathed a sigh of relief. These dragons are strange. I suspect there will be even greater dangers if we continue deeper. Everyone be careful, and run immediately if anything seems amiss, Yi Dingyuan warned. Yes. The six nodded. Call out. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sharp whooshing sound came from behind, and the sky was instantly obscured by a huge figure. What is this? Yi Dingyuan's pupils shrank, his eyes filled with disbelief. What a terrifying aura. It's even more terrifying than those demonic dragons. Lu Qingshan exclaimed in shock. It's different from the demon dragon. So why do I feel a sense of familiarity with it? Xiao Feng wondered. I feel the same way. Shun Qianshan pondered, but he didn't know where this sense of familiarity came from. It's Oathblade Dragon. Yi Dingyuan recognized it at a glance. Oathblade Dragon. Oathblade Dragon. Some were puzzled, some were shocked. It's the 7th prince's natal pet beast. Lu Qingshan woke up with a start. What? You didn't see that wrong, did you? Everyone found it hard to believe. Maybe it's just that they look alike, some people wondered. Impossible. Yi Dingyuan shook his head. I am very familiar with the aura of the Oathblade Dragon. This demonic dragon has a very strong aura, and the Oathblade Dragon is not some hybrid dragon beast. It is a true descendant of a dragon and contains infinite metal energy. How could this be? The group found it unbelievable. Although we don't know exactly what happened here, something definitely happened to 7th brother. Yi Dingyuan's expression was solemn. Moreover, this demonic dragon is very unusual. Its aura is very powerful, and it should have reached the peak of the Overlord level. What? Peak of the Overlord level? Your Highness, perhaps we should retreat. Shun Qianshan advised. Although Yi Dingyuan is very strong, it would be difficult for him to face a peak Overlord level opponent. We can't escape now. It's locked onto us. Yi Dingyuan took a deep breath, ready to start the battle. Lu Qingshan and his group of 6 then realized that the demonic dragon had released an aura similar to a domain, which would suppress anyone below its level. You all step back. I will face you. Yi Dingyuan summoned the ice dragon once more. Yi Dingyuan took a step forward, and the ice dragon merged with him once more. Ice crystal armor once again covered his entire body, with golden patterns flowing between the seams of the armor plates. A huge phantom of an ice dragon circled behind him, its tail slowly sweeping across the ground, leaving a trail of ice. The figure in the air slowly descended. Standing at a full 15 meters tall, it was larger and more massive than the previous demonic dragon. Its jet-black scales were edged with platinum gold metallic trim, and each scale resembled a polished blade, gleaming coldly in the gray mist. The dragon's wings spread out, blotting out the sky and sun. The edges of the wing bones were as sharp as blades, and each flap brought a sharp whistling sound as it cut through the air. The claws on its limbs were no longer ordinary bone claws, but 4 curved white blades, the tips of which sank into the ground and cut several deep grooves with a light stroke. Most terrifying of all was its chest, where a massive blade protruded forward from the center of its sternum, exceeding 3 meters in length. The blade was entirely white gold, with dark gold inscriptions flowing across its surface. It wasn't a bone spur, but a real sword blade, trembling slightly with each breath, rising and falling with its chest, emitting a low, metallic clang. The Oath-Blade Dragon lowered its head, its dark, golden vertical pupils locking onto Yi Dingyuan, completely ignoring the 6 people in the distance, who were utterly unworthy of its attention. Then an invisible aura spread from its body, and everyone present felt a sudden heaviness in their shoulders and a stinging pain all over their bodies, as if they were being pierced by a sharp blade. This pressure, this sword energy, it's so strong. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth, his legs trembling uncontrollably. You all step back. Yi Dingyuan did not turn around. The Oath-Blade Dragon moved. It wasn't a test. It attacked with all its might from the very first move. The giant blade on its chest shone with a dazzling white-gold light, and a crescent-shaped sword aura shot out from the tip of the blade, so fast that it tore through the air and produced a sharp sonic boom. Wherever the sword energy passed, it plowed a trench several feet deep into the ground, and the pebbles were pulverized into powder at the edge of the sword energy. Yi Dingyuan raised his hand, and an ice crystal shield condensed in front of him. When the sword energy struck the ice shield, it was not frozen like the demonic energy, but instead cut straight through. Ice shards flew everywhere, and the ice shield was as fragile as paper in front of the sword energy. Yi Dingyuan remained calm and continued to activate it. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. In an instant, Yi Dingyuan set up 3 ice shields. However, the sword energy was incredibly powerful, piercing through all 3 layers of ice shields with a single strike. But this was enough for Yi Dingyuan to dodge, as the sword energy grazed his left shoulder. A clean gash was cut into the ice crystal armor, and blood seeped out from the crack. Before it could even drip down, a layer of gray-black, demonic energy rose from the edge of the wound. Yi Dingyuan's face turned pale. The moment the demonic energy entered his body, he felt a sinister force surging through his body. This is no ordinary demonic energy. It contains the sharp power of metal, like countless tiny blades coursing through the veins, causing a sharp, needle-like pain with every heartbeat. Your Highness, Lu Qingshan cried out in disbelief. Yi Dingyuan did not respond. He activated his ice energy and forcibly froze his left shoulder. Then, he made a fist with his right hand, and an ice crystal longsword condensed in his palm. Instead of retreating, he advanced and appeared to the right of the Oath-Blade Demon Dragon. The ice blade drew an arc and slashed towards the root joint of the Demon Dragon's wing. The 8 forms of Ice Soul, 3rd form, Frostmark. The moment the blade touched the scales, Yi Dingyuan twisted his wrist, changing the blade's momentum from a slash to a dragging cut, slicing along the gaps in the scales. This move is specifically designed to deal with those large magical beasts. With a screeching sound, the ice blade dragged a long gash through the gaps in the scales, and the Oath-Blade Dragon let out a low roar, its right wing sweeping across suddenly. A white-gold arc of light flashed from the edge of the wing bone. Yi Dingyuan parried with his sword, and the ice blade shattered the instant the white blade collided with it. He was sent flying, and while still in midair, the dragon's tail slashed down like a giant scythe. The frozen coffin. Yi Dingyuan pointed a finger at the dragon's tail, and the ice layer spread wildly from the point of contact, instantly sealing the entire dragon's tail in ice crystals. But the dragon merely shook its head, shattering the ice layer. Its power was far greater than that of the previous dragons, and the frozen coffin couldn't hold it for even a second. Before the shattered ice crystals could even hit the ground, the second sword strike from the Oath-Blade Dragon arrived. This strike was faster and more ruthless than the first, aimed directly at Yi Dingyuan's throat. Yi Dingyuan suddenly turned his head, and the sword energy grazed his neck. A strand of hair was cut off, and a thin wound was slashed open on the side of his neck by the sword wind. Blood flowed down his neck and merged with the wound on his left shoulder, staining half of his clothes red. This sword strike was Yi Dingyuan's ultimate premonition of danger. Otherwise, he would have already been decapitated. The Dream of Ice. An icy blue halo exploded above the dragon's head, and countless ice crystals fell down. The dragon's movements faltered for a moment. It shook its head, and countless reflections of itself were displayed in its dark, golden vertical pupils. Yi Dingyuan seized the moment to close in, and the ice blade condensed again. This time, He gripped the blade with both hands, enduring the discomfort in his left arm, and the ice blue light on the blade was more intense than ever before. The 8 forms of Ice Soul, 5th form, Frost Burial. The blade struck the base of the giant blade on the dragon's chest, the ice blade colliding with the platinum-colored blade, producing a piercing roar. A tiny crack was actually slashed into the giant blade. The demonic dragon let out a furious roar, and the giant blade in front of its chest suddenly burst out with a blinding white light, with dozens of sword energies shooting out in all directions at the same time. Yi Dingyuan had no time to dodge. He crossed his arms in front of him, and layers of ice crystal shields unfolded in front of him. The sword energy struck the ice shield, shattering layer by layer, only to reform layer by layer. By the time he blocked the last sword energy, the ice crystal armor on his arms had completely shattered, leaving his bare arms covered with countless sword wounds, each one oozing blood. The demonic energy surged into his body through the wound, merging with the previous demonic energy and eroding his flesh and bones. He knelt on one knee and spat out a mouthful of black blood. This blow not only caused him external injuries, but also triggered his internal injuries. The Oathblade Dragon gave him no chance to breathe. It flapped its wings and swooped down like a meteor, its massive blade aimed directly at Yi Dingyuan's heart. "Your Highness!" Lu Qingshan let out a roar, and the 6 of them rushed forward almost simultaneously. Xiaofeng's water curtain was the first to block Yi Dingyuan, followed closely by Shun Qinshan's rock shield, and everyone used their defensive skills. The dragon's speed did not decrease. Sword energy erupted from its giant blade, cutting through the water curtain, shattering the rock shield, and splitting the barrier in two. All methods were as fragile as paper in front of it. Shun Qinshan's eyes hardened, and he immediately transformed, using his physical body to withstand the attack. However, the difference between the two was too great. The giant blade pierced through Shun Qinshan directly, but its speed also slowed down. "Stop right now!" Shun Qinshan roared, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. He gripped the giant blade tightly with both hands and planted his feet into the ground, becoming one with it. "Qinshan!" Lu Qingshan's eyes widened in fury. The others also had bloodshot eyes. Shun Qinshan looked truly terrible. His chest had been pierced, his legs had been dragged and broken, and his hands were a bloody mess with bones and flesh protruding. The Oathblade Dragon stopped, swung its giant blade, and sent Shun Qinshan flying, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. The dragon shook the blood off its blade, and its dark golden vertical pupils locked onto Yi Dingyuan once more. Yi Dingyuan stood up. He could no longer lift his left arm. His right ice blade was covered in cracks, and most of the ice crystal armor on his chest was broken. There were several deep sword wounds on his exposed chest, revealing the bone. His aura was declining, and the phantom of the ice dragon flickered behind him, as if it might dissipate at any moment. But he did not back down. "You go and pull Qinshan back, I'll stop it." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Dingyuan's aura suddenly erupted, and blood mist filled the air. Lu Qingshan and the others realized that His Highness was now fighting desperately, so they quickly left to rescue Qinshan. Burning, infinite ice dragon explosion. Within the ice soul domain, all the ice crystals simultaneously stopped falling, the temperature plummeted, and every single ice crystal glowed. Then, all the ice crystals transformed into ice dragons at the same time. This time was different from the last. There was a trace of blood inside the ice dragon's body. Then thousands of ice dragons flew out from every corner of the domain, each containing pure extreme ice power. They surged towards the Oathblade Dragon from all directions like a blizzard of ice crystals. The demonic dragon swung its massive blade, its platinum gold sword energy slashing and hacking through the horde of ice dragons. Each ice dragon shattered resulted in a violent ice explosion, and the power of extreme cold continuously accumulated around the demonic dragon. No matter how sharp the sword energy was, it couldn't cut through the cold air. The dragon's movements began to slow down, and a thick layer of ice condensed on the surface of its scales. The ice layer at its joints became thicker and thicker, and each swing of the sword required more and more power. Yi Dingyuan held his hands in front of him in a gesture of respect. At that moment, All the ice dragons exploded simultaneously. Boom! The Oathblade dragon was at the center of the explosion, taking all the damage. The power of extreme ice froze it, its entire body covered in ice crystals several feet thick, remaining motionless in its sword-wielding posture. Is it over? Yi Dingyuan asked, barely holding on. Click. However, it didn't. The ice crystals began to shatter. First, the giant blade on the chest broke through the ice, then the wings, and then the limbs. The Oathblade dragon broke free from its icy grip, its scales shattered, its demonic energy dimmed, and the giant blade on its chest cracked in several places. But it was still alive and could fight. It roared furiously to the sky, and for the first time, a look of madness appeared in its dark, golden vertical pupils. Yi Dingyuan stood there. His ice blade had dissipated, and his aura was extremely weak, as if he would collapse at any moment. Still not working? Yi Dingyuan glanced at the demonic dragon, then at the 6 people in the distance, and sighed. He raised his right hand, and a wisp of icy blue light shone from his fingertips. The ice soul descends. The demonic dragon swooped down, its giant blade thrusting straight at Yi Dingyuan, who remained motionless, though his aura was even weaker, his face bloodless, and his hair turned white and withered. A sliver of icy blue light touched the Oathblade dragon first, then transformed into an ice dragon 100 meters tall, while the demonic dragon was only the size of a palm in front of it. The ice dragon tightly bound it, then froze it into an ice sculpture, motionless for several breaths, without moving. Is he dead? I don't know, maybe. Yi Dingyuan collapsed to the ground. Your Highness, what is this move? Everyone was shocked. The power of this move was too great, especially the 100-meter-long dragon. The oppressive feeling was too terrifying. It's the bloodline of the ice dragon. I burned a trace of its ancient bloodline. Yi Dingyuan smiled bitterly. I originally saved it to break through to the Emperor level, but I didn't expect to use it here. Is it the legendary ice dragon, which inherited one of the 9 bloodlines of the Holy Dragon and controls extreme cold? Lu Qingshan recalled the appearance of the ice dragon just now, and it did indeed look very similar to the description in the ancient books. It's all our fault for being so useless. We were completely ineffective. Otherwise, His Highness wouldn't have had to make such a great sacrifice. It's all right, as long as he's alive. What about Qinshan? Is he all right? Your Highness, I'm fine, Qinshan said weakly, being helped along. The wound has stopped healing, but you need to rest, Xiaofeng said. Help me up. Let's prepare to evacuate. Yi Dingyuan trembled as he prepared to stand up. The power of freezing has a time limit, and our crisis is not over yet. That makes sense, let's go. Lu Qingshan summoned his pet beast, settled Yi Dingyuan and Shun Qinshan in, and immediately set off. Be careful on the road. There might be danger, Yi Dingyuan advised. I will. Something's wrong. Why isn't the Oathblade dragon moving? Yi Dingyuan and his group actually ran away? Why is this happening? Sitting in the bunker, Han Fengyuan was looking forward to the Oathblade demon dragon bringing the group back, but he discovered something was wrong when he used the token to locate them. It seems that Yi Dingyuan's strength can be reassessed. Even a peak-level overlord-level demonic dragon couldn't do anything to him. Han Fengyuan pondered. It seemed he would have to personally take them back. Han Fengyuan stared at the few red dots that were slowly moving on the light screen and tapped his fingers lightly twice on the armrest. However, he has more important matters to attend to right now and cannot spare the time. Shadow Beast, he called out without turning his head. A pair of dark golden vertical pupils lit up from the darkness deep inside the bunker. Its tall body exuded an imposing aura, but for now, it was obediently waiting for orders. Go and bring Yi Dingyuan back. I want him alive. The shadow beast let out a low growl and vanished from the bunker in a black shadow. On the other side, Lu Qingshan urged the black-winged swift star to carry Yi Dingyuan and Shun Qinshan, and the group sped towards the outer realm. The gray fog receded rapidly beside them, but everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The group had suffered heavy losses without exploring anything in the core area and had to retreat. A shadow fell over everyone's hearts, indicating that something extraordinary had definitely happened in the core area, but they were helpless about it. Yi Dingyuan lay on the back of the Blackwing Swift Star, his face pale, demonic energy entering his body. He closed his eyes, his breathing rapid and weak. "Your Highness, can you still hold on?" Lu Qingshan asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, I can handle it. I'll deal with the demonic energy first." Yi Dingyuan has no energy left in his body. He can only endure the damage caused by the demonic energy and recover some energy first, and then he can deal with the demonic energy. The ice energy here is rather thin. Your Highness is recovering too slowly. "If only we could find a place with ice and snow," Lu Qingshan said, his heart filled with worry. "It's not that easy. I'll be able to drive back the demonic energy in a little while." Yi Dingyuan forced a smile as he spoke, then his spirits lifted. He struggled to sit up, turned around to look at the gray mist behind him, and his pupils contracted sharply. In his perception, an aura far more terrifying than the Oathblade dragon was rapidly approaching. The gray mist was torn apart, and a huge black shadow was so fast that its outline could not be seen. "There's a magical beast." Yi Dingyuan's voice was hoarse. "An even more terrifying magical beast." Everyone changed color at the same time. "What should we do?" Xiao Feng asked anxiously. Yi Dingyuan's brain was working frantically. At this rate, it was too late to run to the outer realm. The shadow beasts were much faster than them, and they would be caught up in no time if they ran in a straight line. Fighting is absolutely impossible. Even against a top-tier, overlord-level dragon, he could only manage a draw. Against this monster, everyone would die in a single exchange. His gaze swept across the surrounding terrain, then suddenly stopped on the area to his left where the gray fog was particularly thick. "That way. That leads deeper in," Lu Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. Running outwards means certain death, but running deeper offers a glimmer of hope. "Let's go." No one questioned them anymore, and they rushed at full speed in the direction Yi Dingyuan pointed. The terrifying aura behind them was getting closer and closer. The shadow beast had obviously locked onto them, and with each breath, they could feel that cold aura getting closer. "It's too fast." Xiao Feng glanced back and could already vaguely see the huge black shadow in the gray mist. "Lu Qingshan, it's up to you now. Go faster. Go all out. Unleash your qi and blood." Lu Qingshan quickly transformed, burning his qi and blood, which increased his speed significantly. "This is not the time to save money. You could die at any moment." Yi Dingyuan gritted his teeth and propped himself up, gathering the last wisp of icy blue light in his right hand and throwing an ice wall behind him. The ice wall had barely formed when it was shattered by an invisible force, sending ice fragments flying everywhere. This attack bought not even a moment of time. The shadow beast's form emerged from the gray mist. Its massive body, 20 meters tall, blotted out the sky, and its dark golden vertical pupils were as cold as an abyss. It slammed down with one claw. Yi Dingyuan was powerless to dodge. Water barrier. Xiao Feng blocked with his water curtain, but it collapsed upon contact. The shadow beast's second claw has arrived. Shadow step. Lu Qingshan unleashed his power once more, leaving only a blur in his wake as he dodged the attack. Just then, Yi Dingyuan suddenly sensed something. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze locking onto an open space not far ahead. The space there was distorted. The gray mist was being pulled and swirled by an invisible force, forming a slowly rotating vortex. At the center of the vortex, the light and shadow of another world could be vaguely seen, with the phantom of an ancient palace appearing and disappearing within it. "It's the secret sanctuary," he roared. "Charge in." Under immense pressure, Lu Qingshan charged towards the spatial vortex with all his might. Sensing its prey's attempt to escape, the shadow beast roared and pounced, its massive claws descending from the sky with earth-shattering force. "It's too late," Shun Qianshan shouted. The group was still 100 meters away from the spatial vortex, but the shadow beast was already above them, only 10 meters away. "Go!" Yi Dingyuan forced out a drop of icy blue blood from his fingertip, and then he aged 20 years, his hair turned white, and wrinkles appeared on his face. The blood transformed into an ice dragon, though much smaller and far less imposing than the one that had frozen the Oathblade demon dragon, but it was enough. The two collided, not only blocking the shadow beast's fatal blow, but also using the recoil to push everyone towards the area of spatial fluctuation. "Enter." Without hesitation, the seven rushed toward the spatial rift. The shadow beast reacted and appeared in the spot where the seven had disappeared in a flash, but hesitated to go in because there was a deadly threat inside. Roar! It could only watch helplessly, letting out a roar of anger. Wang! A golden light suddenly emanated from the inner space, striking the shadow beast. The shadow beast quickly dodged away, moving far away from the secret area, watching from a distance of 100 meters, but dared not move. The spatial vortex trembled violently, and the seven people crashed one after another onto the cold ground. Yi Dingyuan groaned as he landed. His vision went black, and he almost lost consciousness. Lu Qingshan struggled to get up and looked around. The scenery here was completely different from the outside world. There was no mist, no magical beasts, and even the air contained unparalleled energy. Every breath he took felt comfortable. After waiting for a long time, the shadow beast still didn't come in. Lu Qingshan finally relented. It can't get in. After reverting to their original forms, everyone collapsed to the ground, only to realize that they were all trembling. This time, they were in grave danger. Are we safe? I don't know. This seems to be a place of heritage. The inheritance in the core area seems to be at the royal level. So should we? Stop thinking about it. Just stay here and recover until His Highness wakes up. Lu Qingshan interrupted everyone's thoughts. Lost them. Han Fengyuan put down what he was holding and listened to the shadow beast report. Wu, the shadow beast, let out a low growl, but the meaning had already been transmitted into Han Fengyuan's brain. In a hidden space? Han Fengyuan pondered. Interesting. It's a secret inheritance ground. Not bad luck. But secret inheritance grounds are too dangerous. I can't enter either. Roar. Attacked? Is it the master of the secret realm retaliating? Or is it an automatic attack from the secret realm? Han Fengyuan was also troubled. However, there's no way he could enter the secret realm to capture the seven of them. It's too dangerous. Even if he were at the peak of the king level, he would still die facing those ancient traditions. I hope you're lucky and don't die in there. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such good experimental materials. In that case, there are only a few more big meals left. Once I finish the final king-level demon dragon creation, I can officially begin the hunt. Yi Xiaoming, Yi Xuanzi, Su Jini, Cui Jingming, Qin Fenglei, Tai Gang, and Wang Chen. None of you will escape. Your Highness, you're finally awake. That's wonderful. Lu Qingshan said with delight when he saw Yi Dingyuan's eyelids flutter slightly. Where are we? Are we safe? Yi Dingyuan murmured, his lips barely moving. Your Highness, the demonic beast didn't dare to come in, so we're safe for now. But we don't know where this place is. Xiaofeng said quickly. Yes, Your Highness, we didn't dare to explore while you were still asleep. If this place really is a royal-level inheritance site, it might be even more dangerous than outside. Lu Qingshan nodded. Help me up. I need to recover my energy. Yi Dingyuan struggled to sit up cross-legged. Lu Qingshan and the others quickly helped him up and said, Indeed, the elemental energy here is very concentrated. Yi Dingyuan then sat cross-legged for an hour, and when he opened his eyes again, his complexion had improved slightly. The demonic energy has been forced back, and the external wounds have scabbed over thanks to the combined effects of the elixir and ice energy, at least allowing him to move freely. But his hair remained dry and white, and the wrinkles on his face had not faded. The price of burning his ancient bloodline could not be made up for by meditation. Your Highness. Lu Qingshan saw him stand up and quickly stepped forward. I'm fine. Yi Dingyuan waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. Yi Dingyuan then began to truly observe the place. They were in an open space, incredibly spacious and beautiful, like a paradise. There were several passages on the ground, extending out in different directions, leading to unknown depths. Since this is a secret place for inheritance, according to ancient records, there must be an inheritance hall. Instead of waiting here, we might as well go in and take a look. But Your Highness, what about your injury? My injuries can't be healed by rest alone, Yi Dingyuan interrupted him. The depletion from burning essence blood can only be slowly worn down over time unless we have rare and precious elixirs. That demonic beast outside is probably still guarding it, and we can't get out either. We're trapped here anyway, so we might as well explore further. The inheritance secret realm is a world of its own. Perhaps it holds the opportunities we need. The group exchanged glances, and no one said anything more. Yi Dingyuan is right. They have no other choice. Which way should we take? Someone asked. This may be the first hurdle. Luck is also part of the test, Yi Dingyuan said. Really? Hee hee, I was just kidding, but it's not impossible. Everyone was speechless, not expecting His Highness to still be in the mood for jokes. Let's take this road, Yi Dingyuan said, pointing to the widest road directly ahead. What do you think? We will listen to Your Highness. Okay, let's go. The 7 people walked along the widest road. The scenery along the way was beautiful, with birds singing and flowers blooming, but it seemed both real and unreal. Every time they walked a certain distance, the terrain would change drastically, and the road would begin to twist. Keep going. This was the first time Yi Dingyuan had encountered such a situation, so he could only remain unchanged and deal with the situation as it came. The group walked back and forth for a long time without seeing a way out, as if they had entered a maze. No, it's even more bizarre than a maze. Why don't we turn back? Maybe this is the wrong way. Lu Qingshan suggested. That makes sense. Let's give it a try. 2 hours later, the group was extremely frustrated because they were completely trapped. The way back had changed completely, and they could not get out no matter where they went. They were surrounded by birdsong, fragrant flowers, and dense forests. It's an illusion, Yi Dingyuan said. An illusion? That's right. Royal-level beast tamers can already transform their spiritual world into a separate realm. Their spiritual power is unimaginably vast. So, we've been in his meticulously designed illusion from beginning to end. Everyone who enters will encounter this situation, Yi Dingyuan speculated. What should we do then? It's very simple. Just concentrate and sense it. Yi Dingyuan closed his eyes. Close your eyes. Don't look. Use your mental power to sense the path. By the way, don't look for your teammates. Everyone has to find their own path. If you don't find the path yourself, you'll still be led astray. The 6 men exchanged glances, suppressed their unease, and carried out Yi Dingyuan's instructions without hesitation. This time it was completely different. Using their mental power to perceive the road, it was blurry at first, but the road gradually became clear, and the 7 of them slowly began to walk on it. As Yi Dingyuan said, everyone walks a completely different path, even completely opposite paths, but everyone follows their own spiritual perception. This time, there was indeed no external interference, no flowers, grass, insects, birds, trees, or forests, only that golden path. Another hour passed. We've arrived. Yi Dingyuan opened his eyes. A golden palace stands tall, its body constructed from a single piece of dark gold stone, its surface shimmering with a faint golden light. The doors are tightly shut, and carved on the doors is a colossal golden beast unlike any seen before, resembling a lion with a single horn on its head, a pair of enormous wings spread behind it, 3 tails fluttering, 4 legs treading on clouds, and its head held high towards the sky. At the same time, Lu Qingshan, Xiaofeng, and others also arrived one after another from different places, and no one got lost. What kind of pet is carved on this door? Xiaofeng asked in a low voice. Yi Dingyuan did not answer. He stared at the totem for a moment, had a guess in his mind, but still needed to confirm it. Then he reached out and pressed his hand on the door. It was icy to the touch, and an extremely ancient aura wafted from my palm, as if something slumbering behind the door was being slowly awakened. Your Highness, be careful, Lu Qingshan warned. Yi Dingyuan did not withdraw his hand. He sensed it for a moment, then pushed open the door. The hall was extremely spacious, with a dome so high that its top was invisible, and the surrounding walls were inlaid with luminous crystals. In the very center of the hall, a huge stone statue stood. It was a gigantic beast, entirely golden in color, with a lion-like body, a single horn on its head, and a pair of enormous wings spread out behind it. It was exactly the same as the totem carved on the door, only many times larger. The people standing in front of it were not even as tall as one of its paws. The moment the 7 people stepped into the hall, the stone statue's eyelids twitched. Will you accept the inheritance? The voice was deep and ancient, coming from all directions at the same time, making everyone's eardrums buzz. Who? Xiaofeng quickly went on alert. Do you accept the inheritance? The voice rang out again, this time clearer and with an undeniable authority. Accept, and you live. Refuse, and you die. Everyone's expression changed simultaneously. Was this inheritance really so domineering? Would they die if they didn't accept it? Don't move. Yi Dingyuan raised his hand to stop them. The statue's eyes opened wide, revealing a pair of golden vertical pupils, their depths gleaming with an ancient light. Cracks began to appear on the statue's surface, spreading from its head to its limbs, as pieces of stone peeled away, revealing the real flesh and fur beneath. The outer layer of stone shattered completely, and a colossal, living beast stepped out of the statue. The behemoth has come to life. Its wings were folded behind it, its 4 feet were planted on the ground, and its sharp claws were like hooks. It lowered its head, and its golden vertical pupils looked down at Yi Dingyuan. My name is Huang Ye. It spoke, its voice still deep, but no longer coming from all directions. It spoke directly from its own mouth, and once again asked sternly, "Do you accept the inheritance?" It's really it. Yi Dingyuan understood. His suspicion was confirmed, and then he replied firmly, "I accept it." "Senior Huang Ye, what is the test?" Yi Dingyuan asked respectfully. The first level successfully passed the golden road. Huang Ye's voice came. Then a staircase suddenly appeared in front of the 7 people, and then extended infinitely. They didn't know how far or how high they were. All 7 of you can enter, as long as one of you clears the level. The golden road? Yi Dingyuan frowned, seeming to be remembering something. Your Highness, do we want to go in? Lu Qingshan asked. Moreover, we have no choice. If one person passes, we can all live. If no one passes, we will all die. If we refuse to enter, we will probably die. Come in. Yi Dingyuan made up his mind and stepped on the steps. Then he groaned and his body shook unconsciously, but he quickly froze. It's mental pressure, Yi Dingyuan said quickly. Then 6 people stepped on it one after another, almost falling down as if they were struck by lightning. Okay, that's a lot of pressure. At least it has the pressure of a high-level overlord. Really? I feel so bad. I can't even move. Your Highness, who is Senior Huang Ye? Do you know him? Lu Qingshan tried to lift his feet and began to climb up. The rest of the people were suddenly curious. Yi Dingyuan's expression clearly recognized it. I do know something. The royal family records the information of most of the powerful people in history. As an emperor-level powerful person, Senior Huang Ye will naturally be recorded. Senior Huang Ye was not a strong man from the era of Warcraft, but a strong man from the era of recovery. At that time, the Warcraft had just been sealed, various countries began to recuperate, and the number of beast masters also began to slowly increase. Senior Huang Ye's beast masters were one of them. But human beings are such a contradictory group. Without external enemies, civil strife will breed. The Holy Dragon Dynasty has occupied a great geographical location since ancient times, attracting countless forces to covet it. The group of Xiao in the Mengzi Islands is one of the main forces. They began to invade the territories of neighboring countries. While they were still recuperating, they launched a war of aggression, expanded their territory, and enslaved their pet beasts. There were countless battles between the Holy Dragon and Mengzi, and finally they rose to the level of kings, or even battles between emperors. Such combat power is extremely valuable. Losing one person may turn the tide of the battle. But it is a pity that Senior Huang Ye's beast master died on the battlefield. What? Everyone was shocked. Everyone knew the previous history, but they had never heard of the latter. How could a royal-level beast master die? Yeah, I don't know. This was also one of the mysteries at the time, but his natal pet beast Huang Ye did not die. He even broke out of the siege and eventually returned to the Holy Dragon Dynasty, but he also died not long after. Actually, I have a guess. Everyone stopped and looked at Yi Dingyuan, who had already walked several steps. According to what happened later, after Huang Ye returned to the Holy Dragon Dynasty, the Holy Dragon Dynasty launched a counterattack and repulsed the Mengzi Islands. Perhaps because Huang Ye and the others knew some secrets, they were besieged and killed by the sky-swallowing whales. However, someone needed to bring the news back, and Huang Ye was very suitable. His beast master led the rest of his pet beasts to fight to the death, buying time for Senior Huang Ye. I have a little question. Senior Huang Ye, is he his natal pet? That's natural. Only when your natal beast breaks through to the Emperor level can you be promoted to the Emperor level Beast Master. It is also extremely difficult for an Emperor level Beast Master to cultivate a second Emperor level pet beast. Then Senior Huang Ye's departure will greatly reduce the combat effectiveness of the Beast Master? Xiaofeng asked. Emperor level Beast Masters have surpassed our imagination, and their fighting methods are completely different from those below the king level. I was lucky enough to see Principal Yi take action in person. The scene was too shocking. They have the power of law, and their natal pets can undergo ultimate evolution. They do not need the fusion assistance of a beast master to fight, and the beast masters themselves can have combat power that is not weaker than that of their natal pets. Is this really the case? It was also the first time for the 6 of them to hear of such a thing. Okay, no matter what, let's get over the current difficulty first. Yi Dingyuan took a deep breath. You can climb as high as possible. These pressures can temper your mental strength. I will go up first. After Yi Dingyuan finished speaking, he turned around and walked up. The pace is not fast, but every step is firm. Lu Qingshan looked at his back, gritted his teeth, and raised his heels. The other 5 people looked at each other and also took steps. On the first few dozen steps, the 7 people could barely maintain their speed. Although the pressure is heavy, it is only at the level of high-level Overlord-level players. For several junior Overlord-level players, they can bear it with gritted teeth. Xiaofeng even had the energy to count the steps in a low voice. After passing level 100, the pressure suddenly increased. Xiaofeng's voice disappeared, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He had to pause for a moment before continuing with every step, and the others became even more miserable. Songhe, are you okay? Shun Qianshan wanted to help him. Leave me alone, you continue. Songhe, who was silent in the team, slowly stood upright with his knees on his knees. I can still walk, you go first. Yi Dingyuan did not look back. His speed remained unchanged, and he maintained the same rhythm with every step. The withered white hair fluttered slightly, but the back was straight. Level 200, the pressure breaks through the peak of the Overlord level. Lu Qingshan's steps paused for the first time. He felt as if a mountain was pressing on his shoulders. Every time he raised his legs, he had to mobilize all his strength. The shadow of black winged stars suddenly appeared behind him, seeming to want to bear the pressure for him. But a huge pressure suddenly fell from the sky. Lu Qingshan vomited blood and fell to the ground. Don't summon your natal beast. This level tests the beast master himself and our perseverance. Yi Dingyuan reminded quickly. When Yi Dingyuan saw this, he understood. In fact, he wanted to use the power of his natal beast in the second half of the journey, but now it seems that he can't. At level 300, the coercion has undergone a qualitative change, and the momentum has climbed to the beginning of the king level. Yi Dingyuan is still climbing up gradually. Although the speed is extremely slow, he is still moving. Hoo-hoo. Lu Qingshan was breathing heavily. He couldn't walk at all. The king level was a hurdle. He didn't even have the strength to move his left leg. It was like a wall of air in front of him blocked him out. Damn it! Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth, veins popped out, and he frantically squeezed out his mental strength to fight against the pressure. I don't believe it. Time passed minute by minute. Yi Dingyuan has reached level 500. His speed has slowed down a lot. His white hair is soaked with sweat, and his face is extremely pale, as if he is a dead corpse, with only the walking corpse left. At level 600, the pressure has reached the mid-level king level. For Yi Dingyuan, this is another qualitative change, and the pressure is doubling on him. However, he was not stopped. Yi Dingyuan had already reached level 700. His speed was extremely slow, and every time he moved, he had to pause for a long time. Level 800, the peak of king level. Yi Dingyuan's 7 orifices began to ooze blood, including his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. If he used his mental power to explore the body's organs, he could see that all the organs were rupturing, the bones were squeezed, and the blood vessels burst. The cracks that began to appear in the spiritual world after enduring the crushing that far exceeded the limit were the biggest blow to Yi Dingyuan. The physical pain did not matter, but the spiritual world was his foundation. He hesitated, because the spiritual world was broken, and he would no longer be a beast master. The pet beast would leave him, and the natal pet beast would die here. Bing Luolong, are you afraid? Yi Dingyuan asked silently in his heart. The weak ice dragon in the spiritual world lay down casually on a piece of ice crystal and let out a low roar. I'm not afraid either. If you want to be king, you have to not be afraid of death. Yi Dingyuan did not hesitate and continued climbing. Click, click, click. The sound got louder and louder, but he was the only one who could hear it. Tick, tick, tick. There was more and more blood, and everyone saw it. The blood dripped down the steps and flowed down the river. Your Highness. Lu Qingshan was convinced. He was completely convinced. Unexpectedly, Yi Dingyuan had such terrifying perseverance. In his mind, both Yi Xiaoming and Yi Xuanzi were very strong people, and no matter who they were suitable to inherit the throne. He followed Yi Dingyuan simply because he thought it would be easier. He had no intention of fame and fortune, and enjoying the world was the right way. But now he was wrong. Yi Dingyuan's performance proved that he was by no means what outsiders thought he was. Maybe you would think that he was just trying to survive and was completely forced to leave. But Lu Qingshan knew that if he didn't have such perseverance in his heart, even if he faced a life and death crisis, he would only fight to the end and die in the end. Level 900 is here. However, Yi Dingyuan's spiritual world also began to be broken. The boundaries were blurred, the internal scenery began to disappear, and all the pet beasts began to be affected. Yi Dingyuan couldn't help but growl. The pain caused by the collapse of the spiritual world was unimaginable. Now his breath began to drop, his vision was blurred, and only muscle memory remained. Yi Dingyuan burned everything, spirit, life, potential, blood, everything. He devoted everything just for this moment, either to die or to be reborn. The end of the Golden Road finally appears, the last 100 steps. Yi Dingyuan has closed his eyes, not thinking, not seeing, not even sensing, just trying his best to climb. I don't know how much time passed, but Yi Dingyuan fell down, his flesh and blood dried up, and he looked like a dead corpse. You passed the level. At this time, Huang Ye's voice came, but Yi Dingyuan was indifferent and didn't know if he heard it. The Golden Road disappeared. Your Highness. Lu Qingshan and the other 6 shouted eagerly. Because Yi Dingyuan's condition was really bad. The Golden Road does not test a person's strength, but a person's spirit and perseverance. Burn yourself and not be afraid of death. You have passed the test. Senior, please save him quickly, he is dying. Lu Qingshan knelt down and begged. Huang Ye was condescending, and his eyes only stayed on Yi Dingyuan from beginning to end. Those who pass the level will naturally be rewarded, and you will be given boundless spiritual power. A golden energy wave directly enveloped Yi Dingyuan's body, and he soon woke up. What happened? Yi Dingyuan was a little confused, and then a little surprised, because the fragments of his spiritual world that had been completely shattered were gathering together at an extremely fast speed. Even becoming stronger under the envelope of golden energy, the spiritual world is also expanding, surpassing the original spiritual world. Afterwards, the spiritual world continued to transform, with golden light filling it and life reviving. Even the condition of Ice Dragon had also recovered a lot. Except for the fact that the Ice Dragon bloodline could not be restored, it had basically reached a perfect state. I broke through. Yi Dingyuan clenched his fist and felt carefully that his current condition was surprisingly good, and his strength had reached the peak of the Overlord level. That's great, Your Highness, you're okay. Lu Qingshan and others rushed over quickly, and they had recovered a lot from their injuries. I'm indeed fine, but wasn't I going to die just now? How could this happen? Yi Dingyuan felt strange, and then shouted, Senior, what's going on? Huang Ye suddenly appeared. This time, he no longer had a condescending and arrogant posture. His body was lying cross-legged and a little lazily, and his eyes were a little pleased. Are you a descendant of the Yi family? Yes, Senior. My name is Yi Dingyuan. These are my companions. You are very good. I didn't expect that there would be such a determined person in the future. All of this is a test. The Golden Road does not necessarily require passing the level, but a test of whether a person can fight for a glimmer of life in a desperate situation, regardless of success or failure. When Huang Ye spoke about this moment, his eyes became gentle. After all, each of them has this kind of determination. Yi Dingyuan asked with an uncertain tone, Are they your beast masters, Senior? Not just him, there are countless people like him. It was they who ended the turbulent Warcraft era and the turbulent foreign wars. Senior, how should we leave here? Great changes have taken place outside. We must leave as soon as possible and bring the news out. Yi Dingyuan asked quickly as he remembered the business. Is it a monster? Senior, do you know? I know a little bit. That's why we old antiques will seize this opportunity and start selecting successors on a large scale. Huang Ye has emperor-level strength, so he naturally knows something about the situation in the secret realm. This time the monster is different. It is too powerful, and there are traces of man-made artifacts. Someone is creating a more powerful monster. Yi Dingyuan was very anxious, hoping that Huang Ye could understand the importance of this time. But Huang Ye had a clear expression. It's normal. This is a sign of the resurgence of the monster. What? Everyone was shocked. As you know, 4,000 years have passed since the Warcraft was sealed on a large scale. During these 4,000 years, there will always be Warcraft resurrected and counterattack the mainland, but every time they were repulsed by us tenaciously. But do you know that there are signs for the resurgence of monsters? Otherwise, how could we take precautions in advance and successfully repel the monsters every time? So these monsters are signs? Yi Dingyuan asked. Yes, all of this is the devil's method. Demon God. Several people felt unfamiliar, but they could feel that this so-called demon god was absolutely super powerful. Demon gods are magical beasts that surpass the imperial level. They control the power of chaos, possess wisdom, mobilize magical beasts, and are the masterminds of the attack on the beast control continent. Beyond the emperor level, Yi Dingyuan and others' breaths were stagnant. They had never heard of anything above the emperor level. Huang Ye explained patiently. Beyond the emperor level is the god level. There are only a handful of divine beasts in history. The holy dragon and the 4 holy beasts are among them. They planned and sealed all the demon gods. However, the inheritance of the god level has also dissipated, and a divine beast may not be born in 1,000 years. No wonder. I've never heard that we have a divine beast master. Yi Dingyuan can't imagine what kind of grace the divine beast is. That's a long way to go, but let's get down to business. The power of demonic gods is unimaginable to us. They never stop trying to invade us, but their power cannot come indirectly, so they try to use mental pollution to control humans and make them change their behavior subtly. The ultimate goal is to strengthen the demonic beasts, loosen the seal, and war will begin. How should we stop him? Yi Dingyuan felt that this news was very important and must be passed back. This is a difficult situation to solve. I don't know why that person appeared in the Holy Dragon's secret realm. His strength is not something you can deal with. If you go out rashly, you will only die. Huang Ye said. What you said makes sense. What should we do? Yi Dingyuan raised his head. Senior, can you take action? No, I actually have very little power left. I cannot reach outside the secret land. I can only stay in this spiritual land. If you take away the inheritance, then this place will also collapse. Is that so? So, I advise you to stay here, accept the test, inherit the inheritance, and break through to the king level to have a chance of survival. Huang Ye's words made Yi Dingyuan fall into deep thought. What do you think? Yi Dingyuan asked Lu Qingshan and others for their opinions. Your Highness, everything is decided by you, but I think the senior is right. This is a dead end. Only if you become stronger can you have a chance of survival. Okay, then stay. Yi Dingyuan raised his head. Senior, I will accept the test. What about you? Huang Ye looked at the 6 Lu Qingshan people again. Me, can we do it too? Lu Qingshan was a little surprised. Of course, since the Warcraft is about to be in chaos, it is also good to improve some strength, but it does not mean that I will be merciful. There is still a risk of death. Huang Ye warned. I do. Lu Qingshan did not hesitate. The feeling of powerlessness in the face of danger was too despairing. I am willing to. Xiao Feng and Shen Qianshan also took a step forward. The remaining 3 hesitated for a moment and finally gave up. The first level of the Golden Road had already defeated several people. If they continued to participate in the test, they might really die. Everyone has his own ambitions. The second level. Huang Ye raised his right front paw, and golden light flew out. Reflect yourself. The 4 of them were separated and could not see each other. Lu Qingshan came to an open space, and there was a person exactly like him standing in front of him. The same black-winged star phantom unfolded behind him. and the same energy flowed in the palm of his hand. But the mirror image's eyes were colder, and its aura was stronger. If you defeat your own mirror image, you will pass the level. Huang Yu paused. If you are defeated by the mirror image, you will die. Lu Qingshan's mirror image took the lead, and the exact same black-winged star merged with it, and the exact same wind blade shot out from the palm, but it was faster and at a more tricky angle. Lu Qingshan dodged sideways, and the wind blade grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody mark. Too fast. He gritted his teeth and fought back. The black-winged swift star's wings suddenly flapped, and dozens of cyan wind blades poured towards the mirror image. The mirror image also released the wind blade, and the two waves of wind blades collided in midair, making a harsh cutting sound. However, the mirrored wind blades were obviously denser and more fierce. Lu Qingshan's attacks were all crushed, and the aftermath knocked him back several steps. It knows all my skills, it knows all my tactics, and it even predicts which move I'm used to making first. Lu Qingshan wiped the blood from his cheek, with a ruthless look in his eyes. If you want to fight back, you have to hit what it doesn't know. Another room. When Xiaofeng faced his own mirror image, his first reaction was to curse. The real water demon in the mirror image was more solid than his, and the water flow rate was faster. The high-pressure water cannon used the power in the mirror image's hands that he had never achieved before. The two exchanged less than 10 moves before Xiaofeng was blasted away by the mirror image's high-pressure water cannon, hitting the barrier and sliding down. It learned my moves, and it's better than me. How can I fight this? He got up and spat blood. The mirror didn't give him time to breathe. The second high-pressure water cannon had arrived. Xiaofeng had no choice but to hit him again and again, but he couldn't carry it much, so he could only run away. While running, he was thinking about countermeasures. The mirror image knows everything about me, and in turn I also know his attack mode. But the mirror image is stronger than me, so I can only create a new battle mode. Shen Qianshan, who was originally seriously injured, came to an open space. He could feel that everything here was composed of huge spiritual power, because his injuries completely disappeared. The battle soon began. Shen Qianshan's fighting style was not offensive, but defensive, so the stalemate began. The two of them went back and forth, and started a protracted battle in silence. As for Yi Dingyuan's battle, it is even more dangerous. His strength has reached the peak of the overlord level, and the strength of the mirror image has been infinitely close to the king level. In addition to not having the fighting methods of the king level, his strength has already touched the threshold of the king level. The entire area turned into an ice crystal world, and the two ice dragon phantoms fought back and forth in a stalemate. As for why there was a stalemate, thanks to Yi Dingyuan's remaining ice dragon bloodline, the mirror image cannot be copied. This bloodline only has this power, and the energy it contains has exceeded the limit that Huang Yu can simulate. Well, they are all good, but it will take some time to pass the level. Huang Yu continued to pay attention, and then looked outside the secret place. The troubled times are coming. Ahaha! It's finally done. The king-level demon dragon is finally here. Han Fengyuan's face turned pale, but he was extremely excited because in front of him stood a magical beast that was 50 or 60 meters high. No, it can no longer be called a warcraft, but a complete monster, because it's just too weird. The golden dragon head has black lines. The unicorn-like body is covered with dark golden dragon scales. The phoenix wings are as bright as fire. The foreclaws are as sharp as steel blades. The thick and powerful snake tail, and the energy that erupts from the body from time to time. It's such a waste of the holy light of the divine beast to give you. One pet beast actually contains 4 ancient bloodlines, but now it has been fulfilled for me. The power of so many bloodlines can forcibly raise the strength of the monster to the king level. This is really incredible. Yi Chongyu, do you regret it? Look at such a perfect work. I will be able to mass-produce it soon. It's a pity that all the credit does not go to your name. Han Fengyuan turned his head and looked at Yi Chongyu, who was still tied to the side. But you will become one of them soon, haha. Yi Chongyu's expression was surprisingly solemn. He didn't expect Han Fengyuan's experiment to go so smoothly. Wang Xuanzi has been tortured to death by you. How can you mass-produce king-level monsters? Simple, purified. As long as there are enough people, enough bloodline power can be extracted, and these monsters can continue to become stronger. As the battle increases, the magic energy is injected, and the bloodline power is strengthened. Their strength will become stronger and stronger. I am simply a genius. Crazy. Yu sighed, understanding that the matter had come to this and the dynasty was in danger. Okay, I will keep your words for now. When I catch everyone, you can have a good time reminiscing about the past and get together before you die. Don't blame me for not showing you any favors. After Han Fengyuan said that, he looked at the few red dots left on the screen and shouted loudly, "Magic dragons, go out and bring them all back to me." Yu felt the ground began to shake, as if it was about to collapse. One after another, strange-shaped magic dragons flew out with wings and rushed to different areas. Judging from the number, there were more than a dozen. Each one's strength is at the peak of the overlord level. Such an army is simply a disaster. There is a strong enemy coming from behind. Yi Xiaoming suddenly stopped and looked back. In his perception, a dozen extremely powerful auras were running towards him at extremely fast speeds. The target is very clear, go straight to them. Strong enemy? Su Jini frowned. Being called a strong enemy by Yi Xiaoming was definitely not an easy task. What should we do? Lu Qingfeng asked. Yi Xiaoming was silent. If they were in the outside world, they could run directly, but this was the Holy Dragon's secret realm. If they ran around, they would die faster, but their escape route would be blocked again. In just a few words, several people felt the powerful aura one after another. It's a magic dragon. There are so many of them. Cui Jingming's expression suddenly changed. The rest of the people also looked like they were facing a powerful enemy and were ready to attack. There's something wrong with the aura of these dragons. It's completely different from what we encountered before. Wei Fenghua mentally sensed something unusual. They are all the auras of the peak overlord level, so they must be different. No, it's not the difference in strength, but something else. Wei Fenghua shook his head. Everyone now only relies on their strong mental power to sense danger, but they have not really seen what the incoming enemy looks like. This may surprise you. Something must have happened in the secret realm that we don't know about. Yi Xiaoming had a guess, because his mental power was stronger and sharper, and the auras behind him were very familiar. You continue to move forward and speed up. The goal is to find the Dragon Ball at the core. Yi Xiaoming decided to go deeper into the secret realm. Su Jini, Cui Jingming, you two are responsible for leading the way, and I, the Queen, will be responsible for detecting the incoming enemy. Yes. The two nodded vigorously, understanding that the current situation was very critical. Less than 2 minutes passed before the dragons arrived, and Yi Xiaoming finally saw their true colors. Oh my god! Yi Xiaoming was also shocked by the scene in front of him. What happened in the secret realm? Roar! The dragon roars that resounded through the sky continued one after another, and each one exuded boundless pressure, which was bound to defeat the person in front of him. The formation behind Yi Xiaoming appeared, golden light bloomed, and his solemn eyes scanned every dragon shadow in the sky. Every one of them was so familiar to him. The breath of the sky frost dragon, and the rock turtle, they are Lao Chi's men. Has something happened? Yi Xiaoming murmured to himself. In his eyes, the figures of these dragons overlapped with those on the martial arts field. Then he looked back and saw more familiar smells. They were Old 6th Yi Chongyu's men, Lu Chuan's ice crystal snow leopard, Wang Yunxiao's sky giant, etc. There must be a third party doing things secretly in the secret realm. Yi Xiaoming had many thoughts, but he couldn't figure out who could do this. Before Yi Xiaoming could think more, the magic dragon in the air couldn't wait any longer and rushed down towards Yi Xiaoming's position. Tianyu Holy Dragon. Yi Xiaoming took action. The huge formation expanded rapidly, and then a loud dragon roar sounded. The thick body was wrapped around like a dragon, and each dragon scale was filled with a light golden halo. The 4 claws are like golden hooks glowing with cold light, showing a grasping posture. The dragon's head is high and hornless, but there is a bright light crystal in the forehead like a third eye. The dragon's eyes are pure gilt gold, and the eyes are gentle but majestic. Yi Xiaoming was standing on its head, and now he was looking down at the dragon. It was obviously a demonic dragon besieging Yi Xiaoming, but Yi Xiaoming was not worried at all, as if there were so many demonic dragons in front of him that they were nothing to worry about. I'm sorry, I don't have time to play with you. I have to find the Dragon Ball and open the secret realm as soon as possible. I always have a feeling that many people may have suffered. Yi Xiaoming sighed. Light of the sky, seal it. Roar. The light crystal on Tianyu Shenglong's forehead suddenly lit up, and then shot out a golden light that spread out at an extremely fast speed, forming a huge light curtain that separated all the magic dragons. Dong dong dong. It was clearly a light curtain, but it was able to isolate all the demonic dragons. The demonic dragons sprinted with all their strength, but they could only make a collision sound on the light screen, but they could not make an inch forward. Let's go. Yi Xiaoming sat down, touched Tianyu Shenglong's head, and then chased in the direction Su Genie left. There are monsters chasing us. On the other side, Yi Xuanzi also sensed that a large number of magical beasts were quickly approaching them from the surroundings. What's going on? Qin Fenglei stopped and asked. Everyone, prepare for war. Yi Xuanzi shouted. Although they didn't know what happened, Qin Fenglei, Tai Gang, and the other 6 people quickly summoned their natal beasts to stand by. In just a few seconds, everyone felt it. What are these auras? Hui Yuncheng was the strongest among the 6, and was the first to sense the magical beast. Warcraft, the peak overlord level warcraft. Yi Xuanzi looked solemnly at the sky. But there are many of them. 8. 8. Taiging was shocked. Your Highness, are these 8 overlord level monsters? Qin Fenglei asked again, as if he wanted to confirm. Not really. Qin Fenglei was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Yi Xuanzi say, but it's almost there, 6 peak overlords and 2 high-level overlords. Your Highness, why don't we run? This is too disparate. Shi Wuguang advised. It's not easy to run. First, the road ahead is difficult. Have you forgotten the dangers we encountered along the way? Second, the opponent is extremely fast, and we can't outrun them. Shi Wuguang's face fell. It was indeed true. They kept moving towards the core area. The road was shrouded in fog. If they were not careful, they would be attacked inexplicably or fall into a certain space. Therefore, it was impossible to escape with all their strength if they didn't know the way in the secret realm. I will deal with the 6 overlord-level peak monsters by myself, and the 6 of you will deal with the 2 high-level overlord-level monsters. Roar! 8 figures arrived at the same time. 8 demonic dragons. 8 completely different appearances, 8 different auras. Each one was 20 meters in size, covering the sky and the sun, and imposing pressure on everyone's head. This is not the magic dragon I encountered before. Their aura is different. I feel like their demonic energy is getting stronger, and they also have elemental power. It's so strange. Did it evolve? Why do I feel that their breath is a bit familiar? Yi Xuanzi's heart was shaken. His words were trembling, and he took a deep breath. Do you think they look like frost dragons, rock turtles, and giant rock dragons? Your Highness, you are not joking. The corners of Meng, whose mouth twitched. But no one answered him, and the scene was a bit dead. No, are they really? Shi Wuguang found it unbelievable. What happened in the secret realm? Taiging collapsed a little. It would be fine if there was only one, but now there are 8 magic dragons. They compared the information of the opponents they faced in the martial arts field, and they all matched. This is no coincidence. Since entering the core area, all kinds of strange things have happened one after another. It seems that this trip to the secret realm is definitely not simple. The appearance of Warcraft is extremely weird, but then there is a dragon with the blood of a player. I don't believe that there is no one behind it. Qin Fenglei took a deep breath and expressed his thoughts. No matter what, let's get over the current difficulties first. Yi Xuanzi's thoughts were similar to Qin Fenglei's, but now there was no time for them to speculate, let alone find the truth. 8 shadowy figures descended from the sky, and there was no time for them to chat. 6 peak overlord-level demonic dragons landed first, their huge dragon claws embedded deeply into the cracked ground, and their dark golden vertical pupils scanned the 7 people below them condescendingly. Their bodies were larger than any demon dragon they had encountered before, and each scale was glowing with a metallic cold light. The gray-black, demonic energy seeping out from the gaps in the scales squirmed like living creatures, dyeing the surrounding air with a layer of dead gray. The 2 demonic dragons that followed were slightly smaller, but their auras were also of the high-level overlord level. One on the left and one on the right blocked the team's retreat. 8. Qin Fenglei's voice was low and solemn, and the thunder light of the Kuang-Lei warlord was already jumping around him. 6 peak ones, 2 high-level ones. Taigang spat, and the flames of the Red Soul King ape condensed on the edge of his fist. Damn it! This is going to kill us all. Yi Xuanzi stood at the front of the team, and the red-gold flames of the Miracle Flame King surged around him like a tide. He didn't look back, and his voice was terrifyingly calm. You 6, deal with those 2 high-level ones. Your Highness. Qin Fenglei took a step forward. 6 peak monsters, are you okay? I am enough alone. You will only cause more trouble for me. Yi Xuanzi interrupted him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, with a hint of madness in his smile. Just right. I haven't used my full strength for a long time. Qin Fenglei was silent for a moment, and understood that what Yi Xuanzi said was that their strength was too low, and they might die in one encounter with the Overlord-level peak monster. He turned around and glanced at Taigang, Hui Yunsheng, Pei Qing, Meng Hu, and Shi Wuguang. We are responsible for the 2 high-level ones. Spread out and form a triangle formation. Don't confront them head-on. The 6 people quickly dispersed, and Yi Xuanzi also took action, directly dividing the battlefield. Your opponent is us. Taigang roared. 6 people fought against 2 high-level dragons. Thunder, flames, water curtains, and wind blades intertwined, blasting the area into dust. But here, Yi Xuanzi faced 6 peak demon dragons alone. The 6 demon dragons were in no hurry to attack. They moved slowly and spread out in a fan shape, surrounding Yi Xuanzi in the center. Yi Xuanzi didn't know what they were thinking, so he took action directly. Brilliant flame. He took 1 step forward, and the red-gold flames suddenly spread with him as the center, turning into a circular shock wave and sweeping away in all directions. The flames contained pure power of light and had natural restraint against demonic energy. The 6 demonic dragons took half a step back at the same time, and their scales were burnt black. But it's only half a step back. The leader of the demonic dragon looked up to the sky and let out a roar. Gray-black demonic energy surged out from its body crazily, intertwined with the demonic aura of the other 5 demonic dragons, forming a thick sea of demonic aura, suppressing Yi Xuanzi's brilliant flames layer by layer. 6 against 1, the amount of demonic energy was overwhelming. Yi Xuanzi's brows wrinkled slightly, but the movements in his hands did not stop. He held his hands in front of him, and the red-gold flames condensed into a ball between his palms, getting bigger and brighter. Divine Flame Explosive Fist. Both fists were thrown out, and 2 roaring fire dragons blasted out from the fists, heading straight towards the 2 demonic dragons in front of them. Wherever the fire dragon passed, the air was ignited, and the gravel on the ground melted instantly. The power was earth-shattering. The 2 leading demon dragons opened their huge mouths at the same time, and gray-black demonic energy spurted out along with ice crystal energy, colliding head-on with the fire dragon. Boom, boom. 2 loud noises exploded almost at the same time. The fire dragon and the demonic light beam collided in mid-air, bursting out with a dazzling light. The red-gold flames and the gray-black demonic energy eroded each other, making a hissing sound and evaporating a large amount of white mist. After a moment of stalemate, the fire dragon was finally outnumbered and engulfed by the demonic light beam. The aftermath swept past Yi Xuanzi's side, leaving a black mark on the dragon scale on his left arm. It's interesting. In addition to demonic energy, there is also ice energy. Yi Xuanzi shook his numb arm. But it's a pity that you met me, and my demonic energy and ice element were completely controlled by me. Then the power of a red-gold flame ignited on his arm, instantly purifying all the demonic energy and cold air. There was no fear in his eyes, but instead a fiercer fighting spirit ignited. This is what makes it interesting. He took a deep breath, and the blood in his body began to surge. Fire King's domain compress. The red-gold flames that originally spread suddenly shrank, from covering dozens of feet to only surrounding 3 feet around the body. The density of the flame increased sharply, and the color gradually changed from red gold to blazing white. However, the temperature did not rise but fell. All the heat was locked inside the flame without any leakage. The 6 dragons felt threatened. They moved at the same time, rushing towards Yi Xuanzi from 6 directions, with claws, fangs, dragon tails, and devilish energy, all attacks pouring down. Yi Xuanzi did not dodge. Brilliant flame, serial cannon. His fists blasted out like a torrential rain, and each punch was wrapped in blazing white flames that were compressed to the extreme, turning into meteor-like fist shadows and shooting in all directions. The fist shadows were as dense as rain, colliding with the attacks of the 6 demonic dragons, erupting into a continuous roar. The sharp claws of a demon dragon shattered 3 fist shadows, but the 4th one hit its palm. Blazing white flames exploded on the scales, burning a hole as big as a fist. The demon dragon roared in pain and staggered back. The tail of another demon dragon swept across, smashing several fist shadows, and continued to draw towards Yi Xuanzi's waist. Yi Xuanzi turned sideways, and the dragon's tail brushed against the dragon scales on his chest, bringing up a string of sparks. But his left shoulder was struck by the demonic light beam of the 3rd demonic dragon, and a gap was torn open in the flames protecting his body, and the gray-black demonic energy penetrated into the wound like a poisonous snake. Yi Xuanzi groaned and advanced instead of retreating. Fire dragon wags its tail. His whole figure suddenly twisted, and the dragon tail burning with flames behind him swept out at an incredible angle, hitting the chin of the demon dragon on the left. He poured all his strength into this attack, and the flames on the dragon's tail erupted instantly upon impact, blasting the dragon's jaw scales to pieces. The dragon's huge body was whipped out, plowing a long ravine on the ground. The first one died. Yi Xuanzi let out a low roar, rose up, and rushed after the demon dragon that fell to the ground. The right fist was clenched tightly, and the red-gold flame condensed into a ferocious dragon head at the edge of the fist. The flame dragon destroys the world. With one punch, the roaring flame dragon rushed out from the fist and penetrated directly into the demon dragon's head. Red gold flames spurted out from the 7 orifices of the demon dragon, burning the inside of its skull to ashes. The demon dragon's body stiffened suddenly, and then became completely motionless. A peak demon dragon died. But before Yi Xuanzi had time to breathe, the attacks of 5 other demonic dragons had arrived. 3 demonic light beams came from 3 directions at the same time, blocking all his dodge space. Yi Xuanzi gritted his teeth, crossed his arms to block, and the brilliant flames condensed into a thick wall of fire in front of him. Boom! The demonic light beam hit the firewall. The firewall trembled violently, and dense cracks spread on the surface. Yi Xuanzi was shaken by the shock wave and flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air. The blood was evaporated by the flames around him before it even hit the ground, turning into a cloud of blood mist. He knelt on one knee, and most of the dragon scales on his left arm were broken into pieces, exposing the charred flesh underneath. The demonic energy invaded the body along the wound and fiercely fought with the power of his fire, making a hissing sound. This blow knocked Yi Xuanzi away, attracting the attention of several people on the other side. "Your Highness." Qin Fenglei's voice came from afar, with anxiety. "Leave me alone," Yi Xuanzi hissed in response. "Mind yourselves." He stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the 5 demonic dragons that had surrounded him again. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. "I originally wanted to use it sparingly," he murmured, pressing his right hand on his chest, "but it seems that I can't do it without doing my best." Bloodline of the flame dragon, burn. Boom! The red gold flame exploded from his body, no longer the gentle burning before, but violent, like a volcano erupting. The color of the flame, which was originally slightly blazing due to the power of light, began to reverse towards red gold. Then the color became more intense and turned into dark red. The flame became viscous, like liquid submerging all around, forcing the dragon to retreat. Yi Xuanzi's aura began to rise crazily. At the peak of the Overlord level, the aura climbed infinitely, far exceeding the peak of the Overlord level. Even the bottleneck of the King level began to show cracks, but it did not break through the King level. Half-step to the King level. Yi Xuanzi's dark red hair fluttered in the flames, and his eyes also turned dark red, with a dragon-shaped shadow swimming in the depths of his pupils. The dragon scales all over his body began to grow again, and the new scales were no longer red-gold, but dark red with more complicated lines. The 5 magic dragons took a step back at the same time. They are afraid. Want to run now? It's too late. Yi Xuance's figure disappeared from the spot. It wasn't that he was so fast that he couldn't see it, but that he truly disappeared. He turned into a ray of light, a flame burning at a temperature of 10,000 degrees. Divine flame explosive fist. Boom. This time the situation was completely different. The 2 demonic dragons were hit at the same time. Dark red flame fists exploded on their chests. Their scales shattered, their flesh and blood evaporated, and their bones broke. The 2 demonic dragons let out shrill roars, and their huge bodies were blown away, hitting the ground and rolling several times. Each had a large black hole in their chests that penetrated from front to back. 3. Yi Xuance's voice came out from the flames, cold and calm. That's right, with just one strike, 2 demonic dragons were easily killed. This was the domineering power brought by the blood of the flame dragon. The remaining 3 dragons finally realized that the prey in front of them was beyond their ability to deal with. They turned around, flapped their wings, and tried to escape. I told you it's too late. Yi Xuance held his hands in front of him, and all the dark red flames gathered between his palms at this moment. The flame was only the size of a fist, but its light illuminated the entire sky, and its temperature caused the surrounding air to burn. Its existence itself was like a sun falling into the world. At the core of the flame, a dragon-shaped shadow was wandering. It was not the shadow of the Miracle Flame King, but an even more ancient dragon shadow. Inheriting the flame power of the holy dragon of the sky, the flame dragon controls the ultimate fire. Miracle, flame dragon, soul explosion. Yi Xuance's move was completely beyond his ability. He tried his best, trembling all over, and finally gathered the Yanlong completely, and then pushed forward with both hands. The fist-sized flame turned into a roaring flame dragon, its whole body dark red with glaze, and every detail of the dragon's scales, claws, horns, and whiskers was clearly visible. Its dragon eyes burned with a world-destroying rage, and every time it flapped its wings, it brought out heat waves that could melt steel. The flame dragon rushed between the 3 demon dragons. Then, there was an explosion. There is no sound. In other words, the sound is so loud that it causes tinnitus, and the body is forced to develop a defense mechanism. Yi Xuance could only see light, only boundless, all-devouring white light. This was the light emitted by the flame explosion. The white light lasted for a long time before slowly dissipating. Yi Xuance opened his eyes. The 3 magic dragons had disappeared. Not even a trace of residue was left. On the ground, there is only a huge hemispherical pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The pit walls are as smooth as a mirror, glowing like glass under the gray skylight. Yi Xuance stood on the edge of the giant pit, the dark red flames around him slowly extinguishing, and his aura rapidly decaying. Most of his hair was white, wrinkles appeared on his face, and he seemed to have aged 20 years in an instant. But his eyes were still bright, and the proud smile still hung on his lips. He whispered, his voice so hoarse that it was almost inaudible, "That's all." Then, his body swayed and fell forward. "Your Highness." Qin Fenglei's voice came from far away, and the thunder shadow flashed, and he immediately supported him. The battle in the distance was over, but it had nothing to do with them. The 2 high-level demonic dragons were actually not damaged under the siege of 6 people, but Yi Xuance's move of the flame dragon flew out, and the pressure directly scared the 2 high-level overlord-level demonic dragons to the ground, unconscious. 6 people were easily killed. Qin Fenglei was the first to rush over and helped Yi Xuance, who was about to fall to the ground. Yi Xuance held his shoulders, his breath was weak, but he still had a smile on his lips. "I'm fine. Warcraft is a warcraft after all. It has blood, but no strength. Your Highness, your hair, and your face. This is the price." Yi Xuance interrupted him, his voice getting softer and softer. "You can kill so many monsters by spending some life, so you've earned it." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xuance fainted. "What should we do?" Taiging asked. "Follow your Highness's instructions," and summoned the pet beasts to move forward. Yangcheng will be responsible for exploring the path, while the others advance in formation to protect your highness. Yes. The group disappeared into the mist again, groping forward. In the gray fog, a black shadow crossed the sky at an incredible speed. Dark Sky Caesar's wings were vibrating at full strength, and the dark golden dragon scales were looming in the gray mist. Every time he flapped his wings, he could span a distance of hundreds of feet. But even so, the four huge figures behind him were still approaching rapidly. Wang Chen sat cross-legged on Caesar's back with a solemn expression. Not long ago, he was slowly advancing in the secret realm without revealing his presence. But four-peak overlord-level demonic dragons came to him. They came straight towards him with very strong purpose. He had just broken through to the mid-level overlord level not long ago. No matter how special Caesar and Shuro were, the gap in realm was real. He might be able to barely deal with one peak demon dragon, but four of them appeared at the same time, and there was no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Damn it, the number of monsters is getting larger and larger, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, these monsters are so weird that they actually have the blood of other players. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and reached back with all his mental strength. He soon discovered something unusual. The four magic dragons have different shapes. The leader was covered in thick, dark black scales and was no different from an ordinary dragon, but it had a giant blade on its chest. It was clearly the Oath Blade Dragon, but it was not the one sealed by Yi Dingyuan. Naturally, the bloodline that Han Fengyuan had finally extracted would not be wasted all at once. Through secret techniques and other materials, and finally adding magic energy, World of Warcraft could be produced in large quantities. The three behind it were all without exception. They had terrifying auras, with khaki rocks attached to them, ice crystals extending from their backs to their tails, and some with flames burning all over their bodies. They are extremely fast. Even though Caesar was known for his speed, under full flight, the distance between the two sides was still slowly shortening. "Shura," Wang Chen shouted. "Go harass them." Divine light Shura flew out from Wang Chen's side, with blue lightning flowing between his white wings. It did not hesitate. Its wings suddenly spread out, and the white wings suddenly lit up with dazzling golden light, and countless light spots condensed around it like a meteor shower. Shura meteor. Shura waved his wings forward, and the golden rain of light poured out like a torrential rain towards the dragon behind him. Every spot of light contained pure power of light. They were densely packed, covering the sky and the sun, and dispersing some of the gray fog. The light rain hit the scales of the first two demonic dragons, making a dense shishi sound. The power of light has a natural restraint on demonic energy. Every point of light that touches the scales will burn out a small piece of charred black. Although it is not enough to cause serious injury, the continuous burning sensation makes the dragon irritated. They naturally hate light. The two demonic dragons let out a deep roar at the same time and shook their heads desperately, trying to avoid the light rain. Their speed slowed down involuntarily, and their formation began to become scattered. The distance was extended to 100 feet. Wang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. Useful. He quickly constructed a strategy in his mind, used terrain and long-range harassment to consume their patience and physical strength. "Caesar, continue flying deep into the jungle. Don't go in a straight line, make more circles." Caesar growled in response, moving through the forest like a fish swimming in water. Its size was much smaller than that of the demon dragon, and the dark golden dragon scales were not conspicuous in the gray mist. After several sharp turns, the formation of the four demon dragons began to change. The leader is still clinging to it, but the distance between the three monsters behind it has widened to a certain extent. But it's not enough. Wang Chen knew that the four demon dragons were still within his range of perception. As long as he stopped, they would regroup within a few breaths. He needed a larger gap, or even get rid of the three behind him, leaving only one. That's right. He doesn't want to keep running away. He wants to find an opportunity to fight back. "Shura, continue. Use the soul-devouring thunder field to disperse the attacks and disrupt their formation." The mark on Shura's forehead suddenly lit up. It no longer released light rain, but crossed its wings on its chest, and the lightning around it surged crazily. A purple thunder array quickly unfolded under its feet. Complex thunder patterns flowed around the edges of the array, and the thunder arc jumped in the center, making a crackling sound. Soul-eating thunder field. Shura's wings suddenly waved outward, and the thunder array instantly expanded, turning into a thundercloud with a radius of 100 feet, and shrouded the last demonic dragon. At the moment when the thunder cloud shrouded it, countless thick purple thunders fell from the sky, bombarding the demon dragon like the wrath of the thunder god. That was no ordinary thunder. Every ray of thunder contained the power of light and had a strong corrosive effect on demonic energy. The demonic dragon roared, and this attack forced them to activate their demonic energy to resist. But the characteristic of the soul-eating thunder domain is that it can eat. The power of thunder will continue to corrode the demonic energy, converting the demonic energy into lightning, which in turn strengthens the attack. The more it activates the demonic energy, the more violent the thunder and lightning will be. The speed of the 4 magic dragons dropped sharply, and the lineup was disrupted, and the distance was further extended. Good job. Wang Chen clenched his fist. Caesar, speed up and fly to the valley on the left. Caesar's wings flapped fiercely, turning into a dark golden stream of light and rushing towards the valley on the left. There were steep rock walls on both sides of the valley, and the narrowest point was only large enough for Caesar to pass through. It folded its wings and passed through the cracks in the rock wall like a sharp arrow. Wang Chen sensed this valley from a distance. In an instant, Wang Chen figured out a way. The location here was small, so he might be able to find an opportunity. Behind him, the demon dragon has chased him to the mouth of the valley. The leader rushed in without hesitation. Its huge dragon wings scraped against the rock wall, causing sparks to fly and gravel to fly. But the speed of the second one was slower. By the time of the third and fourth one, there was already a huge gap between the first two. Wang Chen's mental power captured this scene. The opportunity has come, but it is not safe yet, and one must be separated separately. So he needs to be faster. It requires extreme explosive power to kill with one hit. Keep your distance and speed up appropriately. Wang Chen gritted his teeth. Wait until the one behind is thrown further away. Caesar continued to fly at full strength, with full endurance and no feeling of fatigue at all. Protracted battles were what it was extremely good at. Whenever the leader of the dragon was about to approach, Caesar's wings would glow with blood, and he would pull away with all his strength by vibrating his wings. Wang Chen frowned. He found that the valley was very small. They were about to rush out in a moment, and they had to take action. When we exit the valley, destroy the entrance and block the 3 dragons behind it, Wang Chen commanded. Caesar suddenly accelerated and rushed out of the valley in an instant. The oath-blade demonic dragon, which was following closely behind him, roared. After chasing for so long, its patience had already been exhausted. Uh-huh. 2 sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and they rushed out one after the other. The dragon roars in anger. Roar! A loud roar resounded through the sky, and the 3 chasing demon dragons froze. The fear deep in their blood exceeded their will, and they stopped moving briefly. Bloodline is both their strength and their fatal flaw. Caesar's destruction blade. Caesar turned around, and the golden blade above his head emitted a ball of black light, and was then pulled up and down into a huge black blade, slashing at the oath-blade demonic dragon at extremely fast speeds. The oath-blade demonic dragon was forced to resist. Godwing slash. Shura did not stop, seizing this brief moment, concentrating all his strength on his wings, and then slashed out the cross blade of light, directly cutting off all the cliffs on both sides of the valley entrance, briefly blocking the exit. All this was done in a flash of lightning. Now, Wang Chen took a deep breath, and his pupils burst out with 2 rays of light, one white and one black, staring at the oath-blade demonic dragon. Caesar, Shura, double fusion. Wang Chen jumped suddenly and jumped up high. Caesar did not hesitate. His huge body flipped suddenly in the air, his wings folded, and floated on Wang Chen's left side. Shura also flew from a distance and stopped on Wang Chen's right side. Then the 2 beasts groaned and roared. Caesar turned into a black light, and Shura turned into a white light. At the same moment, 2 completely different forces rushed into Wang Chen's body. Light and dark, sacred and domineering. Wang Chen's body began to change. Long white hair grows wildly from the scalp, fluttering in the wind, with a light golden halo flowing at the ends of the hair. The dark golden blade above his head pierced the sky, with black and white runes flashing alternately on the blade. His pupils are one black and one white. His left eye is as deep as an abyss, and his right eye is as holy as a star. The dragon scale armor covering the whole body is no longer pure dark gold, but is inlaid with silvery, white lines on the edge of each scale, and light and darkness are constantly flowing on the armor surface. The dragon wings behind him spread out. One side was as black as ink, and the other side was as white as snow, with complex ancient runes engraved on the wing membrane. Wang Chen clenched his fists, feeling the power surge inside his body to the point that it almost overflowed from his body. Although he was still at the mid-level overlord level, Wang Chen could feel that his strength could compete with the demon dragon at the peak overlord level. But it's not enough. Facing the peak demon dragon was not enough. He wanted an instant kill. He only has one chance. Caesar, Shura, activate all your power. Wang Chen's aura rose again. His body began to transform into a beast, and nearly half of his body began to transform into a dragon. Kaishio complete body. 4 elements fusion. Wang Chen whispered, clasping his hands in front of him. The power of darkness surged out from the left hand along with the power of qi and blood, condensing into a deep black energy ball of qi and blood. The power of light and thunder surged out from the right hand, intertwining into a ball of blazing white energy with purple arcs. The two masses of energy slowly approached between his palms, attracting and repelling each other. Dragon roars came from his body, and the fusion progress began to speed up. The energy began to rotate, like a miniature nebula, with 4 colors of black, white, purple, and gold flowing and intertwining in it, exuding a heart-stopping aura of destruction. His arms were trembling. The load of the fusion of the 4 elements was far beyond his endurance limit. The dragon scales on his arms began to crack, and blood seeped out from the cracks. This power was too powerful, so powerful that even the body strengthened by the holy dragon could not bear it. Holy demon star split. Wang Chen pushed forward with both hands. The 4-color nebula turned into a beam of light that tore apart the heaven and the earth, blasting towards the demonic dragon rushing at the front. Wherever the light beam passed, the space was distorted, the air was torn apart with sharp sonic booms, and the ground was plowed into a deep ravine by the aftermath. It was too late for the dragon to escape. It tried its best to activate the demonic energy in its body and condensed it on the sharp blade on its chest. It wanted to defend itself by attacking. The 4-color nebula began to expand, and its size exceeded the body of the demon dragon. The demon dragon roared angrily, and then shot out a towering black giant blade from its chest, trying to split the nebula in front of it. But it is whimsical. The nebula began to expand, and then spread out like fireworks. At this moment, time seemed to be suspended. Everything around it began to collapse. All elements were disintegrating. Even the air dissipated. Within 100 meters, there was no element at all. There was nothingness. As for the magic dragon, it has long disappeared. Kill instantly with 1 hit. Wang Chen gasped for breath. The fusion of the 4 elements almost drained most of the energy in his body, but the effect was astonishing. The demon dragon at the peak of the overlord level had no power to fight back. Below the king level, no one is a rival. What a pity, not even the dregs are left after the explosion. Wang Chen felt a little regretful, otherwise he could absorb and transform part of the demonic energy to restore himself. Ho! Wang Chen came to his senses. The crisis had not been resolved yet. It was not the time to rest yet. There were still 3 magic dragons behind him. The 3 demon dragons had broken through the rubble and were flying towards Wang Chen. Shadow imprisonment. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and waved his left hand forward. Dozens of dark chains shot up from the ground and instantly wrapped around the limbs and wings of the demon dragon on the left. The demon dragon roared and struggled, but was firmly imprisoned by the power of darkness and could not break free for a while. Endless black hole. Wang Chen held his right hand empty, and a black singularity the size of a table tennis ball condensed in the palm of his hand. He pushed the singularity toward the demon dragon on the right. After the singularity flew out, it expanded rapidly, and a terrifying gravitational force erupted from it, wildly devouring the demonic energy around the demon dragon. But Wang Chen knew that these two moves could not trap them for long, and there was a third dragon approaching quickly. The shadow imprisonment has cracked under the dragon's struggle. It is difficult for him to maintain the imprisonment. The absorption of the endless black hole is also close to saturation, and the two dragons are about to escape. Caesar, devour! Wang Chen roared and pushed forward with both hands. The endless black hole exploded, blowing one of the demonic dragons out. Only then could Wang Chen free his hands to reinforce it. The chains of shadow imprisonment suddenly tightened, suppressing the demonic dragon on the left to the ground. Caesar's shadow emerged from behind Wang Chen, opened his huge mouth, and an invisible suction force enveloped the demonic dragon. The gray-black demonic energy was forcibly extracted from the gaps in the demon dragon's scales, like black rivers, pouring into Caesar's mouth continuously. The demon dragon roared eagerly and struggled desperately. It realized that its power was losing, but the chains of shadow imprisonment nailed it to death, unable to move. As the demonic energy entered his body, Caesar's aura began to rise. But the impurities and pollution contained in the demonic energy were also eroding Caesar's spiritual world. The gray-black aura was like a layer of haze, beginning to spread in Caesar's consciousness, and even affected Wang Chen's body, and the demonic energy began to be deep in his scales. We can't continue. Wang Chen gritted his teeth. Shura, purify. Shura's shadow emerged from behind Wang Chen. His white wings spread out, and the power of light turned into a golden film of light, covering the surface of Caesar's body. The moment the demonic energy enters Caesar's body, it is first filtered by the light membrane. Impurities are stripped away, and pollution is purified, leaving only the purest energy integrated into Caesar's dragon core. Swallow it all, pull it. This is Wang Chen's unique method of repairing the chain. It is specifically aimed at the magical beasts. Caesar is used to devour the demonic energy. Shura is used to purify the pollution, and the power of the magical beasts is used for his own use. The demonic energy that ordinary beast masters avoid, in his hands becomes the nourishment that enhances his strength. But this process is not easy. The two pet beasts running at the same time were a great test for Wang Chen's mental strength. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, the veins on his temples were throbbing, and his mental world was shaking violently. There was a risk of losing control at any time. He must precisely control the rhythm of devouring and purifying. If he is not careful, the demonic energy will get out of control and backfire. The aura of the demon dragon that he swallowed was rapidly weakening, and the scales that were originally as black as ink began to turn gray and lose their luster. Its struggle became weaker and weaker, and the dark golden vertical pupils in its eyes gradually lost their luster. And Wang Chen's aura was steadily rising. However, Wang Chen had no time to continue extracting energy, because the demon dragon that was blown away came roaring, and its huge dragon claws had already arrived. Wang Chen's breath has recovered a lot. The star-splitting move just now almost emptied the energy of the spiritual world, but now it has recovered a little. At the same time, another dragon finally broke free from the pull of the endless black hole. The singularity had expanded to the limit after absorbing too much demonic energy, and then exploded. However, the magic dragon seized the opportunity, suddenly flapped its wings, and used the power of the explosion to break free. Its dark, golden vertical pupils were burning with furious flames, and it opened its mouth and blasted a thick beam of demonic energy towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen had no time to dodge. Mysterious spirit armor. Shura's shadow suddenly solidified, and his white wings enveloped Wang Chen's entire body. Light and thunder intertwined on the surface of the wings, turning into a blue-white light mask. Complex thunder patterns flowed on the surface of the light mask, exuding a holy light. The demonic light beams struck the Xianling armor, making a deafening roar. The light shield trembled violently, and the thunder patterns on the surface flashed crazily. The power of light and the demonic energy fiercely fought, making a hissing, corrosive sound. Wang Chen was shaken by the shock wave and slid back several feet. His feet plowed 2 deep ravines on the ground, but the Xianling armor was not broken. Hold it! Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. But the demonic dragon had already pounced in front of him, raising its huge dragon claws high, with thick gray-black demonic energy condensed on the tips of its claws and patted down on the top of his head. Wang Chen had no time to use Xianling armor again, so he could only grit his teeth and raise his arms to block. Boom! The dragon's claws slapped his arms, and Wang Chen was sent flying. He rolled several times on the ground before barely regaining his balance. The dragon scales on both arms were broken into large pieces, blood seeped out along the cracks, and he was already somewhat unconscious under the huge shock. Damn it! Wang Chen gritted his teeth, and sweat broke out on his forehead. The dragon didn't give him a chance to breathe, and the second claw had already been struck. At this moment, an ice-blue figure rushed out from Wang Chen's side. Mirror of the Ice King. The Ice Princess suddenly appeared and pushed forward with both hands, and a crystal-clear ice mirror condensed in front of her. The mirror surface is as smooth as a mirror, with ice-blue light flowing around the edge, exuding a heart-stopping chill. The dragon's huge claws slapped on the ice mirror, making a harsh sound, and dense cracks appeared on the ice mirror. Ice Princess. Wang Chen was stunned. He didn't remember that he had summoned her, but the situation was critical now. Wang Chen grabbed the Ice Princess, vibrated his wings, and left the attack range of the magic dragon. Why did you come out? The Ice Princess turned around, with a hint of stubbornness on her beautiful face like an 18-year-old girl. Master, you are injured. Let me help you. The Ice Princess bit her lip, did not speak, and did not retreat. Wang Chen knew that his spiritual world had loosened a lot just now, and the Ice Princess broke away directly in desperation. He looked at the Ice Princess's stubborn expression and was a little moved. Her voice was soft but firm. I also want to fight. Wang Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but seeing the determination in her eyes, he swallowed the words that came to his lips. He sighed. Be careful. Don't stay too far away from me. Just assist me. Yeah. The Ice Princess nodded and waved her hands forward. Heavenly Ice Art, Ice Chapter. A ray of ice-blue light shot out from her fingertips and hit the dragon's forelimb. The ice spread crazily outward from the contact point, instantly freezing the demon dragon's right front paw into a huge lump of ice. The demonic dragon roared angrily and swung its forelimbs so hard that the ice was shattered, but its movements were obviously a bit slower. Although this blow could not completely freeze the peak demonic dragon, the power of extreme cold had invaded its joints, greatly reducing its flexibility. Well done. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. At this moment, the third demon dragon, which was also the most bulky demon dragon, finally arrived. 3 demonic dragons surrounded him, and Wang Chen suddenly felt uneasy, especially since there was a demonic dragon among them who stared at the Ice Princess behind him. Be careful. They are coming. Wang Chen hissed. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 demonic dragons rushed towards them at the same time. Wang Chen's aura erupted, but he could only hold down 2 of them, which was his limit. The Ice Princess turned around and faced the swooping dragon, with no fear in her eyes. The seal of weak ice. She formed a seal with her hands on her chest, and an ice-blue rune flew out from her palms and was printed on the demon dragon's head. The dragon's dive speed dropped sharply. The weak ice seal can not only slow down, but also reduce the enemy's damage. But even so, the attack of the Overlord-level peak demon dragon is not something that the Ice Princess at the beginning of the Overlord level can withstand. But it wasn't over yet. The Ice Princess folded her hands in front of her chest. Crown of the Ice King. A dazzling blue light bloomed, and then a gorgeous ice cap fell on the top of the Ice Princess' head, and her aura suddenly surged. Ice Crystal Umbrella. With a wave of his right hand, an ice crystal umbrella with countless ice patterns appeared. After opening it, countless ice crystal snowflakes suddenly floated on the field. The battlefield was instantly enveloped by a snowstorm. Except for Wang Chen, all the dragon's actions were negatively affected, which also relieved Wang Chen's burden. Photographed by the giant claw of the dragon, the Ice Princess pushed forward with both hands and condensed the ice mirror again. Mirror of the Ice King. Boom. This time it was different. The dragon's huge claws slapped the ice mirror. The ice mirror trembled violently, but it did not break. Although cracks gradually appeared, it did not move at all. The Ice Princess's face turned red and she was under tremendous pressure, but this blow was a real blow. The realm of the Ice King, the pillar of extreme ice. The Ice Princess exerted all her strength and mobilized all her strength to create a huge icicle from the mirror, and then shot out quickly and hit the demon dragon's chest. Roar! The demon dragon let out a wailing cry, and then flew upside down in the air for a few times before stabilizing its figure. It hesitated a little when facing the little guy in front of it. The Ice Princess is not in a very good condition either. Every time she blocks or attacks, her energy is consumed very quickly. I can fight too. Her voice was trembling, but her eyes were firm. Wang Chen looked at her back with mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't expect that she had become so strong now. It seemed that he could rest assured in the future. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Okay, then let's work together to destroy them all. If not, they are just magic dragons. They are a bunch of beasts." "Yeah." The Ice Princess raised her head and smiled brightly. Wang Chen withdrew from the flanking attack of the two demonic dragons and instead gathered with the Ice Princess. He did not expect that after receiving the inheritance, the Ice Princess would only be at the beginning of the Overlord level, but with the Ice King inheritance and the Ice Crystal Umbrella, she could actually compete with the peak Overlord level Demon Dragon. I will attract them and follow my command. Wang Chen clenched his fists. Caesar and Shura never stopped operating. Every time they fought, they absorbed as much demonic energy as possible and fed it back to themselves. The demonic energy of the drained demon dragon has been completely converted into pure energy, which is continuously replenishing Wang Chen's consumption. The injuries on the body are healing. The broken dragon scales are regenerating. The depleted energy is recovering, and even the realm has a tendency to loosen. Caesar, Shura, operate at full strength. Wang Chen roared angrily and clenched his fists suddenly. The power of darkness and the power of light burst out from his body at the same time, turning into two pillars of light, one black and one white. The light pillars intertwined to form a huge energy vortex, sucking everything around them into it. The three magic dragons all felt the threat and pounced on them at the same time. "Seal them," Wang Chen shouted. "Yes." The Ice Princess formed a seal with her hands, and the Ice King's crown on her head suddenly lit up. The Ice Crystal Umbrella unfolded in her hands, and the runes on the umbrella surface were flowing with dazzling ice blue light. Icy Abyss Snow. She threw the Ice Crystal Umbrella upwards, and the ice umbrella spun rapidly in the air. Each rotation brought up ice and snow all over the sky. Everything was frozen wherever the ice and snow passed. The wind and snow became denser and heavier, and finally turned into an overwhelming blizzard. According to legend, the ice crystal storm summoned by Xue Ji can freeze everything, including time and space, but the current Ice Princess cannot do that. However, with the blessing of the Ice Queen's crown, the effect is also extremely amazing. The oncoming demonic dragons were immediately swept into the wind and snow, and their movements instantly became sluggish. Ice crystals adhered to their scales and accumulated layer upon layer, freezing their joints stiff. Their speed dropped sharply, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. "Well done." Wang Chen's face lit up. The Ice Princess bought him a lot of time. The realm of light and darkness. Open. The beam of light dispersed, covering the entire demon dragon. The power of darkness and light continued to impact the body and spirit of the demon dragon. Coupled with the skills of the Ice Princess, it caused huge interference to the demon dragon's movements. "We need to kill one of them in seconds." Wang Chen glanced at the three magic dragons and quickly analyzed the status of the magic dragons and his own. Star Split in Kaixio's form is his strongest skill, but it has now entered the cooling time. Then Wang Chen focused on one of the demon dragons that was in poor condition. Shura's strange spirit is destroyed. Wang Chen pushed out with both hands, and a huge wave of energy blasted out. Light and thunder were intertwined, but along with the erosion of the power of darkness, it turned into a torrent of elements and rushed towards the magic dragon. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the torrent of elements covered the demon dragon. Endless energy washed away the demon dragon's body. Its scales cracked, and its flesh and blood festered. Before the demon dragon could counterattack, Wang Chen moved again. This great supplement could not be wasted. The chains of darkness struck quickly, piercing into the demonic dragon's flesh and blood, imprisoning the attacked demonic dragon, and the power of darkness invaded, continuously extracting the demonic energy from the demonic dragon's body. Shura, purify. Of course, Wang Chen did not forget to use the power of light to purify all impurities, leaving only the pure power of darkness. The energy originally consumed is being replenished rapidly, and the energy at the peak of the overlord level is still very considerable. However, Wang Chen's forehead is dripping with sweat, which consumes a huge amount of his mental power. Exhibiting areas, releasing skills, controlling the magic dragon, absorbing and purifying demonic energy, it is equivalent to multitasking, and the mental power is obviously not enough. His mental strength has not kept up with his rapidly improving state. This is Wang Chen's only shortcoming at present. What's wrong? The other dragons broke free. We can't delay, we have to fight. Wang Chen roared, draining all his mental power. Caesar and Shura also sensed their master's consciousness and frantically activated their powers of devouring and purifying. The attacked dragon was drained instantly and turned into a skinny dragon, almost dead. Boom. The loud noise in the spiritual world is like the beginning of the world. The sound did not come from the outside world, but exploded from the depths of Wang Chen's consciousness, making his soul tremble. The spiritual world, which had been nearly exhausted due to overdraft of mental power, was like a dry river bed ushering in a torrential flood at this moment. Waves of extremely pure energy surged out of the void, crazily nourishing every inch of dry land. The sky in the spiritual world is expanding, suddenly extending outward from the original radius of 100 miles to nearly 200 miles. The earth is reshaping, mountains and rivers are rising, rivers are rushing, and areas that have become gray due to excessive mental energy consumption are regaining vitality. The power of darkness and light enveloped the entire spiritual world, and the intensity of energy was far greater than at any previous moment. High-level overlord level, breakthrough. Endless power surged in, filling his whole body. Is this the power of a high-level overlord? Wang Chen clenched his fists, feeling the tsunami-like power surge inside his body, and he was very excited. Because he felt that the demon dragon in front of him was no match for him at all, and the bonus brought by Caesar and Shura's breakthrough at the same time was doubled. The most important thing is that with the breakthrough of realm, Wang Chen can feel that the power after fusion has become more perfect, more powerful, and easier to control. He raised his head and glanced at the two remaining magic dragons. Start with you first. Wang Chen's eyes fell on the demon dragon on the left. He raised his right hand and held it with 5 fingers. The power of darkness condensed in his palm, but what was different from before was that this time the power of darkness was no longer pure black. There was a trace of light power flowing around the black energy core, shining the energy group into gray. This was the power of chaos. Dark Sky Dragon Soul Eater. Wang Chen pushed forward with his right hand, and the shadow dragon and the light dragon intertwined and flew out. Accompanied by boundless pressure and roaring sounds, the speed was extremely fast, and the demon dragon was tightly entangled in an instant. The demon dragon let out a shrill roar and struggled desperately. But this time, it was unable to struggle, because at the moment of entanglement, the devouring begins. But this time the devouring was completely different from the previous devouring. In the previous devouring, Caesar devoured the demonic energy first, and then Shura purified the pollution. The devouring was done step by step, which consumed a lot of Wang Chen's mental energy. But now, with the support of the realm after the breakthrough, Wang Chen became more skillful in using the power of chaos. In an instant, he defeated the demonic energy in the demon dragon's body and turned it into the energy of chaos, which was then absorbed into Wang Chen's body. Light and darkness, the power of chaos, so magical. Wang Chen was filled with emotion. There are almost no records of energy changes after the fusion of light and darkness in history, but now Wang Chen has achieved it. This energy is so powerful, so domineering, so unbelievable that other elements will be decomposed in front of it. So Wang Chen's absorption efficiency has more than doubled now. The tightly entangled dragon began to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its scales turned from pitch black to gray, from gray to pale, and finally fell off like dead leaves. Its flesh and blood are shrinking, its bones are crisping, and the light in its dark, golden vertical pupils is extinguishing little by little. As for Wang Chen's aura, not only was it not consumed during the devouring process, but it was slowly rising. The energy reserve after the breakthrough is like a huge lake, which is being filled bit by bit at this moment. In just a few breaths, the demon dragon at the peak of the overlord level fell to the ground, losing all its demonic energy and blood. Too strong. Ice Princess covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock. The last demon dragon suddenly stopped and looked around, seeming to understand its situation. A trace of fear flashed in its vertical pupils. It was not an unintelligent beast. It clearly remembered that less than half a quarter of an hour ago, the human in front of it was being chased to the sky and into the ground with no way out. And now, 3 of its companions have been killed. The dragon turned around, flapped its wings, and wanted to escape. "Wanna run?" Wang Chen's lips raised slightly. "It's too late." He took 1 step forward and disappeared. The speed increase after the breakthrough far exceeded Wang Chen's own expectations, and he rushed in front of the demon dragon in an instant. The demon dragon opened its huge mouth in fear, and the gray-black demonic energy condensed deep in its throat, trying to spit out. But Wang Chen didn't give it a chance. Endless black hole. Wang Chen held his left hand emptily, and a singularity condensed in the palm of his hand. Compared with the endless black hole the size of a table tennis ball before, the singularity used this time was so small that it was almost invisible. It was only 1/10 of the original size, but the gravity contained in it was more than 10 times stronger. He flicked the singularity. The singularity submerged into the huge, open mouth of the demon dragon. "Swallow." Wang Chen chuckled and instantly activated the gravity of the black hole. The demon dragon didn't even have time to scream. Its body was shrinking rapidly. The scales began to collapse inward from the head. The flesh and blood were drained, and the bones were crushed. The entire demon dragon seemed to be kneaded into a smaller and smaller sphere by an invisible giant hand. The whole process was extremely cruel, with blood splattering, bones broken, and limbs twisted, but it disappeared in just an instant, turning into a gray-black energy ball as big as a fist, suspended in midair. The endless black hole has become more powerful, and its devouring ability has been improved by several levels. It does not need to be detonated, and it can destroy the dragon just by devouring it. Wang Chen stretched out his hand, and the energy ball floated into his palm, and then turned into a gray energy thread and entered his body along Wang Chen's arm, constantly replenishing his body. His aura rose again. The 3 peak demon dragons were all killed. At this point, all the demon dragons had been eliminated by Wang Chen, and their strength had yet to be broken through. In the bunker, the lights are dim. Han Fengyuan sat on the armchair, holding half a glass of scarlet wine in his hand, and his eyes fell on the light screen in front of him. The red dot flashes, and there are many gray dots flashing and moving quickly, and there are also some crosses displayed. Interesting. The corners of Han Fengyuan's mouth raised slightly, and his eyes flickered back and forth between 3 flashing points. Each flashing point was without exception scattered with many crosses. His eyes jumped again. That was the direction of Yi Xiaoming's team. 6 red dots were moving quickly in front, a larger red dot was chasing behind, and a dozen gray dots were chasing after them quickly, but they would stay in place for a long time every once in a while. Interesting, only trapped but not killed. Did you notice something? You have to retain your strength. Han Fengyuan said with a smile. Yi Xiaoming did not choose to kill the demon dragon. Of course, he could kill it easily if he wanted to, but it was not necessary. His first task was to open the door to the secret realm. As for the last place, it was Wang Chen. There was only 1 red dot, but there were 4 crosses around it, which meant that he had killed 4 dragons. He stood up, walked to the light curtain, crossed his arms, thinking about something. Caesar of the dark sky, Shura of the divine light. If I remember correctly, they are called this. He muttered these 2 names in a low voice. I have never heard of these 2 pet beasts. They are too mysterious. And you also have multiple inheritances. Both the holy dragon of the sky and the Qilin king chose you. One person actually carries the will of two ancient, powerful men at the same time. Wang Chen. He said the name with a hint of playfulness in his tone. Who are you? No one answered him. The bunker was so quiet that only the hum of the instruments was running. Han Fengyuan stood for a moment, then turned and walked towards the depths of the bunker. There are rows of huge culture tanks there, and the tanks are soaked with various magical beasts of different shapes, including giant black wolves, giant pythons with wings on their backs, and dragon beasts covered with frost. They are suspended quietly in the light green nutrient solution, with their eyes closed, as if they are sleeping. But Han Fengyuan's goal is not them. He walked to the deepest part of the bunker, where Yi Chengyu was imprisoned on a metal chair in the center. His hands and feet were tightly bound by dark energy chains. His face was pale and in poor condition. Han Fengyuan, what are you doing here? Yi Chengyu's voice was hoarse. Han Fengyuan stood in front of Yi Chengyu and looked at him condescendingly. Yi Chengyu didn't speak, just listened quietly. Yi Chengyu frowned slightly. He turned around and walked out of the room. Bring it up. Outside the door, two black figures moved in response. After a while, the two people were dragged into the room. No, they can no longer be called human beings. They were covered with gray-black scales. Their pupils turned into dark, golden vertical pupils. Their fingers turned into sharp claws, and twisted flesh wings even grew out of their backs. But Yi Chengyu recognized them. Lu He, Zhou Zhenshan. His voice trembled, and then he fell silent. Lu He and Zhou Zhenshan were no longer conscious. They were dragged by the shadows like zombies without any resistance. Their mouths made indistinct growls, which were not human voices. You turned them into monsters? Yi Chengyu's voice was filled with disbelief. Almost. I have drained the blood of both of them, and they are no longer of use value. But then I thought about it. I finally caught them, so I can't let them go to waste. So I transformed them into this, using human bodies, injecting demonic energy, and exerting mental control. But now it seems that I have failed. Without the power of their blood, they are no different from ordinary people. You're crazy, you're completely crazy. Yi Chengyu said. Maybe. Han Fengyuan didn't care. But next, I'm going to do something even crazier. He turned around and faced outside the room. Wu Nian. Following his call, a dark shadow slowly emerged from the shadow of the bunker. It was a pet beast that looked like a human. Its whole body was hidden in a piece of purple armor. Its pupils glowed scarlet. There was a pair of purple bat wings behind it, and there was a purple-red bead floating on its side. Wu Nian, Han Fengyuan's second pet beast, is at the peak of king level and is good at mental control. He once completely suppressed Wei Yang in a battle with Wei Yang. Its ability is not to attack directly, but to invade the target's spiritual world, rewrite memory, control will, and even completely obliterate consciousness. Master. Wu Nian's voice seemed to come from the abyss, hollow and cold. Yi Chengyu's pupils shrank suddenly. Don't even think about it. He roared angrily and struggled desperately, but the dark energy chain did not move at all. His energy core was suppressed, and his natal beast, Chaos, was sleeping in the spiritual world. He could not mobilize even a trace of strength. Wu Nian floated in front of Yi Chengyu, and those deep purple pupils looked directly into his eyes. Look at me. Wu Nian's voice sounded in his mind, not through his ears, but invading the spiritual world. Yi Chengyu wanted to close his eyes, but found that he couldn't. His eyes widened uncontrollably, and Wu Nian's dark purple eyes were reflected in his pupils. A cold force invaded his spiritual world. The power was like a tide, overwhelming, directly defeating his mental defense. Yi Chengyu could feel that his consciousness was being eaten away bit by bit. His memory was being reviewed bit by bit, and his will was being disintegrated bit by bit. Bahuang Chaos, such an ancient bloodline. Wu Nian's voice echoed in his mind. The perfect combination of earth element and dragon element, such a pure and powerful bloodline. If given time, it will definitely reach the imperial level. In Yi Chengyu's spiritual world, the sleeping chaos of Bahuang seemed to sense the danger of its master and let out a low roar. It struggled to wake up and break through the seal that suppressed it, but Wu Nian's mental power was too strong, pressing down on it like a mountain, making it unable to move. Don't resist. Wu Nian's voice became softer, with some bewitching power. Accept it, accept this power, and you will become stronger. Yangcheng gritted his teeth and tried his best to hold on to the last trace of clarity. He knew that once his consciousness fell, he would become Han Fengyuan's puppet, a monster that had no self and only knew how to kill. Resistance is futile. Wu Nian's mental power suddenly strengthened, like an invisible giant hammer, hitting Yangcheng's mental world hard. Click! A crack appeared in the barrier of the spiritual world. Then came the second and third cracks, which were densely packed and spread like spider webs, extending from the edge of the barrier to the center. Yangcheng let out a painful groan. His brain was congested, his eyes were confused and covered in blood, his body was shaking violently, and after struggling for a long time, he finally dropped his arms. It's already pretty good. It's pretty good to be able to resist the king-level pet beast for so long. Han Fengyuan said, "Let's start injecting demonic energy." From the ceiling of the room, a black pipe slowly descended. The end of the pipe was a sharp needle, and the other side was connected to a huge container filled with endless black liquid. Han Fengyuan had collected them from hunting Warcraft in the secret realm of Warcraft over the years, and had gone through many processes to purify and liquefy the demonic energy. The thick needle instantly pierced the back of Yangcheng's neck, and the gray-black liquid was slowly injected into his body. Ah! Yangcheng let out a huge scream. Although his consciousness had collapsed, the physical pain was unbearable. The huge amount of demonic energy entered the blood vessels and traveled along the blood to the whole body. Soon Yangcheng's body lit up with an earthy yellow light. This was the self-defense of the bloodline power of Bahuang Chaos. Two completely different forces fought fiercely in his body, using his body as a battlefield, and began to fight. Okay. After Han Fengyuan felt this energy, he knew that the energy of Bahuang Chaos was constantly being released, but some external stimulation was needed to speed up the process. Night King, come out and add some ingredients to him. The figure of the Dark Flame Night King appeared behind Han Fengyuan. Without further words, a dark power mixed with white dark flames was absorbed into Yangcheng's body. Yangcheng opened his mouth hugely, but no sound came out. Because he was so painful that he lost his voice, his body began to tremble violently, and he began to transform into a beast. His muscles were expanding, his bones were growing, and thick black scales were growing on his skin. Soon his body had swelled to a height of 10 meters, and the human shape was no longer visible. The dragon head, claws, and wings, all the physical characteristics of a dragon appeared. But at the same time, the bloodline of Bahuang Chaos was also stimulated to the extreme. Earthy yellow energy surged out of his body, intertwined with the gray-black demonic energy. The thick and steady earth energy collided with the violent erosion of the demonic energy, making a hissing sound, causing Yangcheng's body to continuously change. Sometimes his body turned into a ferocious monster, and sometimes he was controlled by the chaos of the 8 desolations. Neither of the two forces let go of the other, tearing Yangcheng's body into pieces. Ah! Yangcheng let out a shrill scream. Han Fengyuan stood at the door of the room, with his hands in his pockets, watching all this expressionlessly. Wu Nian, strengthen the control, make him lose his sense of pain, and turn into a fearless war monster, he said. Wu Nian's deep purple pupils were dazzlingly bright, and his mental power poured into Yangcheng's spiritual world like a tide, beginning to rewrite his consciousness, erasing all his self-knowledge, cutting off his perception of his body, and transforming him into a giant beast that only knew how to obey. Wu Nian withdrew his mental power and floated to Han Fengyuan's side. Master, his consciousness has been suppressed. Now his body is stimulated by the dark flames, and is constantly integrating the blood and demonic energy of the chaos of the 8 desolations. Han Fengyuan nodded, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Good job, go ahead. Wu Nian's figure disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Night King, how long will it take to completely integrate the bloodline of the 8 desolations and chaos? Here, only Mingyan Night King and Yangcheng, who is constantly being transformed, are left. As for Han Fengyuan, he continued to focus on other experimental projects. After all, Creating a perfect Warcraft Legion requires a large amount of data and optimization based on actual combat results. As for where the data comes from, then we have to rely on so many outstanding beast masters who have entered the secret realm. Let me add some more ingredients to you. Han Fengyuan clicked a few buttons at random, and the bunker shook again. More black shadows flew out, rushed out of the bunker, and scattered in all directions. The targets of Warcraft are no longer limited to the dozen or so people in the core area, but also head towards the periphery. You must know that these Warcraft are simply a dimensionality-reducing blow to those domain lord-level players. The next day, Han Fengyuan came to Yi Chongyu's room again. Before he entered, he felt the energy waves spreading out layer by layer inside, thick and chaotic. Han Fengyuan stepped in, and Yi Chongyu's current fusion form was exactly the same as that after his transformation. The chaos of the 8 desolations was fully aroused, and he was permanently combined with Yi Chongyu. He is 4 meters tall, 1 size smaller than before, but his power is more concentrated. Earth-yellow dragon scales cover his whole body. His dragon wings are quietly spread out behind his back, and his legs stand straight, motionless. With the arrival of Han Fengyuan, he slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were different from the vertical pupils of any previous demonic dragon. They were jet black, dyeing the entire pupils and whites of the eyes into pitch black. Staring at them would make people even more confused. Han Fengyuan looked at the magic energy he had collected and found that half of it had been consumed, which was several times more than what had been used in all previous Warcraft transformations. Perfect, perfect. There is such a high degree of compatibility between demonic energy and dragon blood. It is simply unbelievable. The 8 Wastelands Chaos Demonic Dragon, King level. Han Fengyuan paced back and forth around him. He was extremely powerful in terms of strength and defense, and then said, "Come, show me your power." "Yes." Yi Chongyu made a deep voice, which also proved that he was completely different from those magic dragons. Magical beasts based on beast masters would have higher IQs. The dragon wings unfolded, and Yi Chongyu raised his head slightly. Demonic energy instantly enveloped his whole body, and his body began to expand. Suddenly, it became several times its original size, almost breaking the roof of the bunker, but he seemed to realize it and stopped expanding. The king-level aura was continuously released, and accompanied by the surge of demonic energy, all the magic dragons in the bunker were suddenly alarmed, trembling in the containers and prisons, and peeing in fear. "Attack me." Yi Chongyu didn't hesitate at all and punched out at extremely fast speed. The moment the order was given, his fist had already reached Han Fengyuan's face. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and a black barrier appeared in front of Han Fengyuan. Yi Chongyu's fist hit it straight. The Dark Flame Knight King blocked the blow and fed back the effect of the blow to Han Fengyuan. Han Fengyuan nodded and smiled slightly. Not bad. Much stronger than many pet beasts that have just entered the king level. Go and bring Yi Xiaoming and Yi Xuanzi back. The scene where the brothers want to kill each other will definitely be exciting. Huh? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chongyu disappeared and flew out of the bunker. The gray mist surged, and the demonic dragons surged like a tide. At first, there were only a few sporadic black shadows passing through the fog, but as time went on, the number began to increase dramatically. 10, 20, 50 of them, covering the sky and the sun. They poured out from the depths of the secret realm in all directions, their dark golden vertical pupils shining like will-o'-the-wisps in the gray mist. There has never been such a dense group of demon dragons in the core area. Wang Chen squatted on the branch of a dead tree. He had sensed the dragon for a long time and hurriedly hid, his aura restrained to the extreme. His mental power spreads outward, sensing everything within a radius of dozens of miles. In his perception, there are at least a dozen overlord-level peak demon dragons operating in this area, and this number is still increasing. What made Wang Chen even more uneasy was that the distribution of these dragons was very regular. They were not crowded together in a mess, but dispersed into a huge arc, slowly surrounding the entire area, as if they were looking for something. "Are you looking for me again?" Wang Chen narrowed his eyes. I had doubts before that these dragons could always find his location accurately, as if they had radar installed in their brains. A demonic dragon swooped down from the gray fog and headed straight for the dead tree where Wang Chen was hiding. Interesting. The corners of Wang Chen's mouth raised slightly. He stood up, no longer hiding his breath. The Overlord-level high-level aura exploded. Black and white energy light bands circulated around him. Dark golden dragon scale armor covered his whole body, and the black and white dragon wings behind him suddenly spread out. In the gray mist, at least 7 or 8 demon dragons turned at the same time and rushed towards him. Wang Chen did not fight, but flapped his wings and flew towards the depths of the secret realm. The double fusion of Caesar and Shura made his speed reach the extreme. The black and white light shuttled through the gray fog, like a lightning tearing through the sky. But the speed of the demon dragon behind him was not slow either. 7 or 8 black shadows clung to it, keeping the distance within 100 feet. Further away, more demonic dragons were joining the chasing team. Wang Chen's mental power spread out backwards, sensing the movements of the demonic dragons. Instead of squeezing together and chasing each other, they dispersed into a huge fan shape and outflanked them from different directions. No matter how Wang Chen turned, the center of the fan shape was always locked on him. This is not a hunt by wild beasts, but more like an organized push, with a mastermind controlling everything behind the scenes. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, suddenly pulled up, and rushed high into the sky. The gray mist quickly retreated beside him. His field of vision suddenly widened, and then he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. On the ground in the core area, dense black spots are moving. Not a few, not dozens, but hundreds. Some of them are flying in the air, and some are running on the ground, like a well-trained army. Damn, so many. Wang Chen cursed. His figure suddenly fell, and he got back into the gray mist. He made no further attempts to turn. There are too many demon dragons, and they are too widely distributed. No matter which direction he runs, he will be intercepted. In this case, let's go straight to the core area. But that doesn't mean I have to sit still and wait for death. Wang Chen's eyes fell on a slightly lagging demon dragon on the left, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Since you want to chase me, don't blame me for collecting some interest. He turned suddenly and rushed towards the straggler dragon. The demonic dragon obviously did not expect that its prey would turn back. It was stunned for a moment and instinctively opened its huge mouth. The gray-black, demonic energy condensed deep in its throat. But Wang Chen was faster. His body transformed into a stream of black and white light, approaching the demon dragon in an instant. The right fist was clenched, the power of darkness and the power of light intertwined at the edge of the fist, and a punch hit the demon dragon's jaw. Dark Sky Dragon Soul Eater. The dark, golden dragon-shaped shadow penetrated the demon dragon's head from the fist edge, swallowing its demonic energy and vitality from the inside. The demon dragon let out a shrill roar and struggled desperately, but Wang Chen's left hand had already reached out, and his 5 fingers were like iron pliers, tightly clasping its neck. Then a black and white chaotic power lit up and began to absorb the demonic energy. In just a few breaths, the dragon's breath weakened to the extreme. Its scales turned from pitch black to gray, from gray to pale, and finally fell off like dead leaves. Wang Chen let go of his hand, and the demon dragon's body fell from the air, hitting the ground and splashing a cloud of dust. At the same time, an angry roar came from behind, and the other dragons noticed the death of their companions and rushed towards them at a faster speed. Wang Chen didn't want to fight anymore. He flapped his wings and continued to fly towards the depths. Now he could face these dragons more calmly. Behind him, a dozen demonic dragons were chasing after him, but there was a trace of confusion in their formation. Turn all of it into my nourishment. So he began a protracted tug of war. Fly some distance and find an opportunity to kill one. Continue flying for a while and kill another one. Every move is clean and neat, not giving the dragon any time to react. After killing, he immediately speeds up and escapes, preventing himself from being surrounded. Use the advantage of speed to distance yourself. Use the gaps in the dragon formation to find lone targets. Kill them with one blow, and then quickly escape. They do not seek total annihilation, but only seek to continuously weaken the strength of the pursuers during their escape. In just half an hour, Wang Chen had killed 6 peak demon dragons. Not only did his aura not weaken, but it became more solid after swallowing the demonic aura, but Wang Chen's brows never relaxed. Because no matter how many he killed, the total number of demon dragons behind him did not decrease. Those dragons killed by him will soon be replaced by new ones. It seems that all the demonic dragons in the secret realm are gathering in this direction, endlessly and endlessly killing them. Moreover, he noticed another detail. Whenever he deviated from the core area, more dragons would flank him and force him back on track. You want to force me deeper? What is there? Wang Chen was confused. Is it the Dragon Ball? Wang Chen naturally remembered the original reason why they entered the secret realm, which was to gain points, go deep into the core area to find the Dragon Ball, and open the secret realm door. The battle for the throne was officially over. But after entering the secret realm, many unexpected things happened in just a few days. Warcraft were everywhere, players encountered mishaps, and there were so many modified Warcraft. Everything meant that unexpected changes occurred in the secret realm this time. Now he can only move forward, because only by going deep can he find the reason for all this, know what happened in the secret realm, and find the dragon beads to escape smoothly. Gray mist surges, murderous intent lurks everywhere. Yi Xuanzi led Qin Fenglei, Tai Gang, Hui Yuncheng, Pei Qing, Meng Hu, and Shi Wuguang to move forward arduously in the dense forest in the core area. Your Highness, there are too many. Tai Gang blasted away a charging demon dragon with one punch, his voice filled with uncontrollable anxiety. Yi Xuanzi didn't answer. Red gold flames surged around him, forcing the approaching demon dragon back. But his face was frighteningly pale, his withered white hair was swaying in the wind, and his breath was as weak as a candle that could be extinguished at any time. Before this, he had burned the power of blood many times. His body was far from recovering, and every time he took a shot, he was overdrawing his vitality. Yi Xuanzi finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Who knows? I suspect there are only a few of us left in the core area now. The rest of the people were also extremely desperate. Your Highness, let's break out of the encirclement. Qin Fenglei whispered. To the east, there seemed to be fewer magic dragons over there. Yi Xuanzi shook his head. What should we do? Tai Gang asked anxiously. Yi Xuanzi was silent for a moment, and then made a decision. You run forward, I'll stay. Yi Xuanzi said calmly. 6 people were stunned at the same time. Your Highness. Qin Fenglei was the first to react. What did you say? I say, you guys keep running forward to find the dragon beads. Yi Xuanzi repeated, his tone unquestionable. I'll stay and block them. No, Tai Gang roared angrily. In your current state, how can one person block so many demonic dragons? He took a deep breath, and the red gold flame rekindled in his fist. It is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Have you forgotten? Qin Fenglei's lips were trembling. Tiegong's eyes were red. Hui Yuncheng clenched his fists tightly, and his nails dug into his palms. Meng Hu and Shi Wuguang stood silently, the muscles on their faces twitching. Pei Qing lowered his head, not daring to look at Yi Xuanzi's back. They all knew that Yi Xuanzi was right. But they also knew that with Yi Xuanzi's current state, what would be the price of discontinuing his career? Still not leaving? Yi Xuanzi's voice suddenly became louder. Are you going to wait until I die before running away? Qin Fenglei raised his head suddenly, his eyes bloodshot. Everyone obeys the order. His voice was hoarse, but he tried his best. Go deep into the core area. Tai Gang wanted to say something, but Qin Fenglei grabbed him. Let's go. The 6 people turned around and ran towards the east. Behind him, Yi Xuanzi faced a dozen demonic dragons rushing out of the gray mist alone. He didn't look back. He was afraid that if he turned around, he would be unable to help but stop them. Come on, beasts. Yi Xuanzi clenched his fists, and red gold flames surged around him. Let you have a taste of the power of Yanlong's blood. His breath began to rise. The Yanlong bloodline is burning again. The remaining life force turned into power in the flames, like the burning sun. Brilliant flame Skynet. He waved his hands to both sides, and dozens of red gold fire lines shot out from his palms, intertwining into a huge fire net in the air, covering more than a dozen demonic dragons. The demon dragons roared angrily, and the gray-black demonic energy collided with the fire net, making a hissing sound. The fire net is unstable under the erosion of demonic energy, but there are more dragons flying from a distance. Qin Fenglei and the others ran wildly in the dense forest. No one spoke, no one looked back. There was only the sound of wind, footsteps, and the sound of explosions and the roar of the dragon getting farther and farther behind. Quick! Faster! Qin Fenglei shouted. Purple lightning exploded under his feet, pushing his speed to the limit. All 6 of them could feel the strong energy fluctuations behind them, but they had no intention of looking. Roar! Suddenly, a demonic dragon flew out from beside him. It was so fast that no one had time to react. It knocked Shi Wuguang out of the outermost circle and spurted blood from its mouth. Leave me alone, I'll fight it. Shi Wuguang didn't want to drag down his teammates, and his energy and blood burned instantly. Damn it! Qin Fenglei looked at Shi Wuguang, and the dragon entangled, and his eyes were splitting. Keep going. No one blames Qin Fenglei for his cruel order, because this is the choice that each of them will make. How big is this secret realm? Taiging asked. I don't know. Where are the Dragon Balls? Not sure. Then we just keep walking forward in such a dizzy manner? That's all. Besides us, are there any living people in the secret realm? Probably no more. I don't want to run away. Taiging stopped. Qin Fenglei also stopped, and the other 4 also stopped, and everyone heard the conversation between them. What do you want? Fight. Qin Fenglei chuckled. 1 death and 100. What next? Something happened in the secret realm. Do you know why His Highness must ask us to find the dragon beads? Qin Fenglei shouted angrily. Even if there is only one of us left, we must open the door to the secret realm. Otherwise, the outside world will never know what happened here. You can stay if you want. Even if I'm the only one left, I have to find the Dragon Ball. Qin Fenglei looked at the others. What about you? Everyone hesitated, but Taiging only hesitated for a few seconds before making a choice. Continue on your way. They didn't know how much time passed, and they didn't know how far they had run forward. They just moved forward numbly until a shout rang out. There's someone in front. Yangcheng suddenly shouted, a glimmer of light flashing in his pupils. Who? Qin Fenglei and others also immediately released their mental perception. It's from His Highness the Second Highness. Taiging recognized the leading figure. It's Su Genie. Qin Fenglei was overjoyed. Great, they are still alive. Su Genie. His voice was so hoarse that it almost changed its tone, but he still shouted with all his strength. Su Genie heard this and arrived in a few seconds. Seeing the miserable condition of Qin Fenglei and the others, his expression suddenly changed. Were you attacked too? How are you, Your Highness? Qin Fenglei asked anxiously. Not bad. Please hurry up and save His Highness Yishuansa. He is besieged by more than a dozen demonic dragons and is in critical condition. I don't know what's going on now. Su Genie did not hesitate, turned around and shouted behind him. Your Highness is under siege. In the gray fog, a golden light suddenly lit up. The Tianyu Holy Dragon appeared, and the person standing on the dragon's head was Yi Xiaoming, but his expression was very bad. Where? Qin Fenglei raised his hand and pointed behind him, which was the direction in which they fled. I don't know how far we ran. It may have been half an hour. I don't know whether His Highness is now. Everyone understood that facing the siege of so many demonic dragons, half an hour was enough to kill them many times. Yi Xiaoming didn't speak anymore, but just raised his head and looked into the distance, as if he wanted to see through the fog, and then the Tianyu Holy Dragon turned into a golden light and disappeared from the place. Are you about to die? Yi Xuansa was lying on the ground, surrounded by a flame protective shield. The outside world was surrounded by densely packed demon dragons, which were constantly using demonic energy to wash away the protective shield. Looking around, there were more demon dragon corpses scattered around. Yi Xuansa had tried his best to kill more than 30 demon dragons, but the demon dragons seemed to come endlessly. Come on, come more. Yi Xuansa's pale hair was scattered, and a vague smile appeared on his tired face. Look at me. I will blow you all up. After Yi Xuansa finished speaking, a red golden light lit up on his chest and began to beat violently like a heartbeat. It was so violent that it seemed that it would break through the flesh and blood in the next second and fly into the sky. Yi Xuansa closed his eyes tightly and began to withdraw the protective shield, preparing to explode everything in himself. Outside the light curtain, there were waves of demonic dragons. The moment Yi Xuanze withdrew the protective shield, the red-gold light on his chest had shone to the extreme, like a second heart beating violently. There was no fear in his eyes, only the calmness of a soldier before his death. At this moment, a golden beam of light fell from the sky. Boom! The light beam shrouded Yi Xuanze impartially, and all the demonic dragons that rushed forward were swept by the edge of the light beam, as if they were hit by a giant hammer. They screamed and flew backwards. The scales on their chests shattered and gray-black blood splashed. The golden shock wave suddenly spread around with the light pillar as the center, knocking back all the magic dragons around. That light contains pure power of light and has natural restraint on demonic energy. The demonic shields on the demon dragons were like paper and shattered instantly under the crushing shock wave. Several demonic dragons that were closer were even knocked to the ground by the shock wave and rolled several times before getting up in embarrassment. Yi Xuanze was stunned. He was so familiar with this power. Yi Xiaoming was here. The red gold light on his chest also slowly stopped, and the power of self-destruction that had surged to his throat was forcibly pushed back. He raised his head and looked at the figure falling from the sky. Tianyu, Holy Dragon. The golden dragon swooped down from the gray mist. Each dragon scale was glowing with a light golden halo. Its 4 claws were like hooks, its head was held high, and the light crystal on its forehead was as bright as a star. Its size is a whole circle larger than those of the peak demon dragons, and the pressure it exudes is even more crushing. It is an aura that is infinitely approaching the king level. On the dragon's back, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. Yi Xiaoming. He looked down at Yi Xuanze's withered white hair, old face, and extremely weak aura, and was silent for a moment. Then he held out his hand. Can you still stand up? Yi Xuanze was lying on the ground and raised his head, looked at the figure in the sky, and grinned, with the joy of surviving the disaster in his smile. What do you think? Yi Xiaoming didn't say anything more. He raised his hand and emitted a golden light, gently lifting Yi Xuanze onto the back of Tianyu Shenglong. How many bloodlines have you burned? He asked, his tone calm, but there was a dullness as if a volcano was about to erupt. It's almost gone. Yi Xuanze's voice was hoarse, and he smiled bitterly. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, all you would see would be a bunch of fireworks. Yi Xiaoming took out a small bottle from his arms and handed it over. Yi Xuanze took it and opened the cork, and a strong breath of life hit his face. He took a sip and his pupils shrank. Water from the fountain of life? Yeah. The fountain of life, the flesh and white bones of the living dead, can rekindle a trace of the fire of life. Generally, only Emperor-level beast masters are qualified to use this thing. Where did you get it? I got it from the secret realm. Yi Xiaoming replied briefly. Use it sparingly. Yi Xuanze was not polite, carefully poured out a drop and took it into his mouth. At that moment, he felt a warm energy spread from his throat to his limbs, like a dry river bed ushering in the long-lost spring rain. His depleted energy core began to slowly recover. The spiritual world came to life, and the remaining blood began to grow under the nourishment of the power of life. Those cells that had died due to the burning of the blood actually became revitalized. The most obvious change was his hair. Among the dry white hair, a few strands of black hair were slowly growing out. The wrinkles on his face have also faded a bit. Although he still looks more than 10 years older than his actual age, at least he is no longer as scary as before. Good stuff, Yi Xuanze whispered, pouring another drop into his mouth. Yi Xiaoming didn't look at him again. His gaze has turned outside the light curtain. There, the dragons are regrouping. Not 3 or 5, but densely packed and overwhelming. In the gray mist, dark golden vertical pupils were like stars, surrounding the area. Yi Xiaoming did a rough count and found that there were at least 30 of them, all of them at the peak of the Overlord level. This number had initially reached the size of a legion, and it was an ace legion. They were in no rush to attack. The golden beam of light just now made them feel a fatal threat. The man in front of them was completely different from the life-burning prey before, but they didn't retreat either, because behind them, there is a stronger will driving them. More than 30. Yi Xiaoming said softly, as calmly as if he was counting the weather today. They think highly of me. Yi Xuanze leaned on the dragon's back, looking at the densely packed dark golden vertical pupils. His face was extremely solemn. Is it okay? If not, let's run. I know they will never catch up with you. Yi Xuanze was then slowly sent down to the ground. But there was still a ball of light that enveloped him, protecting him from attacks by other monsters. Tianyu Holy Dragon, it's been a long time since we fought together. Yi Xiaoming took a deep breath, and his whole body began to glow. Transform. Roar. Tianyu Shenglong roared. Golden light bloomed, and the infinite power of light merged into Yi Xiaoming's body wantonly. The two did not merge into one, and their fighting postures were obviously not fusion transformations. Golden light turned into golden armor and appeared out of thin air, covering Yi Xiaoming's body. First, there was the breastplate, which was engraved with complicated light patterns. Then there was the shoulder armor, with the sharp edges of the armor blades as sharp as knives. Then there were the arm armor, leg armor, and combat boots. Each armor blade was tightly sewn together, not too heavy, slim, but extremely powerful. A golden cloak unfolded behind him, with golden dragon patterns embroidered on the edges, making a hunting sound in the gray mist. Dragon Knight form. This is Yi Xiaoming's transformed form, wearing armor and standing on the Tianyu Holy Dragon, fighting in coordination with it. This not only places extremely high demands on the combat awareness of the Beastmaster, but also puts a strong test on physical fitness. When the level is low, the combat effectiveness may not be as good as other Beastmasters, but as the strength increases, the combat effectiveness displayed by the Dragon Knight will become more powerful. Is this guy finally serious? Yi Xuanze leaned against a tree and looked up at Yi Xiaoming standing on top of the dragon's head, fighting all the dragons with one man. Tianyu armor, increase. Yi Xiaoming stood steadily, staring at the demon dragon in front of him with an invincible attitude. The light pattern on the Yaojin armor lit up, and a layer of pale golden light film covered the surface of the armor. This was Yi Xiaoming's amplification skill. All the power of light, with the armor's amplification, doubles its damage. He raised his right hand and held it with 5 fingers. War skills, spear. Golden light condensed in the palm of his hand and turned into a slender golden spear. Light patterns flowed on the spear, and the light power compressed to the extreme was condensed at the tip of the spear, exuding heart-stopping fluctuations. The light curtain was lifted, and the dragons were finally able to move. But they did not choose to swarm in, but advanced in a layered and rhythmic manner. The 10 demon dragons in the front row opened their huge mouths at the same time, and gray-black demonic light beams blasted towards Yi Xiaoming from different directions. The 10 demon dragons in the middle row surrounded him from both wings, blocking all his dodge space. The 10 demon dragons in the back row were hovering in the air, ready to swoop in to fill his position at any time. Military formation. These dragons are not just a mob. They have been trained to cooperate like an army. Yi Xiaoming's eyes flashed with solemnity, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's interesting. Tianyu Holy Dragon, charge forward. Tianyu Holy Dragon let out a loud dragon roar, and its huge body was like a moving golden mountain, crushing towards the front row of demon dragons. The demonic dragons in the front row were forced to disperse, and there was a brief interruption in the offensive of the demonic light beam. That's it now. Yi Xiaoming pulled out his spear and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he had appeared on top of a demon dragon. The spear pierced straight. The tip of the spear penetrated through the demon dragon's eye socket and passed out from the back of the head. The light pattern lit up, and the power of light destroyed the core of the demonic energy from the inside. The dragon didn't even have time to scream, and its huge body suddenly fell. In just a moment, he easily killed a demonic dragon. Roar! The demon dragon rushed towards Yi Xiaoming like crazy, but Yi Xiaoming did not stay long and immediately turned into a golden light and disappeared from the place. War skills, bow. The spear dissipated, and the golden long bow condensed in his left hand. Yi Xiaoming drew the bow like a full moon. 3 golden arrows were placed on the string, and the arrow tips condensed with dazzling white light. The bowstring trembled, and 3 arrows fired in unison. The 3 arrows turned into 3 golden streams of light and accurately shot into the left eyes of the 3 magic dragons. The arrow penetrated the head and flew out from the back of the head, bringing up 3 puffs of gray-black blood mist. The bodies of the 3 demonic dragons froze at the same time, and then fell from the air like puppets with their strings cut off. 4. Go ahead, it's really an exaggeration. I killed 3 demonic dragons of the same level in one move. Yi Xuanzi looked at the ground with his mouth twitching. The gap between people is too big. The dragon's counterattack was also extremely fast. More than 20 peak demon dragons charged simultaneously from all directions. Their claws, fangs, tails, and wings, every part turned into a deadly weapon. Yi Xiaoming was surrounded. The realm of the sky. He no longer held back and pushed his hands outward suddenly. Golden light burst out from his body, spreading crazily around him with him as the center. Wherever the light passed, the gray fog was dispersed, the demonic energy was evaporated, and the earth was coated with a layer of golden brilliance. Within the domain, the power of light gushes out, which is the power that Warcraft fears the most. The demonic dragons roared angrily, and the scales on their bodies began to corrode, and the demonic energy emitted black smoke under the erosion of the power of light. But this consumes a lot of money for Yi Xiaoming. The richness of the demonic energy in the field has exceeded the limit that he can resist. Martial arts sword. The long bow dissipated, and a golden long sword condensed in his right hand. Yi Xiaoming rushed into the group of demon dragons with the sword in his hand. He looked like a ghost, shuttling between more than 20 demon dragons. A horizontal slash with the sword cut off the left wing of a demonic dragon. A vertical slash with the sword split open the head of a demonic dragon. A sword thrust diagonally through the chest of a demonic dragon. His swordsmanship has no fancy moves, only the simplest and most deadly hacking, stabbing, slashing, and slashing. Each sword hit the dragon's vital points accurately, including its eyes, throat, wing roots, and chest. The power of light pours into the bodies of the demonic dragons from the sword's edge, destroying their demonic core from the inside. 1, 2, 3. In just a few dozen breaths, 7 more demonic dragons were killed by his sword. But there are too many dragons, and they seem to be constantly learning during the battle. When Yi Xiaoming killed the 10th one, the remaining dragons began to deliberately keep their distance from him, no longer giving him the chance to get close. They spread out and spewed demonic energy from different directions at the same time, distracting Yi Xiaoming and preventing him from continuing to hunt. Inadvertently, a beam of demonic energy grazed his left shoulder, and the shield of Tianyu armor was torn open, and the gray-black demonic energy penetrated into the wound like a poisonous snake. Yi Xiaoming groaned and froze slightly. Then more demonic light beams took the opportunity to strike. Tianyu Holy Dragon. The Tianyu Holy Dragon rushed in from the flank, sweeping its huge dragon wings and sending the 3 demonic dragons flying away. It stood in front of Yi Xiaoming, opened its huge mouth, and a thick golden light beam shot out from the light crystal, blasting the 2 demonic dragons that rushed towards it into ashes. Yi Xiaoming took the opportunity to take a few steps back, and the wound on his left shoulder healed quickly under the automatic repair of Tianyu armor. He took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since you like long range, let me give you a try. Martial arts, spear. Furious dance. The golden spear spun between his hands so fast that only a circle of golden afterimages could be seen. Yi Xiaoming threw the spear into the air, and the spear exploded in the air, turning into dozens of golden spear shadows, pouring down on the dragons like a heavy rain. Wherever the gun shadow passed, the air was torn apart, and the demonic energy was penetrated. Some demonic dragons were hit by 3 gun shadows at the same time, with a huge blood hole exploding in their chests. Some demonic dragons had their heads pierced by the gun shadows and fell from the air, and some demonic dragons tried to dodge, but were nailed to the ground by the gun shadows. 5 demonic dragons, killed. Only a few minutes after the battle, the demon dragon had suffered heavy casualties, but his breathing also became rapid, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Continuously activating the field, changing martial arts skills, and dealing with more than 20 peak dragons at the same time consumes an astonishing amount of energy. The light patterns on Tianyu's armor also became a bit dimmer, no longer the dazzling golden color before. The dragons seemed to be aware of his change in status. There were less than 10 demon dragons left, and a fierce light reignited in their eyes. They let out a low roar and began to approach slowly, no longer giving Yi Xiaoming a chance to breathe. It's not over yet. Yi Xiaoming took a deep breath and formed a seal with his hands. Tianyu Holy Dragon let out a thundering roar. Its figure surged in the golden light. The light crystal on its forehead was dazzling, and an aura far greater than before burst out from its body. Light of heaven, judgment. The holy dragon of heaven opened its huge mouth, and a blazing white light beam shot out from the light crystal, exploded in the air, turned into countless small lightsabers, and poured down towards the remaining demonic dragons. The lightsaber is like rain, airtight. The scene was like a judgment from the gods, and every lightsaber contained enough power to penetrate the scales of a peak demon dragon. The dragons fled in fear, but the range of the lightsaber was too wide, covering the entire sky. The slowest demon dragon was penetrated by dozens of lightsabers at the same time, and its body exploded into a ball of blood mist in midair. The demon dragons on both sides tried to flutter their wings and escape, but were pinned to a rock wall by the lightsaber. After struggling for a few times, they stopped moving. There was also a demon dragon that rushed towards Yi Xiaoming desperately, trying to pull someone on his back before dying. But the claws of the Tianyu Holy Dragon had already shot down and crushed them into pulp. When the lightsaber dissipated, the ground was a mess. 26 of the more than 30 demon dragons fell. There were less than 10 left, covered with scars, and fled into the gray mist in terror, never daring to look back. Yi Xiaoming stood there, his golden armor stained with gray-black dragon blood, his cloak torn in several holes, and the wound on his left shoulder was still aching. His breathing was rapid and beads of sweat covered his forehead, but his back remained straight. Tianyu Holy Dragon landed next to him, lowered his head, and a hint of exhaustion flashed in his huge dragon eyes. Yi Xiaoming reached out and touched its head. "Thank you for your hard work." Ho! Tianyu Holy Dragon had already consumed part of its power before, and now it was extremely exhausted after killing so many demonic dragons. Yi Xuanzi had drank a lot of the fountain of life, and a lot of black hair had grown out of his withered white hair, and his wrinkles had faded a lot. Although his face was still pale, at least it was not as gray as before. He witnessed the whole process of Yi Xiaoming killing 26 peak demon dragons by himself. The corner of his mouth twitched for a long time, and finally, he could only say one sentence. "You guys, you always gave in to me when we sparred before." Yi Xiaoming took back his armor, and the golden light faded from his body, revealing a simple robe. He once again pulled Yi Xuanzi on the ground onto the dragon's head and stood beside him. "What do you think?" Yi Xuanzi was silent for a moment, looked at Yi Xiaoming, and said, "Pervert. Don't worry, it's time for us to join them. Maybe the two of us can find the Dragon Ball quickly if we team up. Should I say it or not? It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise I would have died here." Yi Xuanzi said in a deep voice. Yi Xiaoming was silent for a moment, then raised his hand and patted Tianyu Shenglong's neck. "Let's go and join them." Tianyu Holy Dragon roared, spread its wings, and flew towards the east. Along the way, neither of them spoke. Yi Xuanzi sat on the dragon's back, looking at the rapidly retreating dense forests and mountains below. The gray mist surged beside him. Occasionally, a few demonic dragons passed by from a distance, but after feeling the breath of the Tianyu Holy Dragon, they all stayed away and did not dare to get close. "Were you also chased all the way here?" Yi Xuanzi suddenly said. "Yes," Yi Xiaoming said. "Since entering the core area, there have been many monsters harassing us." "How many?" "It was a few at first, then a dozen, and then dozens." Yi Xiaoming's tone was calm. "I can't kill them all, and I'll kill more and more. You are more powerful than us. It seems that the people behind the scenes also know that you are stronger." He thought of the demon dragons he encountered, and the familiar auras of those demon dragons, the sky frost dragon, the rock turtle, the ice crystal snow leopard, the sky djinn, the auras of the natal pet beasts that should have belonged to other players. He spoke slowly. Everyone else must have encountered something unexpected. Yi Xiaoming looked solemn and nodded slowly. Probably so. Although the two didn't say it explicitly, they both knew what they were talking about. Someone is controlling all this behind the scenes. Yi Xuanzi said, "Someone is in the secret realm, using our people for experiments and turning them into monsters." Yi Xiaoming did not answer, but his silence was the best answer. Tianyu Holy Dragon flew in the gray fog for about a quarter of an hour, when a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came from the dense forest ahead. Purple lightning exploded in the gray mist, and red-gold flames shot up into the sky, mixed with the angry roar of the dragon. It's Qin Fenglei. Yi Xuanzi stood up suddenly. Are they fighting? Tianyu Holy Dragon swooped down. The battle below was more tragic than he expected. The two teams merged, and there were more than a dozen people, but the dragons were more numerous. They were trapped together and could only use their defensive skills to resist desperately. Many of them were seriously injured. Light of the sky. Yi Xiaoming was furious, and then a beam of light shot straight into the sky, destroying all the approaching demon dragons, and the surrounding demon dragons also fled in all directions. Your Highness, you are still alive. Qin Fenglei and the other 5 people were so surprised that they could no longer care about their injuries. Why did you get here? Yi Xiaoming asked. He remembered that he was clearly not here when they met. Your Highness, it's all our fault. Taigang clenched his fists and said in a deep voice with his head lowered. What's going on? Several people dispersed, and there was a person lying on the ground behind them. Shi Wuguang. But his life has been lost. Shi Wuguang was attacked on our way to escape. In order to protect us, he fought the dragon alone and died. Qin Fenglei suppressed his emotions. After meeting Su Genie and others, we thought about whether we could save him if we turned back, but we were late. Yi Xuanzi looked down at Shi Wuguang's body and was silent for a long time. Take the body with you. He stood up. His voice was terrifyingly calm. When you get out of the secret realm, take him home. Qin Fenglei nodded and carefully took back Shi Wuguang's body. Yi Xiaoming jumped off the back of Tianyu Shenlong, glanced at the injuries on the 5 people, took out several vials from his arms, and handed them over one by one. Healers, 1 for each person, will restore the injury. The 5 people were not polite and took the elixir and swallowed it immediately. The moment the medicine entered the body, the wounds on their bodies began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demonic energy was forced out of the body. The charred skin and flesh fell off, and new flesh and blood slowly grew out. Thank you, Your Highness. Qin Fenglei clasped his fists. The 2 most powerful teams gathered together, but at this time they both fell silent. What should we do now? Qin Fenglei broke the silence, glanced around, and finally looked at Yi Xiaoming and Yi Xuanzi. Yi Xiaoming and Yi Xuanzi looked at each other. It is now clear that something happened in the secret realm, but no matter what happened in the secret realm, no matter who is behind it all. Yi Xiaoming's voice was calm and firm. The first thing we have to do is find the Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball. So, no matter how many dragons there are outside, no matter what the people behind them want to do, as long as we get the dragon beads and open the door to the secret realm, we can spread everything here. Yi Xiaoming said. When the time comes, the strong men of the dynasty will come in and clear the place, and no matter who is behind it, they can't escape. Everyone nodded, but Qin Fenglei raised a key question. Dragon Balls, what exactly are they? Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xiaoming. As the second prince, he is the person here who knows the secret realm of the Holy Dragon best. Yi Xiaoming was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Do you know how the secret place came to be? The secret realm is transformed from the spiritual world of a strong person after death. There are even secret realms that merge the spiritual worlds of many beast masters. The stronger the beast master is during his lifetime, the larger the secret realm will be after death, with more dangers and more opportunities. Su Genie said, well, yes, the Holy Dragon secret realm is also the largest super secret realm on the mainland. No one knows how many powerful people are sleeping here. Yi Xuanzi added, not only that, there are also many powerful holy beasts sleeping here. Although their beast masters died, their lifespans are extremely long. They have accompanied the Holy Dragon dynasty through crisis after crisis, constantly selecting successors to pass on their inheritance. Yi Xiaoming nodded. No wonder there are so many inheritance points in the periphery, each of which is a king-level inheritance. If this is left outside, we will have to fight for it. Everyone agreed. We must know that no matter which dynasty they are in, the king level is an absolute high-end force and the core force of a dynasty. One less person may cause huge changes to the dynasty. The king-level inheritance is okay, mainly in the core area. As far as I know, there are more than a dozen emperor-level inheritance. This is the most attractive one. Yi Xuanzi took a deep breath. That's right. If any of these inheritances were placed in the outside world, any one of them could open up a secret realm on his own. But now they are gathered together to accommodate such a huge power. They can be stable with each other because of the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball is the most powerful inheritance in this secret realm, and it is also the Dinghai Divine Pearl of this secret realm. The Dragon Ball was transformed into the Holy Dragon of the Sky after its death. Although it did not inherit all the power of the Holy Dragon, it possesses the core power, and only those with the blood of the Holy Dragon can access the Dragon Ball. Every emperor of the Holy Dragon dynasty needs to obtain the Dragon Ball inheritance to succeed. This is one of the reasons why our Holy Dragon dynasty is strong. The inheritance has never been cut off. That's it. Everyone understood. So, the Dragon Ball is the key to this secret realm. It is responsible for opening and closing the secret realm. For us princes, it is the most critical link in inheriting the throne. I finally understand. But, where are the Dragon Balls? Qin Fenglai asked. Yi Xiaoming raised his head and looked into the deepest part of the secret realm. In the center of the core area, there is a holy dragon palace, where the Dragon Balls are stored. He paused. Originally, the trip to the secret realm was for us to pass tests and gain points to determine the final winner, but now everything has changed. The secret realm is full of dragons, and their only purpose is to surround and hunt us. Now the secret realm has become very dangerous. We have to go if we are in danger. Yi Xuanzi said. We have no other choice. Yi Xiaoming glanced at him and nodded. Everyone, check the status and get ready to go. This time, everyone summons their natal pets and goes forward with high concentration. No problem. The longer you delay, the more variables will arise. From now on, move forward at full speed. When encountering a demonic dragon, I will be responsible for suppressing it, and you will be responsible for killing it. Su Jini, Cui Jingming, Qin Fenglai, and Taigang. You four are the strongest. You are responsible for clearing the way forward. I will use the holy light to clear the way for you. The four of them looked at each other and smiled. Don't worry, just leave it to us. It can be said that these four people are definitely the strongest except Yi Xiaoming and Yi Xuanzi. Cui Qingyu, Wei Fenghua, Lu Qinfeng, Zhou Yuanlang. You follow closely behind and are responsible for long-range strikes. The firepower must be sufficient. Don't be stingy with energy consumption, and ensure that you cooperate with them to kill the dragon as soon as possible. Yes. The four nodded. Xiansu, you are with them. You are still seriously injured and cannot explode with all your strength. Cooperate with them to attack. I didn't expect that one day I would be the one being protected. Yi Xuanzi smiled bitterly, but he didn't object. He didn't want to ruin something big because of himself. Hui Yuncheng, you have the strongest perception and are responsible for giving warnings. The rest of us are responsible for sneak attacks on both sides. If there is an attack, we should defend immediately to avoid being seriously injured. Do you understand everything? Got it. Forward. No one said any unnecessary words. Everyone moved at the same time. Su Jini stepped forward, and the Poyu Tyrannosaurus merged with him instantly. Dark blue lightning exploded around him, dispersing the surrounding gray fog into an open space. He took a deep breath. The muscles in his legs suddenly stretched, and his whole body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the gray mist in front of him. Everyone else, follow up. Don't fall behind. Yi Xiaoming turned over and jumped onto the head of the Tianyu Holy Dragon. One person fell at the end of the team. Although he was worried about leaving the unknown enemy in front to others, the demon dragon behind him was the biggest hidden danger at the moment. He could only choose to believe it. The team only advanced a few kilometers before the huge aura caused countless demonic dragons to pursue them. The gray mist surged, and dark golden vertical pupils lit up from all directions, like will-o'-the-wisps igniting silently in the dark night. The number of demonic dragons far exceeded any previous encounter, and the flapping of their wings merged into a low buzz, oppressing everyone's eardrums. As soon as Yi Xiaoming said, "I am responsible for suppressing it," his figure disappeared from the dragon's head. In the next moment, The Tianyu Holy Dragon turned into a golden meteor that pierced the gray fog and first crashed into the area with the densest concentration of demonic dragons. Light of the sky. The blazing white light beam suddenly shot out from the light crystal in the forehead of the Holy Dragon and hit the center of the demon dragon group impartially. The light beam exploded and turned into a circular golden shock wave that swept away in all directions. The demonic dragon struck by the shock wave felt as if it had been hit by an invisible giant hammer. Its scales shattered and its huge body flew backwards, hitting its companions. A huge gap, dozens of feet wide, was torn open in the tight encirclement. The demon dragon that was not hit let out a furious roar and rushed toward the team crazily. But before they could get closer, a dark blue lightning penetrated through the gap. Su Jinyi's whole body was like a thunderbolt shell. The lightning condensed in his right fist, drew a dazzling electric arc in the gray fog, and punched the head of the leading demon dragon with one punch. Broken Yulei Prison. The Poyu Tyrannosaurus completely merged with him, and the power of thunder penetrated from the fist edge into the demon dragon's head and exploded in the skull cavity. The demonic dragon's body stiffened suddenly, its dark golden vertical pupils dimmed instantly, and its huge body fell to the ground, throwing up rubble all over the sky. 3 o'clock, 3. Hui Yuncheng's voice sounded in the team. Brothers Cui Jingming and Cui Qingyu were already in place. Cui Jingming's arms turned into huge bare paws, falling from the sky, and slapped the back of one of the demonic dragons with both palms, breaking its spine. Cui Qingyu's power of mysterious wind turned into countless cyan wind blades, passing by the wing root of the other demonic dragon, cutting the wing membrane into pieces. Just as the third demonic dragon was about to fight back, a golden feather blade poured down on its face like a torrential rain, forcing it to retreat a few steps. Then, a holy sword light slashed from the side, and one of its dragon horns was cut off with a sword. Zhou Yuanlang and Wei Fenghua, one on the left and one on the right, suppressed each other from a distance, and they cooperated perfectly. Keep going, don't stop. Yi Xiaoming's voice came from the air. His golden war spear flipped in his hand, and one spear penetrated a demon dragon that was trying to sneak attack from the flank. Then with a flick of his wrist, he threw the body away and knocked over another demon dragon that was diving. The Tianyu Holy Dragon roared at his feet, its tail swept across, and each time it brought up a golden light blade, smashing the approaching demon dragon staggering. One man and one dragon suppressed the pursuit of dozens of demonic dragons behind him. The foursome leading the way are even more unstoppable. Su Jinyi's thunder fist opened and closed widely, and each punch hit the densest place of the demon dragons, breaking up their formation in the most violent way. Cui Jingming followed closely behind. The beast's domain was fully opened, and the bear's paws slapped, smashed, tore away, one by one, flying away the magic dragons paralyzed by the lightning. Qin Fenglei and Taigang stood on the left and right. The lightning and flames intertwined to form an airtight wall of fire, blocking all the demonic dragons coming from both sides. Although the cooperation between the four of them cannot be said to be a tacit understanding, the victory is that their individual strength is strong enough and they can crush them with absolute power, without giving the dragon any chance to counterattack. Here I go. I've never felt so relaxed. Don't be complacent. If His Highness hadn't suppressed the dragons, we wouldn't have been able to harm them. 500 feet ahead, there are more than a dozen demon dragons blocking the road. Hui Yuncheng's voice suddenly rose in pitch. I'll do it. Yi Xuanzi finally spoke. He swept away from the team, clasping his hands in front of him. The red-gold flame condensed in his palm, compressed again, and finally turned into a dark red fireball the size of a fist. He pushed lightly, and the fireball flew out, drew an arc in the air, and fell into the group of demonic dragons blocking the road ahead. Brilliant flame explosion. Boom. The blazing red flame exploded and turned into a pillar of fire that reached the sky, engulfing all the demonic dragons blocking the road. The power of the flame dragon's blood contained in the flames naturally restrained the demonic energy. Several demonic dragons were burned until their scales burst, and they let out shrill roars. Although there was no kill, the formation blocking the road was completely chaotic. Su Genie and the other two took the opportunity to rush into the sea of fire. The lightning and fist shadows intertwined and killed the struggling dragons one by one. Your Highness, your flames are still so domineering. Taigang grinned, and the flames of the Red Soul King ape burned at the edge of his fist, complementing Yi Xuance's brilliant flames. Nonsense. Yi Xuance coughed and turned a little paler, but still had that proud smile on his lips. The blood of the flame dragon should not be underestimated. The team moved quickly in the gray fog. Similar encounters occur every few seconds. The number of dragons is getting larger and larger, and the density is getting larger and larger. It's like an invisible giant net is slowly tightening, and they are rushing towards the center of the net. But instead of slowing down, the team's speed is getting faster and faster. Yi Xiaoming's suppression was extremely accurate, and every time he took a shot, he could open a gap at the most critical position. The attacks of Su Genie and the others were extremely fierce, with lightning and flames pouring out as if lifeless, leaving only the dragon's body and broken scales wherever they passed. The remote support from the back row also followed closely, one after another. With Yi Xiaoming's holy light, almost no magic dragon could get close to the team's flank. Just moving forward like this, once the energy is consumed, the two highnesses will throw out pills and take turns to restore it. After repelling countless waves of encirclement and passing through countless dense forests shrouded in gray mist, the terrain ahead suddenly became open. The gray fog has become much lighter here, and the field of vision suddenly broadens. A huge plain appeared in front of everyone, and in the center of the plain, a majestic giant palace stood there. The temple is made of a single dark golden boulder. Even though it is several miles apart, you can still feel the ancient and majestic atmosphere. The 9 giant dragon-coiled pillars in front of the palace tower into the clouds. The dragon patterns on the pillars are flowing with a faint golden halo, which is incompatible with the surrounding gray environment. Although no one has seen it before, they know that this is the Holy Dragon Palace. The feeling of awe deep in the blood is unmistakable. Great, we're finally here. Su Genie was panting, his chest rising and falling violently. Not only him, but also the entire team. The moment they saw the huge palace clearly, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time poured out like a flood that burst a dam. From the moment they entered the core area, they experienced the hunting of demonic wolves, the pursuit of demonic dragons, the sacrifice of their companions, and the day and night of escaping and fighting. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit, and every ounce of energy was squeezed to the extreme. But now, the Holy Dragon Palace is right in front of you, and the Dragon Ball is in front. The Dragon Ball is inside. Qin Fenglei's voice was hoarse, but filled with irrepressible excitement. His whole body seemed to be falling apart. He was holding on through a high-intensity battle with a stream of energy. When he suddenly relaxed, he couldn't hold on any longer. Getting the Dragon Ball will open the secret realm door, and we can go out. Zhou Yuanlang waved his fist fiercely. Yi Xuance stood in the middle of the team, looking at the majestic palace, with a look of relief flashing in his eyes. Is this the Dragon Ball? I can feel the rush of my blood. Don't be too happy too soon. Yi Xiaoming put away his war spear, and the golden light patterns on his armor dimmed a bit, but there was also a rare smile on his lips. Although he warned, he did not really suppress everyone's high emotions. Because he himself was relieved, because no matter who was behind all this, as long as he got the Dragon Ball and opened the secret door, the news could be spread and the strong men of the dynasty could come in and clean up the situation. The team walked quickly towards the Holy Dragon Palace. 9 giant coiled dragon pillars tower into the clouds, each one as thick as dozens of people hugging each other. The dragon patterns on the pillars are flowing with a pale golden halo, like lighthouses in the gray fog. The square in front of the temple is extremely open, and the ground is paved with a dark golden stone slab. The stone slab is engraved with dragon patterns that have the same origin as the pillars, and every pattern is glowing slightly. The huge sacred dragon statue stood in the center of the square with its head held high, its dragon eyes overlooking everyone who approached, its eyes majestic but with a hint of compassion. Compared with the demonic atmosphere outside, this place is simply a pure land. Let's go. Yi Xiaoming took the lead and stepped onto the stone slab of the square. Tianyu Shenglong shrunk his figure and landed on the ground. Entering this place, you must have a sense of awe. The dragon's claws stepped on the stone slabs and made a crisp sound. The light crystal on his forehead flickered slightly, complementing the dragon patterns on the ground. The people behind him were about to follow, but at this moment, a pressure fell from the sky. The pressure was like a mountain, like a sea, like an abyss, and it came down without any warning. The moment it came, everyone was so heavy that they couldn't lift their heads or straighten their backs. Zhou Yuanlang gritted his teeth and held on, but his legs were shaking uncontrollably. The shadow of the golden-winged rock flickered behind him and almost collapsed. Lu Qingfeng's face turned pale. Qingling Phoenix let out a low whine, and the sword kept buzzing. Wei Fenghua's angelic shadow suddenly dimmed, and the 6 wings folded in to envelop her, but even so, cold sweat still flowed down her cheeks. The stronger ones were not much better. Tiegong's smile froze on his face, and the flames of the Red Soul King ape were forced back into the body. Not even a spark could come out. He tried to rekindle the flame, but the energy in his body seemed to be frozen under the crushing pressure, and it was extremely difficult to operate. Qin Fenglei's Thunder Warrior let out a low roar, and purple thunder light jumped wildly around him, trying to resist the pressure. However, in the face of absolute suppression, the thunder light was compressed close to his body, struggling like a trapped animal. Cui Jingming clenched his fists tightly, and the beast realm was forced back into his body under the pressure. Cui Qingyu gritted his teeth, and the power of the mysterious wind gathered in his palm, only to find that the cyan wind had dissipated before it flew out of his palm. Su Jinyi's fists slowly clenched, and the lightning of the destroying Tyrannosaurus exploded around him, but he was suppressed and unable to move at all. Yi Xuanzi stood there, his face still pale, but his waist straight. The red-gold flames surged within his body, silently resisting the pressure. The Yanlong bloodline is naturally resistant to any pressure, but this does not mean that he cannot feel the power. He could clearly sense that the pressure contained not only crushing power, but also a sense of familiarity that made his hair stand on end. The only person present who was relatively good was Yi Xiaoming, but he was also distracted looking at the figure in the sky. Is this? Yi Xiaoming's pupils shrank and he lost his composure in a rare moment. How could this happen? What level of magical beast is this? Tai Gang's voice was hoarse, trembling uncontrollably. No one answered him, because everyone has already seen it. The clouds were torn apart by a giant dragon claw, twice the size of any previous dragon's claw, its tips gleaming with a dark golden light, each claw resembling a curved giant sword. Then comes the body. The massive body was covered in earthen yellow dragon scales, each scale the size of a wash basin, with dark gold patterns inlaid on the edges. Beneath its scales, muscles bulged like a coiled dragon, brimming with explosive power. A row of sharp boned spurs ran along its back, extending from its neck to the tip of its tail, with gray-black demonic energy flowing between them, writhing like living creatures. The dragon's wings spread out, blotting out the sky and the sun. Those were not wings of flesh and blood, but physical entities formed from the intertwining of earth energy and demonic energy. Dark golden runes flowed across the wing membranes, and each flap of the wings brought forth a violent airflow that made the stone slabs on the square rustle. The most horrifying thing is its head. The dragon held its head high, its forehead devoid of bone horns, replaced by a dark golden crystal, from which a faint, earthy yellow light swirled. Its eyes were no longer the dark golden vertical pupils, but pure inky black, staining the pupils and whites of its eyes with a deep darkness. Those eyes swept over everyone in the square, without anger or murderous intent, only an empty scrutiny, as if examining an object. The Chaos Dragon of the 8 Desolations. King-level aura. Yi Xiaoming stood at the very front of the group, with the heavenly sacred dragon crouching low beside him, its golden scales flickering under the pressure of demonic energy. He looked up at the demonic dragon hovering in the air, his hand gripping the golden spear, tightening slightly. He recognized him. Chongyu. His voice was very soft, so soft that only Yi Xuanzi beside him could hear it. Yi Xuanzi's face turned bitter, and he murmured, "It really is him." The two tried again to find that familiar feeling in its eyes, but there was nothing on the dragon's head except for its ferocious scales and empty, dark pupils. He was all too familiar with that chaotic aura of the 8 desolations. It was Yi Chongyu's natal pet beast, a perfect combination of earth and dragon elements, which they, as the older brothers, knew very well. At this moment, that aura was corrupted by demonic energy, and its realm broke through to the king level, turning into a chilling sense of oppression. Qin Fenglei's voice came from behind, trembling with disbelief. Turn into a demonic beast? It was hard for everyone to accept this fact, but it was all right before their eyes, and it was just that cruel. The chaos dragon of the 8 desolations lowered its head, its dark pupils locking onto Yi Xiaoming. Its mouth slightly parted, revealing its white fangs, and a low roar came from its throat. Yi Xiaoming took a deep breath and gripped the spear in his hand tightly. Everyone retreat. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable command. This is not an enemy you can handle. Your Highness. Su Jini stepped forward. We retreat. Yi Xuanzi also spoke up, his voice hoarse but firm. The gap between the overlord level and the king level cannot be bridged by numbers. Going up there will only lead to your deaths. Su Jini's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, but he didn't refute. He clearly sensed that the aura emanating from that demonic dragon was far stronger than anyone else present. It was a qualitative leap, a power that had transcended to another level. King level. Even if it's just the initial stage of king level, it's definitely not something that overlord level can contend with. Those behind began to retreat. Zhou Yuanlang, Lu Qingfeng, Wei Fenghua, Cui Qingyu. Everyone retreated, not because they were cowardly, but because they knew that staying would only be a burden to the two princes. Qin Fenglei and Tai Gang exchanged a glance and slowly retreated. Tai Gang's fists were clenched until they turned white, and his lips were bleeding from being bitten, but he didn't say a word about staying, because he knew that would not be helping, but rather causing trouble. Only 2 figures remained in the square. Yi Xiaoming stood beside the heavenly sacred dragon, his entire body covered in golden armor, his cloak fluttering under the pressure of demonic energy. His right hand was clenched, a golden spear coalescing in his palm, its tip gleaming with blinding white light. Yi Xuanzi stood half a step behind him, crimson gold flames surging around him, but the flames were far less intense than before. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura was weak, like a candle flame flickering in the wind. But he did not back down. You can still fight, Yi Xiaoming asked without turning around. Even if I can't beat him, I'll still beat him. Yi Xuanzi grinned, a hint of madness in his smile. Besides, with Lao Lu in this state, I'm going to beat him awake. Yi Xiaoming was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Then let's go. The chaos dragon of the 8 desolations seemed to have finally lost its patience. A deep roar came from the depths of its throat, and its wings suddenly spread out, the membranes of its wings completely obscuring the sky above the plaza. Then it moved. Without any probing or prelude, the colossal creature swooped down from the sky like a moving mountain. Its speed was unbelievable, completely unlike what one would expect from such a massive body. A deafening sonic boom erupted in the air, and the stone slabs on the ground were torn apart by the airflow it created, scattering debris everywhere. Scatter! Yi Xiaoming shouted in a low voice, his figure flashing to the left. The heavenly dragon was of one mind with him, and its massive body suddenly turned around on the ground, with a golden beam of light shooting out from the light crystal in its forehead, heading straight for the demonic dragon. Boom! The pillar of light collided head-on with the dragon's claws, unleashing a deafening roar. The golden power of light clashed fiercely with the gray-black demonic energy, hissing and corroding as it emitted billowing white mist. But the beam of light from the heavenly dragon only lingered in the claw of the demon dragon for a moment. The dragon's claws shattered the beam of light as if smashing a mirror, and continued to strike with undiminished force. Yi Xiaoming's pupils contracted, and he flashed again, barely dodging the overwhelming claw. The dragon claw slammed into the stone slabs of the plaza, blasting a huge crater several meters deep into the ground. Debris flew like cannonballs, and several pieces of debris grazed Yi Xiaoming's shoulder armor, leaving white marks on his golden armor. So strong. Yi Xuanzi gritted his teeth. He held his hands in front of him, crimson gold flames gathering in his palms. He didn't choose to get close. In his current state, doing so would be suicide. Radiant burst. A crimson gold fireball flew from his palm, arcing through the air as it aimed straight for the dragon's back. The dragon didn't even turn around. On its back, the row of bone spikes suddenly glowed with an earthy yellow light, and a thick rock armor materialized on its back. The fireball struck the rock armor, unleashing a burst of flames, but the rock armor remained unmoved. Not even a crack appeared. Yi Xuanzi's face paled for a moment. His full-force attack was nothing more than a tickle to that rock armor. Its defenses, he murmured, are more terrifying than I imagined. Yi Xiaoming remained silent. His figure moved rapidly around the demonic dragon, his golden spear thrusting out repeatedly, each spear condensing the power of light compressed to its extreme, aimed directly at the dragon's joints and wing roots. But the dragon's scales were too thick. The spear pierced the scales, producing a piercing metallic scraping sound and sparks flying, leaving only shallow white marks. The dragon didn't even bother with his attack, casually flicking its tail, which swept across like a steel whip. Yi Xiaoming parried with his spear. Boom! The dragon's tail slammed into the spear, sending Yi Xiaoming flying. He tumbled several times in the air before barely regaining his footing. His arms trembled, his tiger's mouth split open, and blood dripped down the spear shaft. "Your Highness!" came a cry of surprise from behind. Yi Xiaoming raised his hand to stop them from rushing forward. "Don't come any closer." His voice was hoarse, but still calm. "I'm fine." He raised his head and looked at the slowly turning dragon, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. In just one glance, he confirmed that this demonic dragon's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary newly ascended king-level demonic beast. The 8 Desolations Chaos was already renowned for its defense, and with the enhancement and modification by demonic energy, its defensive capabilities had reached a despair-inducing level. What's even more frightening is that its attack power is equally formidable. Dragon claws, dragon tail, and demonic breath. Each could easily tear through the defenses of a peak-level overlord. Even his prized power of light was significantly less effective against this demonic dragon, because this demonic dragon contains the earth element energy of the 8 Desolations Chaos. Earth element is known for its neutralizing and defensive properties. The power of light, which counters demonic energy, is weakened layer by earth element energy, leaving it with only a fraction of its original effect. This thing is impossible to break. Yi Xuanzi walked to his side, panting heavily. His face was frighteningly pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he still gritted his teeth and stood there. Yi Xiaoming was silent for a moment. He glanced at the majestic holy dragon palace behind him, then at his anxious companions waiting at the edge of the square, and made his decision. "Yi Xuanzi." His voice suddenly became very soft. You lead them into the holy dragon palace to find the dragon pearl," Yi Xiaoming said. "I'll hold it off." Yi Xuanzi was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed drastically. "Are you crazy? Facing a king-level magical beast alone? What are you going to use to hold it off? Take it with your lives." Yi Xiaoming's voice was terrifyingly calm, as if he were talking about something insignificant. "As long as you can get the Dragon Ball and open the gate to the secret realm, everyone can live." "And what about yourself?" Yi Xuanzi's voice suddenly rose. Yi Xiaoming did not answer. His silence was the best answer. "Bullshit." Yi Xuanzi grabbed his shoulder armor. Yi Xuanzi, have never run away in my life. You want me to be a deserter?" "This isn't about escaping," Yi Xiaoming said, brushing his hand away. "This is tactical. Bullshit tactics." Yi Xuanzi cursed angrily. "Do you think you're a king-level being? What are you going to use to stall for time? 3 seconds or 5 seconds? Once you're dead, it'll catch up, and we won't be able to escape either." Just as Yi Xiaoming was about to say something more, the demonic dragon in the sky suddenly let out a low roar. The roar wasn't loud, but it exploded in everyone's heart like muffled thunder. Everyone froze at the same time, because the dragon moved. But this time, it wasn't a dive attack. Its wings suddenly spread to their limit, and an earthy yellow light surged from every scale in its body. intertwining with the gray-black demonic energy, transforming into a ring-shaped shockwave that spread out in all directions. Wherever the shockwave passed, the ground cracked, stone slabs flew, and the air was compressed into a popping sound. Yi Xiaoming and Yi Xuanzi simultaneously raised their arms to block. Boom! The shockwave slammed into the two men, knocking them back several steps. Fine cracks appeared on Yi Xiaoming's golden armor, and Yi Xuanzi let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. But this is just the beginning. The shockwave did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a massive, semi-transparent dome, enveloping Yi Xiaoming and Yi Xuanzi. The edges of the dome shimmered with a mixture of earthy yellow and grayish-black light, as thick as a mountain and as sturdy as a cage. The chaos dragon of the 8 desolations slowly landed. Its jet-black pupils swept over the two people inside the shroud, and a slight smile appeared on its lips. That expression was just like a hunter looking at prey that has fallen into a trap. Yi Xiaoming's pupils contracted, and he suddenly thrust his spear towards the barrier. Bite! The spear struck the barrier, producing a piercing metallic clang, but leaving only a faint white. The barrier remained completely still. Yi Xuanzi unleashed both fists simultaneously, and crimson gold flames slammed into the barrier. The flames exploded, turning the barrier slightly red, but only a moment later, the flames were completely consumed by the earthen yellow light on the barrier. Damn it! Yi Xuanzi gritted his teeth. This thing has blocked all our escape routes. Yi Xiaoming remained silent. He thrust out more than a dozen spears in succession, each spear imbued with his full strength, but only a dozen or so white spots appeared on the barrier, without even a single crack. It's not just trying to kill us, Yi Xiaoming finally spoke, his voice low. It's trying to trap us here. Yi Xuanzi's expression changed completely. He understood. This dragon never intended for a quick victory. With its king-level strength, killing the two overlord-level beings would have been effortless. But instead, it chose to trap them with defensive skills. Because it doesn't want their lives, it wants to capture them alive. Yi Xuanzi's voice was hoarse. Its purpose is not to kill us. Yi Xiaoming slowly clenched his fist. They're probably going to capture us alive. There must be a mastermind behind all this. We can't let it succeed, Yi Xiaoming said in a low voice. He took a deep breath, and the heavenly sacred dragon let out a resounding roar, the light crystal on its forehead shining brightly. Golden light surged from the light crystal, pouring into Yi Xiaoming's body like a flood bursting its banks. His aura began to rise. The peak of the overlord level, the limit of the overlord level. The energy level is still rising. But the bottleneck at the king level is like an insurmountable chasm, which he cannot overcome no matter how hard he tries. The bloodline of the holy dragon. Yi Xiaoming's aura underwent an indescribable change, becoming more sacred. He then held the spear with both hands, concentrating all his power at the spear tip. The golden light was compressed to its limit, transforming into a spear made entirely of light, with a faint blazing white hue at its tip. Celestial light, judgment. He threw it out suddenly. The golden spear transformed into a pillar of light that tore through the heavens and earth, crashing violently into the barrier. Rumble. The entire plaza trembled, sending pebbles flying and dust billowing everywhere. The golden pillar of light clashed fiercely with the earthen yellow light on the dome, producing a deafening roar. Yi Xiaoming's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This attack had consumed too much of his energy. He raised his head and looked at the wall. There was only one crack. Yi Xiaoming's face paled. He had underestimated its defensive capabilities. I'll do it. Yi Xuanzi gritted his teeth and stood up, crimson gold flames surging wildly within his body. Fire dragon bloodline, ignite. Yi Xuanzi's face was contorted with rage, and his already dwindling life force ignited once more. Divine flame burst fist. Yi Xuanzi raised his right fist, and the phantom of a flaming dragon coiled around his right arm, his aura growing stronger and stronger. Boom! A punch slammed into the crack that Yi Xiaoming had opened, and the barrier trembled violently. The yellowish-brown light on its surface flickered, and new cracks spread outwards from the point of impact. But it's still not enough. This can be hard. Yi Xuanzi gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and the dragon's shadow gathered again, but this time it was his fists. Then he swung his fists, unleashing countless punches in an instant, each accompanied by a dragon's roar and a burst of fire. Yi Xiaoming sighed. In his eyes, Yi Xuanzi was like a candle flickering in the wind, burning with the last glimmer of dawn. Yi Xuanzi staggered backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. He knelt on one knee, speechless for a long time. Click! A crisp sound rang out, followed by a deafening crash as the protective shield shattered. The two were freed, but the Chaos 8 Desolation's demon dragon had already quietly landed, its massive body, 50 meters tall, blocking their way like a mountain. Jiansu, are you all right? Yi Xiaoming asked while remaining wary of the demonic dragon. I'm all right. I'm not dead yet. Yi Xuanzi forced himself to stand up, but his trembling legs could not hide his weakness. Your plan seems to be failing. Yi Xuanzi looked at the enormous figure, a troubled expression on his face. It doesn't seem to intend to let us pass. Can we still fight? Yi Xiaoming asked. Of course. Yi Xuanzi gritted his teeth. Fight to the last breath. Yi Xiaoming remained silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, before gazing at the palace in front of him and saying, continue to fight it, figure out its fighting style. It's only at the initial king level, and our goal isn't to kill it, but just to hold it off for a while. Your Highness, we can fight too. Su Genie shouted from behind. All of you step back. Don't come any closer, the farther the better. This is not a battle you can participate in. A king-level demonic dragon could kill you with a single blow. Yi Xiaoming shouted loudly. But, roar. Before Su Genie could reply, the Chaos 8 Desolation's demon dragon roared, and with its dragon bloodline, it directly blasted Su Genie and the others back 100 meters, leaving them unable to stand for a long time. The gap is too big. Su Genie, let's retreat. This is really not a battle we can participate in. Let's not cause them any more trouble, Cui Jingming advised. Why are we so weak? Su Genie slammed his fist on the ground, his eyes wide with fury as he stared at the two figures at the very front. A battle is about to break out. Yi Xiaoming moved at high speed around the demonic dragon, thrusting out golden spears one after another, each spear condensing the power of light compressed to the extreme. His speed was extreme, leaving golden afterimages in the gray mist as he attacked the dragon's organs from all directions, targeting every weak point he could think of. But the 8 desolate chaos demon dragon's defenses were too thick. The spears struck the scales, producing a piercing metallic scraping sound and sparks flying, but leaving only shallow white marks. The dragon didn't even bother with his attacks, just casually flicking its tail or swinging its claws. Every counterattack forced Yi Xiaoming to dodge, and the attack rhythm he had painstakingly built up was thrown into disarray. Yi Xuanzi stood at a distance, his hands waving repeatedly, and crimson gold fireballs poured out like a meteor shower, smashing into the body of the demonic dragon. Flames exploded, turning the scales slightly red, but that was all. His attacks couldn't even penetrate the thick scales, leaving only charred marks on the surface. His face was frighteningly pale, his withered white hair fluttered in the wind, and every move he made was exhausting his remaining strength. Damn it! Yi Xuanzi gritted his teeth, his forehead covered in cold sweat. This thing is impossible to damage. Yi Xiaoming did not respond. He took a deep breath, his body suddenly rising higher, and the heavenly sacred dragon burst out from the side. The light crystal on its forehead shone with dazzling golden light, and a thick golden beam of light shot out, heading straight for the back of the demonic dragon's neck. The dragon finally reacted. It suddenly twisted its head, its dark pupils locked onto the golden beam of light, and opened its huge mouth, spewing out gray-black demonic energy that collided head-on with the beam of light. Boom! Gold and gray-black hues exploded in the air, the shockwave sweeping outwards, ripping up stone slabs, and scattering debris. Yi Xiaoming was thrown back several steps by the shockwave, his hand split open, blood dripping down the spear shaft. Celestial light, judgment. He gave the dragon no chance to breathe. The golden spear flew out of his hand, transforming into a pillar of light that tore through the heavens and earth, piercing straight into the dragon's head. The dragon did not dodge. It raised its right claw, and a thick rock shield condensed in its palm. A yellowish-brown light flowed across the shield, colliding head-on with the pillar of light. Rumble. The beam of light struck the rock shield, exploding into a shower of golden light. The rock shield trembled violently, and fine cracks appeared on its surface, but it did not shatter. Yi Xiaoming's face paled for a moment. This demonic dragon is too monstrous. Not only can it use demonic energy, but it can also use earth-based energy. Our attacks are completely ineffective against its demonic energy. Yi Xuanzi was furious, which was also the reason why they were having such a difficult time fighting it. Although I hate to admit it, the guy who created this monster is a genius. Such a magical beast would be a disaster if it were released into the outside world. Yi Xiaoming clenched his fists, already preparing for the next wave of attacks. However, it's still just a magical beast. I don't believe it can completely ignore our attacks. Yi Xiaoming roared and charged forward again. I refuse to believe it. Yi Xuanzi roared, his hands forming a fist in front of him, and crimson gold flames surged wildly, compressed and compressed again, finally transforming into a dark red fireball the size of a fist. Radiant flame, rapid fire. The fireball shot out, rapidly expanding in the air, like a falling meteorite crashing onto the dragon's back. The flames exploded, transforming into a towering pillar of fire that illuminated the entire sky crimson. The dragon's body slumped slightly, the scales on its back glowing red from the heat, some even curling at the edges. But that was all. It flicked its tail, as if shooing away an annoying mosquito, without even glancing back. Yi Xuanzi staggered backward, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. No, he gasped for breath. The gap is too big. Step back. Yi Xiaoming's voice came from the air. I'll handle this. How can you fight alone? Yi Xuanzi struggled to gather energy again. Even the two of us aren't enough. Are you going to throw your life away? I'm about to burn. You should step back, Yi Xiaoming said slowly, and then the light on his chest began to turn blood red. Yi Xuanzi tried to stop him, but couldn't. In his heart, Yi Xiaoming was already the next emperor, but he burned his bloodline here, and the damage to him was irreversible. The heavenly sacred dragon let out a deep roar, and golden light surged from its body, flowing into Yi Xiaoming's body like a tide. Yi Xiaoming's aura began to rise. Yi Xiaoming, already at the peak of the overlord level, unleashed his aura once more, his momentum directly threatening the demonic dragon before him, and his strength was infinitely close to the king level. Half-step king level. Golden light burst forth from his body, causing his robes to flutter wildly. His hair turned golden from the roots, and a dragon-shaped phantom swam deep within his pupils. The light patterns on the armor seemed to come alive, each line emitting a dazzling light, like golden dragons flowing. Yi Xiaoming stood atop the head of the heavenly sacred dragon, his light and shadow expanding continuously until they were comparable to the demonic dragon before him. He gripped a spear, the golden light materializing, a touch of crimson condensing at the spearhead. Heavenly dragon, charge. Yi Xiaoming moved. This time, his speed was so fast that even his afterimage was invisible. The golden spear traced a straight line through the gray mist, leaving only a bloody trail, its tip pointing directly at the dragon's eye. The dragon's jet-black pupils shifted slightly, locking onto the incoming golden light. Instead of dodging, it raised its claws, forming an even thicker rock shield in its palm, blocking its path. Yi Xiaoming's lips curled up slightly. Tianyu Shenglong gripped the demonic dragon's body tightly with its claws, but Yi Xiaoming's figure disappeared. The next second, he appeared behind the demonic dragon, holding a spear and assuming a throwing stance. Go! This spear is aimed straight at the dragon's neck. If successful, it will pierce through it. Roar! The aura of the 8 Desolations Chaos Demon Dragon erupted, its entire body enveloped in boundless demonic energy. It broke free from the heavenly sacred dragon's restraints, then twisted its body, raised its right claw, and grabbed the blood-red spear. Yi Xiaoming was not discouraged by the sight. If a king-level magical beast could be killed so easily, it would not be worthy of being called a king-level beast. But it's all for the best. It forced out your true strength ahead of time. Looking at the current state of the demonic dragon, Yi Xiaoming realized that it had been toying with them all along. This is the true appearance of the demonic dragon, a chilling demonic aura, an astonishing presence, a massive body, and ferocious claws. This time, the 8 desolate chaos demon dragon launched the first attack, its right arm covered by a rock shield, and then its right claw formed a fist, punching towards Yi Xiaoming. Yi Xiaoming was greatly encouraged. He suddenly turned in midair and dodged the attack with the speed of light. Then, he condensed a spear in his right hand again and stabbed it directly into the jaw of the oncoming demonic dragon. Ding! The spearhead pierced the gap in the scales, penetrating 3 inches deep. The dragon let out a furious roar, several scales on its lower jaw shattered, and grayish-black blood seeped from the wound. It suddenly swung its head, and its massive head swept down like a mountain. Yi Xiaoming had no time to dodge and could only parry with his spear. Boom! He was thrown into the air, tumbling several times before barely regaining his balance. His arms were trembling violently, blood dripped from his fingers, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. But Yi Xiaoming laughed, because he had heard it. With the power of a half-step king, it was finally able to break through the defenses of a king-level demonic dragon. Good. Yi Xuance's face lit up with joy, and he clenched his fist hard. Yi Xiaoming didn't stop. He charged forward again, thrusting his spear repeatedly, each thrust precisely piercing the gaps in the dragon's scales. Under the continuous attacks, more cracks appeared in the dragon's scales, and grayish-black blood seeped from the wounds, staining its body mottled. But the dragon's counterattacks became increasingly fierce. As the dragon claw slammed down, Yi Xiaoming dodged. The claw's force grazed his shoulder armor, tearing a gash in it and causing blood to splatter. The dragon's tail swept across, and he parried with his spear, but was sent flying, crashing to the ground and rolling several times before finally getting up. The demonic energy spewed out, and he dodged with all his might. The demonic energy grazed his left arm, tearing through the golden light protecting him and leaving a charred burn on his left arm. The demonic energy seeped into his body through the wound. Yi Xiaoming gritted his teeth and charged forward again and again. The battle was too fierce. Yi Xiaoming ignored his physical injuries and launched more and more fierce attacks. For a moment, people forgot who was at a disadvantage. However, only Yi Xuance understood that Yi Xiaoming was about to collapse. He knew all too well the power of burning bloodlines. Bloodline power can indeed enhance strength, but its sustainability is absolutely lacking. It cannot withstand prolonged battles because bloodline power will eventually burn out. He desperately wanted to rush up and help, but his body wouldn't obey him, and he was indeed not qualified to fight at the moment. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the ground. Just then, the dragon suddenly changed its strategy. It no longer passively defended itself, but suddenly spread its wings to their limit. The earthy yellow light and the gray-black demonic energy surged out from its body at the same time, turning into a ring-shaped shockwave that spread in all directions. Yi Xiaoming's pupils contracted, and he quickly retreated. But the shockwave was too wide, and there was no time to completely avoid it. He was hit by the edge of the shockwave and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding several meters before coming to a stop. His golden armor was mostly shattered, the chest armor completely broken, revealing his bloodied and mangled chest. He struggled to stand up, but his body wouldn't obey him. He managed to get halfway up before collapsing heavily to the ground again. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the shattered stone slab. Second brother. Yi Xuance cried out hoarsely, struggling to crawl over. He knew that Yi Xiaoming was about to give up, and once he was defeated, it would be difficult for him to get back up. Yi Xiaoming raised his hand to stop him. Don't, come closer. His voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible. He looked up at the dragon that was slowly approaching him. The dragon raised its right claw, its tip glowing with a mixture of gray-black and earthy yellow light, and slammed it down towards Yi Xiaoming. That single claw strike was enough to shatter a small mountain. Yi Xiaoming didn't even have the strength to dodge. The after-effects of burning his bloodline were too great. 1 second he was fighting fiercely, and the next he might not be able to stand up. Yi Xuance ran forward desperately, but his legs felt like lead, and he couldn't run fast at all. His eyes turned red, and he roared hoarsely, "No! just as the dragon claw descended, only a few meters from Yi Xiaoming's body. The dragon claw stopped. It stopped 3 feet above Yi Xiaoming's head, motionless. That power, capable of destroying everything, was held tightly in midair as if by an invisible hand, unable to advance or retreat. Everyone was stunned. The body of the 8 desolate chaos demon dragon began to tremble violently, and a hint of emotion appeared in its eyes. Its other claw gripped its head tightly, as if enduring some unbearable pain, and it made indistinct sounds from its throat. "Stop! Stop it right now! Stop it!" The voice was hoarse, like an echo from the depths of hell, but everyone heard it clearly. That was a human voice, and it was Yi Chongyu's voice. Yi Xiaoming lay on the ground, looking up at the dragon claw hanging above his head, his pupils trembling slightly. "Chongyu." His voice was filled with disbelief. The dragon's head slowly turned towards him. A crack appeared in its jet-black pupils. In the depths of that profound darkness, a faint, earthy yellow light flickered, like a candle flame swaying in a storm, as if it might be extinguished at any moment. But that glimmer of light was indeed shining. "Second brother." The muffled voice rang out again, a little clearer than before, but still heartbreakingly hoarse. I can't hold it in anymore. Quick." Yi Xuanzi struggled to crawl over, knelt beside Yi Xiaoming, and looked up at the demonic dragon. "Sixth brother, you're still alive." His voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. "Run faster." Yi Chongyu's voice was tinged with bitterness. "Run. I can't hold on any longer." The dragon's body trembled violently again, and gray-black demonic energy surged wildly across its surface, attempting to regain control. But each time the demonic energy was about to gain the upper hand, an earthen yellow light would blaze up again, forcefully suppressing the darkness. Yi Xiaoming struggled to sit up, looking up at the faint yellowish-brown light deep within the dragon's pupils. "Chongyu, how much longer can you hold on?" I don't know." Yi Chongyu's voice was broken. "Maybe in a few dozen breaths. Maybe the next second. It's grabbing. I can't hold it down anymore. My mind is being controlled. It's overwhelming me." "Run." Consciousness, mental power, manipulation. Yi Xiaoming quickly realized that his younger brother was being manipulated by someone using mental power. "I'm here to help you." Yi Xiaoming closed his eyes, then opened them, and a stream of pure white energy flowed straight into the dragon's brain. "This is my concentrated spiritual power imbued with purifying energy, capable of temporarily suppressing other consciousnesses." Yi Xiaoming stared into his eyes. Quickly, regained control. Yi Chongyu's body began to tremble. He clutched his head and roared in agony, his face contorted in pain, saliva gushing from his mouth, and his pupils dilating. It lasted for several minutes before it finally stopped. "Second brother, third brother, thank goodness, you're still alive." The two of them breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Yi Chongyu's familiar voice. "What exactly happened in the secret realm? And who turned you into this state?" Yi Xuanzi asked anxiously. "Tell me everything you know," Yi Xiaoming said solemnly. Yi Chongyu did not hesitate. His voice squeezed out from deep within the dragon's throat. "It's Han Fengyuan, the leader of the cult, Han Fengyuan." It was him. I should have guessed. But why would he appear in the secret realm? This was something neither of them had anticipated. He's deep within the secret realm, his exact location unknown. He created the demonic beast army. Those demonic wolves and dragons were all his creations. Yi Xiaoming's pupils contracted slightly, but he did not interrupt. He also collaborated with the emperor. The emperor hid him in the secret realm. All of this is a conspiracy. What? The two looked at him in shock, staring at him in disbelief. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Xuanzi was both angry and terrified. How ridiculous it is that a ruler of a dynasty would cooperate with a cult to hunt down his own children and prodigies. "It's true," Yi Chongyu said. "Although it's all hard to believe, it's the truth. Otherwise, how would you explain all this? Our tokens all have location information, so he knows the location of each of us. He repeatedly uses the demonic wolves and dragons he created to besiege us in order to enrich his experimental data. Moreover, all the contestants participating in the martial arts competition are his test subjects. Wang Xuanzi, Wang Yanxiao, and Shun Yin. All of them had their bloodlines extracted and fused with magical beasts to become powerful demonic dragons that fight against you. As for me, I was also transformed into this form. If it weren't for the fact that the 8 Desolations chaos preserved a trace of my consciousness, I would have become his puppet long ago. Why? Why did this happen? Why did Father Emperor do this? Yi Xuanzi shook his head frantically. This matter was almost breaking him. Calm down. Yi Xiaoming slapped Yi Xuanzi on the shoulder. How can I stay calm? Yi Xuanzi cried out in despair. Our father wants to kill us. Yi Chongyu was also saddened, but he couldn't show it. Perhaps my father has been mentally corrupted. What's the meaning? This is just my guess. Han Fingyuan's purpose in cooperating with my father is to conquer the continent, launch a counterattack on the demon beast continent, and wipe out the demon beasts. Haha, you didn't expect that. Exterminate the monsters. The two were taken aback. This was completely different from what they had expected. Then why use us as guinea pigs? I understand now. Yi Xiaoming suddenly realized, as if he had figured it out. The magical beasts are incredibly powerful. To counterattack them, we need to create something even more powerful than them. Dragon. That's right. Dragon-type pets are born with great power. The other synthetic beasts that Han Fengyuan researched all performed poorly and were always stuck at a bottleneck, but the dragon bloodline perfectly solved this problem. If we had such a powerful dragon army, which country could stop us? Counterattacking the monsters would be no problem at all. This. Yi Xuanzi calmed down and actually felt that it made a bit of sense. This is utterly absurd. Yi Xiaoming disagreed. Father's mind has indeed gone mad. He even has such thoughts. I think he has been corrupted by the demon god. Do you remember when father disappeared a few years ago? Yi Xiaoming asked. I remember. Yi Xuanzi certainly knew, but no one knew where he had gone. He went to the demon beast secret realm, and now it seems that he may have even gone deep into the demon beast continent and encountered the demon god, Yi Xiaoming speculated. The demon god possesses a powerful ability to corrupt not only the physical body but also the mind. This is the most terrifying, silently changing a person's will. If it were just an ordinary person, it wouldn't be so bad, but this is the highest leader of a dynasty. This will bring devastating blows. I think second brother's speculation makes sense, Yi Chongyu said. But even if it's true, how are we going to get out? Yi Xuanzi was unusually dejected. According to you, Han Fengyuan is in the secret realm. He's a peak king-level expert. There's no way we can beat him. No need to fight. Yi Xiaoming smiled. He would never expect that Chongyu has regained consciousness. Let's hurry to the Holy Dragon Palace to find the Dragon Pearl. Yes. All we need to do is open the secret realm. Yi Xuanzi suddenly realized. Oh. Yi Chongyu suddenly cried out in pain. My consciousness is being suppressed. Quickly kill me. This. The two frowned deeply. If it were a demonic dragon, they could kill him without hesitation. But right now it's clearly Chongyu's consciousness that's in control. Hurry! Yi Chongyu cried out in increasing pain, his pupils beginning to be obscured by black mist. I can't hold on any longer. Yi Xiaoming clenched his fist. I'll do it. Light of the heavens. I will lower my defenses and kill me. Break the sky. Golden light condensed in his right hand, transforming into a long spear. He struck with all his might, aiming straight for the head of the 8 desolate chaos demon dragon. The demonic dragon trembled all over. Defense was its instinct. The black mist dissipated but could not be condensed, because Yi Chongyu was using his last bit of consciousness to control his body. Boom! Golden light pierced the sky, which was cloudless, and the whole world fell silent. It's over, let's go. Yi Xiaoming lowered his head, walked past Yi Xuanzi, and went to the front. Yi Xuanzi remained speechless for a long time, staring blankly at the still standing, but now completely devoid of the dragon's head, its life force utterly gone. I will avenge you. Yi Xuanzi took a deep breath, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. Su Jini and the others quickly followed. Standing not far away, they naturally witnessed the whole process, but they chose not to disturb the three brothers. No one discussed the news they had just heard, because it was too shocking. Only by opening the secret realm and having Yi Xiaoming and Yi Xuanzi prove it could it be confirmed. The group soon arrived at the gate of the Holy Dragon Temple. There were no defenses here, only huge stone pillars and statues, which inspired awe. Go in, there's no danger here. Yi Xiaoming used his mental power to carefully sense the area and finally confirmed it before stepping inside. The Holy Dragon Temple is vast and empty, much like other secret realms, except for the statues that stand there. However, what sets it apart is that there are many statues here. Azure Sacred Dragon. Yi Xuanzi recognized it at a glance. It was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the royal records. These are statues of the 4 divine beasts, someone exclaimed. A colossal statue of the Azure Dragon stands in the center, and looking around, there are 4 divine beast statues in each of the 4 directions: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. However, the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts have long since become incomplete over the course of 1,000 years of history. Some are missing, some are diluted, and some have mutated. Yet, here, one can still faintly sense the rhythm emanating from the statues. My Azure Phoenix is trembling. Lu Qingfeng looked at the magnificent vermilion bird statue. How long has this statue been here? I can still feel the immense pressure emanating from it. Me too. Zhou Yuanling also came to this place. His golden-winged rock was also suppressed, but he seemed to get used to it and even felt a little comfortable. My netherworld serpent also resonates with the Xuanwu statue. Qian Shiji was somewhat excited. In fact, he was not sure whether his pet beast had Xuanwu bloodline. Now it seemed that it did, but it was very rare. My earth-splitting tiger can also resonate with the white tiger statue. Menghu was very excited. Su Jini could feel 2 resonances, the Azure Dragon and the Holy Dragon at the very center, but in the end he walked up to the Azure Dragon, because this resonance is more obvious and stronger. As for Yi Xiaoming and Yi Xuanzi, they walked up to the Holy Dragon statue without hesitation. Is that a Dragon Ball? Yi Xiaoming immediately noticed a bright pearl tightly held in the forepaw of the Holy Dragon statue. I don't know, should I go get it? Yi Xuanzi pondered. So far, they hadn't encountered any danger, but that didn't mean there would never be any. I'll go. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause rang out, and everyone froze. Someone had arrived, and had silently entered their midst. Your performance really exceeded my expectations, haha. On the other side, Wang Chen's figure darted rapidly through the dense forest, his black and white wings leaving 2 dim trails of light behind him. His speed was far less than before, and there was a wound on his right wing that had been corroded by demonic energy. The power of light flickered wildly on the surface of the wing membrane, fiercely fighting against the gray-black power. But he can't stop. The aura behind him was like a persistent, intractable disease, impossible to shake off. That's a power that even a hegemon can't reach. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He stretched his mental energy back with all his might, capturing every movement of the dark figure. In his perception, the speed, strength, and energy fluctuations of that demonic dragon far surpassed any of the peak overlord-level demonic beasts he had encountered before. Is it a king level? Wang Chen guessed. Even if one is only at the initial king level, it is enough to crush all overlord-level beings. Damn it! Wang Chen cursed under his breath. His wings flapped suddenly, and his body drew an arc in the air, trying to use the undulations of the terrain to shake off the pursuers behind him. But the dragon reacted even faster than him. It didn't even turn, but merely adjusted the angle of its wings slightly, its massive body like a dark cloud that blotted out the sky, tightly gripping Wang Chen's back. Each flap of its wings produced a deafening sonic boom, uprooting trees from the ground and scattering debris like cannonballs. Wang Chen glanced back, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He finally saw the full form of the demonic dragon. It was larger than any of the demonic dragons that had previously pursued him, its entire body covered in dark golden scales, each scale edged with a ghostly blue light. That light was not demonic energy, but an ancient and mysterious power of runes. For different auras, extremely chaotic, yet simultaneously converged within him. A name flashed through Wang Chen's mind. Wang Xuanzi. It's Wang Xuanzi's bloodline. Wang Chen murmured, his fists slowly clenching. He thought of the young man he had fought, but he never expected that he would also suffer such a fate. There was no time to grieve for him, because the demonic dragon had already approached him. A deep roar came from the depths of the dragon's throat. Its wings suddenly spread to their limit, and dark gray demonic energy surged from beneath its dark golden scales, intertwining with the power of the ghostly blue runes flowing on the scales to form a terrifying energy field. Wang Chen could sense that the energy field was spreading outwards, and wherever it passed, the elemental forces in the air were suppressed. Wang Chen's speed suddenly dropped. It wasn't that he didn't want to fly, but the power of that domain was like an invisible hand, gripping his body tightly. Each flap of his wings consumed twice the usual amount of power. The energy core within his body was operating with extreme difficulty, and even his breathing became heavy. Caesar, Shura, operate at full power. Wang Chen roared in his mind. The phantoms of dark heaven Caesar and divine illumination Azura simultaneously appeared behind him. The power of darkness and the power of light intertwined, transforming into a layer of grayish-white light film covering his body, barely resisting the erosion of that domain power. But it was only barely acceptable. His aura was slowly decreasing, while the aura of the demonic dragon behind him was continuously rising. It had already locked onto its prey ahead. An invisible pressure descended from the sky. That wasn't the oppressive force of demonic energy, but the oppressive force of bloodline. It was the absolute suppression of all non-dragon creatures by dragon-type pets. Although Wang Chen's transformation incorporated Caesar's dragon blood, it was not his own bloodline after all. Faced with the ancient dragon blood contained in the divine beast's holy light, he was still completely suppressed. His body suddenly sank, and he almost fell from the sky. Damn it! Wang Chen gritted his teeth, his wings flapping wildly as he barely managed to steady himself. However, his right wing was aggravated by the pressure, and cracks began to spread on the wing membrane. The repair speed of the power of light could not keep up with the speed of tearing. Grayish-black demonic energy seeped in from the cracks, spreading along the wing bone towards his body. It was icy cold, and even the blood seemed to freeze wherever it passed. Shura, purify! Wang Chen roared. The power of light from the divine illumination Azura surged wildly into the right wing, fiercely clashing with the demonic energy, producing a hissing sound. The dragon, however, had grown impatient. Its wings snapped shut, and its massive body swooped down like a meteorite. The speed was incredible. A deafening sonic boom erupted in the air, crushing trees into dust and sending debris flying like cannonballs. Wang Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively darted to the left. But the dragon was too fast. It wasn't that he was fast. Rather, the dragon had predicted his dodge direction. The colossal creature suddenly turned in midair, its massive claws carrying earth-shattering power as they slammed down towards him. Wang Chen didn't have time to completely dodge, so he could only cross his arms in front of him and pour all his energy into his protective body. Boom! The dragon's claws slammed into his arms, sending Wang Chen flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing through 3 large trees before finally coming to a stop. His arms trembled violently, large patches of dragon scales shattered, revealing the mangled flesh beneath. Blood dripped from his arms, pooling on the ground. Wang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with gray-black demonic energy. His face was deathly pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. This attack not only damaged his internal organs, but also injected a large amount of demonic energy into his body. The demonic energy surged wildly through his veins, fiercely battling against his chaotic power, each confrontation accompanied by excruciating pain. Caesar, devour! Wang Chen gritted his teeth and desperately channeled his devouring power. The power of darkness transformed into countless fine tentacles, probing into the wound's edge, drawing out and devouring the demonic energy, transforming it into pure energy to replenish his consumption. However, the amount of demonic energy was too great, and the rate of absorption simply could not keep up with the rate of invasion. His aura continued to decline, while the demonic dragon had already taken to the air once more. Those golden pupils looked down at him condescendingly, and the phantom image of a fierce tiger lit up deep within them. An even more violent pressure descended. Wang Chen knelt on one knee, panting heavily, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. His hands braced against the ground, his fingers digging deep into the soil, his nails cracking and bleeding. He struggled with all his might against the overwhelming force, but his body wouldn't obey him. He couldn't even stand up. The dragon slowly landed. It did not rush to attack, but instead strode heavily towards Wang Chen, each step causing the ground to tremble, each step like a death sentence. Wang Chen raised his head, looking at the approaching demonic dragon, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. It wasn't fear, it was despair, because he knew perfectly well that in his current state, he had absolutely no chance of winning. The gap between a high-level overlord and a king-level being could not be bridged by willpower or by fighting desperately. That's a qualitative difference. They're on two completely different levels. Master, Princess Ice's voice trembled as it came from the spiritual world. Let me out. I'll help you. Don't come out. Wang Chen gritted his teeth. You'll just be throwing your life away. But, no buts. Wang Chen interrupted her, taking a deep breath. I won't die. He struggled to his feet, his legs trembling violently, but he stood ramrod straight. The dragon stopped in its tracks. Its golden pupils shifted slightly, as if it were curious about the prey's struggle. Then, it raised its right paw. The claw tips were shimmering with a dark blue and gray-black light, a product of the fusion of ancient demon bloodline and demonic energy, containing power capable of tearing everything apart. As Wang Chen watched the dragon claw slowly rise, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Escape? He couldn't run. His right wing was half crippled, and his left wing was at its limit. Even if he flew, he would only be a target for the dragon. Fighting? You're overthinking it. You can't beat them at all. Waiting to die? Impossible. Little Saint Lin, he called out in his heart. There was no response. Little Lin, he called out again, his voice filled with anxiety. In the realm of the mind, the little golden unicorn curled up in a ball, its body trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, but a desperate attempt to sense something. Over there. Little Lin's thoughts finally came, weak yet resolute, as if he had expended a great deal of energy. Run over there. Over there. The hope of survival. As soon as he finished speaking, his breath became extremely weak, and he fell into a deep sleep. A blurry image appeared in Wang Chen's mind. It was the direction that Xianglin had sensed, an area he had never set foot in before. The Qilin, a mythical creature, is believed to bring good fortune and ward off evil, thus ensuring that one can find hope for survival. He didn't know what was over there, but he had no choice. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, his adrenaline surged, his spirits lifted, and the pain and numbness in his body completely disappeared, leaving him with only one breath, a breath enough to rush to the place prophesied by little Saint Lin. Mystic armor. The moment the dragon claw struck, Wang Chen twisted his body and looked southeast, which was his destination. He then activated his Xianling armor to withstand the attack. Bang! With a loud bang, the Xianling armor exploded, leaving only wisps of lightning lingering in place, while Wang Chen's figure had already been sent flying backward. This was Wang Chen's plan. Instead of dodging the attack, he used it as motivation to propel himself forward. However, the cost was extremely high. Cough, cough. Wang Chen couldn't stop coughing, and his mouth tasted a metallic sweetness. Enduring a blow from a king-level demonic dragon was definitely not pleasant. His internal organs felt dislocated, and blood kept rushing to his chest, making him want to vomit. But Wang Chen held back. He had to muster all his energy to vibrate his wings and desperately escape. This dragon is most likely trying to capture me alive. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand this attack, Wang Chen thought as he ran. But this also gave me a chance. As for whether it will be fatal, there is hope. Roar! Wang Chen groaned, feeling as if he had been hit on the head with a blunt object, almost knocking him to the ground. However, this also made him even more certain that the dragon wanted to capture him alive. Roar! The dragon's roar continued, growing louder and louder, attempting to use its power to overwhelm Wang Chen and bring him down. A clear mirror and still water. Wang Chen mobilized his mental energy to unleash this move, Mirror Still Water, a skill unique to the divine Illumination Azura. It mobilizes mental energy to remove all negative statuses and provides a certain level of resistance for a short period of time. Wang Chen felt relieved and accelerated again, his energy core running wildly and decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demonic dragon behind him seemed to realize something was wrong, roaring furiously and becoming even more ferocious. The fully powered king-level demonic dragon covered thousands of meters in just a few breaths, chasing after Wang Chen in front of him, and the distance between the two was rapidly closing. Wang Chen didn't need to turn around. The intense, suffocating demonic energy had already pressed against his back. His mental energy was barely maintained under the protection of the clear mirror still water, but his body was already on the verge of collapse. The body, which was originally covered by light and shadow, became extremely pale, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. However, the light on its wings was extremely dazzling. Each flap of its wings stirred up the chaotic power of light and darkness, widening the gap between it and the demonic dragon time and time again. Wang Chen has now completely focused his power on his wings, compressing all his strength to increase his speed, even if his wings cannot withstand the pressure and shatter. He can't stop. How much further? Wang Chen roared in his heart. Little Shenlin did not respond. It only sensed a scene and a location, but had no other detailed information. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, his wings suddenly flapped, blood-red runes appeared, and his figure accelerated again, disappearing from the spot at the speed of light. Whoosh! Just as Wang Chen disappeared, the dragon's giant claw slammed down, but missed its target. Wang Chen burned his blood and chi to forcibly activate the powers of Caesar and Shura. Otherwise, he would have been slapped to the ground just now. The dragon's roar exploded behind him like muffled thunder, filled with anger, anxiety, and a hint of humiliation at being tricked. To it, Wang Chen was just a fly, and despite his immense power, it could never catch up with him. Even a normal person would be furious, let alone a demonic dragon. It had been chasing for far too long. From dense forest to canyon, from canyon to plain, from plain to this desolate rocky area. The prey before it was like a slippery eel. Every time it thought it had caught it, the prey always managed to escape at the last moment. It feels familiar. These scenes seem somewhat familiar. Wang Chen finally realized that the surrounding scenery had become familiar. It somewhat overlapped with the scene he had predicted in his mind. Where exactly is the greenery and the forest? Wang Chen was covered in sweat, gritting his teeth, unwilling to give up on even the smallest detail. Xiao Shenglin showed him several images, the last of which was a green light. Looking back now, it was a huge tree full of life. Could it be a creature that can restrain a king-level magical beast? Wang Chen kept guessing, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. But could he withstand it? If the dragon can't withstand it, can you? Never mind. Let's go first and figure it out later. The scenery changed rapidly, and with his specific location and visual sense, Wang Chen quickly pinpointed the area. However, the dragon also arrived. The worst news is that Wang Chen is completely exhausted, with no energy left, and is now only burning his life force to move forward. Boom! A beam of black, magic light as thick as a bucket shot straight through like a laser, traveling a kilometer and corroding everything in its path. Wang Chen felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed an extremely terrifying energy. He could only instinctively twist his waist and turn his body to avoid the attack. Puff! Wang Chen was hit, spitting out blood. His left abdomen was pierced through, leaving a bloody wound that gushed blood, which rained down from the sky like blood. This attack also caused Wang Chen's speed to drop sharply. Wang Chen had been holding his breath, and now that breath was gone, his condition quickly declined to the extreme. It would be extremely difficult to regain his speed. I was so close. Wang Chen fell to the ground, ignoring the terrible injuries with his strong will, and just numbly moved his legs, pushing forward again and again. However, all of this was shrouded in a huge black shadow. The dragon was now hovering above Wang Chen. It seemed to realize that the insects in front of it had finally stopped, and it was no longer in such a hurry, as if watching him struggle to survive. Boom! The demonic light shot out again, this time striking Wang Chen's left leg precisely, piercing through and severing his left calf. Ah! Wang Chen screamed in agony as the demonic energy gnawed at his flesh like maggots. This was the real torment, and he had no energy left to devour and purify it. Despite this, Wang Chen did not stop. His leg was broken, so he hopped forward, step by step, getting closer to the goal. Boom! The demonic light descended, this time on the right leg. Wang Chen is still moving. His legs are broken, but he still has his arms. Even if he has to crawl, he will try to escape. Boom! 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 The demonic light descended again and again, not frequently, but each time it struck Wang Chen's body. He never stopped, even though his body was already riddled with holes. Wang Chen remained in his transformed state, while Caesar and Shuro were riddled with wounds, but they will remain strong. Wang Chen spread his wings as wide as possible, using his own body to block the dragon's attack. His once mysterious and beautiful wings were now tattered and torn, devoid of any light or shadow, and were nothing but a pair of rotten flesh. But it was with this that Wang Chen repeatedly blocked the demonic light, gripping the ground with both arms as he moved forward. Wang Chen knew that the demonic dragon was toying with him, but he didn't care. As long as it wasn't fatal, the injuries on his body could be ignored, which gave him a chance to catch his breath. After an unknown amount of time, the dragon seemed to have gotten tired of playing. Its body, which had been hovering in the air, landed and took a step to stand directly in front of Wang Chen. Roar! The dragon roared angrily. He was tired of watching. This was punishment for chasing Wang Chen. He would beat him to a pulp and then take him back. That would be considered completing his master's mission. The dragon bent down, extended its right claw, covered in ferocious bone spikes, and the sharp claw fell directly onto Wang Chen's body, then gripped it tightly in its hand. Huh! Wang Chen grabbed with his right hand, bent over, and stood up, seemingly unaware of the screams or the prey in his hand. Roar! The dragon immediately realized that Wang Chen was gone. As for Wang Chen, he has already unleashed his power again, sprinting a kilometer. After the demonic light struck Wang Chen's body, he absorbed it all slowly and silently, turning it into his trump card, which he planned to unleash when the demonic dragon was off guard and escape. The effect was excellent. Taking advantage of the dragon's carelessness, the full power was unleashed in conjunction with the stealth effect of the dark power, catching the dragon completely off guard. However, the dragon was no pushover. It reacted quickly, realizing that Wang Chen's actions had completely enraged it, causing it to lose its mind and completely ignore Han Fengyuan's commands. It now has only one goal: to kill him. Boom! The enormous pillar of demonic light burst forth from the ground with immense force, destroying everything except for a huge ravine more than 10 meters deep. The demonic light had already reached behind Wang Chen and was about to devour him. Wang Chen also realized that this attack would definitely kill him. I can't die. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and unleashed the full power of chaos, condensing it into a gray-white light shield behind him. He was going to use the same trick again. The moment the shield took shape, the demonic light blasted towards them. Boom! A deafening roar exploded between heaven and earth. Blood splattered. Wang Chen's body flew forward like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of blood midair. The blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, cast a dark red stain on the gray mist. He was in a state of semi-consciousness and was on the verge of death. However, a green light appeared before Wang Chen's eyes. Have we arrived? Wang Chen's pupils were dilated, and he could only perceive a glimmer of green light. He tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't. Everything around him seemed to freeze. This was not an illusion, but his last burst of energy before his mental collapse. Life is slipping away, and death is approaching. He had a fist-sized penetrating wound in his chest. The heart, bones, and flesh all dissolved away, leaving only a terrifying, enormous void. Blood gushed wildly from the wound, staining his robes a dark red. His life force plummeted to rock bottom in that instant, like a candle flickering in a storm, ready to be extinguished at any moment. His body continued to spin and leap through the air. The force of the beam of light used him like a cannonball, sending him flying at an incredible speed. It then began to fall. Like a meteor that has burned out, trailing a dim tail, it plunges headlong into the gray sky. Wang Chen's consciousness had completely blurred. He couldn't feel his body, couldn't feel the pain, couldn't feel the demonic energy corroding him. The emptiness in his chest was like a bottomless abyss, swallowing everything about him, including his last shred of consciousness. We're here. We're almost here. Wang Chen's lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. However, the words echoed repeatedly in his shattered consciousness. Boom. His body crashed to the ground. Gravel flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. His body rolled several times on the ground, carving a deep furrow, before finally lying on his back amidst the rubble, motionless. Blood gushed from the hole in his chest, staining the rubble beneath him a dark red. His limbs were twisted at bizarre angles. His left leg was completely gone below the knee, and the bones of his right leg were shattered into several pieces, held together only by the skin and flesh. His wings were completely destroyed, leaving only 2 broken wing bones hanging limply behind him. His eyes were half open, his pupils unfocused, and he stared blankly at the gray sky. That green light is just ahead, less than 30 feet. He could feel it. That warm, vibrant energy was right there, within reach. But he couldn't lift his arm anymore. His body was completely out of his control. It was so close. It was just a little bit short. Heavy footsteps sounded behind me. Thump, thump, thump. Each step shook the ground slightly. Each step was a death sentence. The massive dragon emerged from the gray mist, its golden pupils looking down at the battered body on the ground. A slight grin spread across its mouth, revealing gleaming white fangs, and a low, satisfied gurgle escaped its throat. The game is over. The prey finally fell. It strode heavily toward Wang Chen, step by step. Its enormous dragon claws crushed the rubble into powder. Its tail swung slowly behind it, leaving a deep furrow with each sweep of its tail. It stopped in front of Wang Chen. The dragon raised its right claw, the tip aimed at Wang Chen's body. It didn't kill him, but instead gently nudged Wang Chen's shoulder with its claw, turning him from lying on his back to lying on his side. It's like they're confirming something. It was confirmed that the prey was still alive. This confirms that he still has value in being brought back. The dragon was satisfied. It bent down, extended its right claw, and opened its 5 sharp claws, like steel hooks, to grab at Wang Chen's body. This claw was enough to grip Wang Chen completely in the palm of his hand. A beam of emerald green light suddenly erupted from Wang Chen's body. It was the spirit wood that had been completely invisible, whose strength had not broken through or evolved for a long time, and which was of no help in the battle. But at this moment, it awakened. Its trunk grew wildly in the spiritual world, soaring from a height of only a few feet to several feet, then tens of feet, in the blink of an eye. Branches and leaves sprouted wildly from the trunk, like a giant umbrella that covered the entire sky of the spiritual world. The spirit wood was burning its spiritual energy, trying to awaken Wang Chen's consciousness, because it sensed it. Right ahead, a powerful yet familiar aura is right there. The branches and leaves of the spirit origin tree stretched wildly, emerging from Wang Chen's spiritual world and condensing into a verdant light shield around his body. The shield was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet it contained all the life force of the spirit origin tree. The dragon's claws gripped the light shield, making a hissing sound. The light shield trembled violently, and fine cracks appeared on its surface, but it did not shatter. The trunk of the spirit wood creaked under the weight. Roar! The dragon let out an angry roar, its claws tightening suddenly. Cracks spread across the light shield like a spiderweb, extending from the edges to the center, threatening to shatter completely. The trunk of the spirit origin wood began to wither. Its vitality was visibly fading away, yet Wang Chen's body remained unresponsive. But Lingmu did not give up. It continued to burn, giving it its all. Finally, a green light appeared. It descended from the depths of the secret realm, enveloping Wang Chen's body, and then transformed into a phantom humanoid figure. It glanced at Wang Chen, and then looked at the demonic dragon. Just one glance. The dragon began to tremble, its instincts driving it to flee, but its legs felt as if they were made of lead, and it could not move. Get out! The phantom roared, though it was silent. Its sound like thunder exploded in the dragon's ears, almost shattering its consciousness. The dragon quickly fled. Such severe injuries, yet there's still a sliver of hope. Unbelievable. The illusory figure stared at Wang Chen in astonishment, then turned its gaze to the dissipating spirit wood. Since you and I are destined to meet, I certainly won't just stand by and watch you vanish. The phantom waved its hand, enveloping it in a green light before disappearing from the spot. Wang Chen's consciousness, however, was plunged into darkness. Am I dead? Where's this place? He tried to open his eyes, but found he had no eyes. He tried to stretch out his arms, but found he had no body. He tried to speak, but found he had no mouth. Wang Chen now felt like he was just a void of consciousness, without a physical form, without direction, just drifting back and forth in the darkness. Wang Chen's consciousness floated in the darkness, and he didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a moment, perhaps a long time. In this void, time lost its meaning. A light appeared in the darkness. The light was very faint, dimmer than a firefly's, and almost negligible in this boundless darkness. But it continues to brighten, like a beating heart, growing stronger and brighter. Wang Chen's consciousness was drawn to that light. He remembered it. Memories flooded back, and he had a recollection of that scene. Nirvana. What is nirvana? New life is born from the ashes of death, and a new life is born from the deepest abyss of death. This is Wang Chen's second talent after breaking through to the Domain Lord level, and it is also his most powerful trump card to date. The last time he faced a deadly assassination attempt, it was this talent that pulled him back from the brink of death. At that time, his cultivation level was still low, and his injuries continued to worsen, so he quickly recovered. Now, his strength has increased dramatically, his injuries are extremely severe, and the gestation period required for nirvana is far longer than before. That tiny, firefly-like primordial light still beats rhythmically in the depths of darkness, like a newborn heart, beats slowly and steadily, one beat after another. The fragments of consciousness, which were on the verge of collapsing at any moment, were gently enveloped by the mysterious nirvana glow and gradually gathered together. Images of the moments when they died in battle also came one after another. The excruciating pain of the pillar of demonic light shattering his flesh, the emptiness piercing through his chest, the helplessness as he fell to the ground, the vibrant green light of life so close at hand, and the chilling killing intent of the demonic dragon. Fragmented memories were completely put back into place. Chaotic thoughts gradually cleared, and Wang Chen's self regained its footing in this void. No longer lost, no longer adrift. He knew very well that he hadn't died. His nirvana talent had been triggered again by death, initiating a rebirth and transformation. The moment consciousness was completely stabilized, the second layer of transformation quietly began, and the dormant, broken physical body began to awaken its senses layer by layer. Outside, Wang Chen's mangled body lay supine in a pool of blood, his limbs twisted and broken, his left leg completely obliterated below the knee, the gruesome piercing wound on his chest still terrifying, his shattered wings long gone, his entire body lifeless and cold, devoid of any trace of life. Who? Upon seeing it, everyone would assume that it is a corpse that has completely lost its vitality. But at this moment, deep within the dormant body, the first glimmer of life quietly sprouted. It's begun. I haven't seen nirvana talent in a long time. The phantom couldn't help but sigh as it watched Wang Chen's body begin to transform. Wang Chen was able to feel the connection between his body and consciousness. Pain. Intense pain. The pain relentlessly assaulted Wang Chen's fragile consciousness, almost extinguishing it, because Wang Chen's injuries were too severe, but this process was something he had to endure. Flesh and blood are growing. Bones are being reshaped, and the deadly void in his chest that had devoured all life is now being filled with the ever-flowing power of nirvana. The shattered heart muscle recoagulated and intertwined, and the severed blood vessels regenerated at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The internal organs, which had been completely dissolved by the demonic light, slowly regenerated from scratch under the tempering power of nirvana. Thump! The long silent heart emitted a faint, extremely weak tremor. The sound was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet it resounded like a thunderclap in Wang Chen's perception. Second tone, third tone. The pulsation became faster and faster, and the force became heavier and heavier, like the continuous booming of ancient war drums. Warm, newborn blood surged through the newly formed blood vessels, washing over every corner of the broken body and dispelling the chill and death that had seeped into the bone marrow. The ear-piercing cracking sound of bones shattering echoed throughout his body. His twisted limbs were forcibly corrected and reset by an invisible force, and the shattered bone fragments were reassembled under the nourishment of the Nirvana divine power. The two legs that were completely severed were sprouting new bone buds from the broken ends, slowly but irreversibly reshaping themselves. His physical body was rebuilt, and his senses were fully awakened. The previously numb body once again felt a tearing pain, but this intense pain did not bring torment. Instead, it made Wang Chen incredibly clear-headed, proof that he was alive. Subsequently, the energy core restarted, marking the third stage of nirvana. When he was evading the dragon's pursuit, his energy core had already exceeded its limit and was covered in cracks. In the end, it shattered completely, and Wang Chen had no choice but to burn his blood and qi. The power of nirvana surged forth, enveloping the dim and dilapidated energy core layer by layer. This is the true essence of the nirvana talent, to be reborn from the dead, to be destroyed and then rebuilt. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. This time, the energy core is no longer composed of the forces of darkness and light, but has been completely transformed into gray chaotic power. From the very first wisp of energy generated, it is a perfectly fused chaotic power. In other words, there will no longer be a need to fuse the power of light and darkness first. Instead, it can be mobilized directly. This is a completely different concept. The originally weak and dilapidated foundation was not only completely repaired, but also underwent a comprehensive sublimation, with its foundation far exceeding that before its rebirth. Once the physical body is perfected and spiritual energy is abundant, the final step is the reshaping and rebirth of the spiritual world. Before dying, Wang Chen's mental world also began to collapse. It should be noted that the mental world is the foundation of a beast tamer, and all the pets are contained within it. The collapse of the mental world means that the pets will be lost or even die. The power of nirvana surged in, and the spiritual world, shattered into countless pieces, began to be pieced together, reinforced, and extended. Having undergone a tempering process of life and death, Wang Chen's spiritual strength increased several times over. Wang Chen had a feeling that even without using any power, he could intimidate strong individuals of the same level simply by using his mental pressure. The moment his mental world was completely stabilized, Wang Chen couldn't wait to enter. He wanted to see how his pets were doing.